gila, una gile, gile, gile. Una gila, gile, una gila. Una gila, gile, saraniye. Una gila, gile, gile. Una gile, genare, kadadiye.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. I'm Valdez. With me is Kronny Wani. And we got a great day of games coming once again today. We got HLE Esports up against Bro, Brianna, of course, and then we got T1 up against Sandbox. What do you think about this first one?
You can look at this two separate ways. You can look at this as 6th versus 7th, which is what it is, or, and what I think is a bit more fair, you can look at the score and the performance individually of these two teams. HLE, even though they're only a single spot away, are pretty far off where Brion is. Brion really has only been able to match the weaker teams, again taking up their position as gatekeeper, whereas HLE, we have seen, even bested what is still looking like the best team in the league in T1.
They do have that on their record. Let's take a look at the standings here. As you mentioned, 6th versus 7th, and HLE Esports on the up and up have a couple of wins in a row, and you'll notice that it is a couple of wins between the two teams, and as you pointed out earlier, actually 8 game points difference as well. So It's a pretty large gap here between 6th and 7th in the LCK.
Also showcasing the importance of getting wins even if you're not able to close out series, because it can make a really big difference. Anything can happen in playoffs. We've seen this happen with DRX most notably, but there have been other teams that have been able to make really impressive runs. HLE 2 years ago at Worlds comes to mind as well, as long as you get your foot in the door. So staying in the race for playoffs, very, very important.
Can they halt a locomotive train on a winning streak? Okay, it's 2 wins. It's not quite
hey,
a locomotive train.
That's 2 in a row. That's a streak, Valdez.
I would say that HLE Esports are performing well. I wouldn't say that they are an unstoppable train. And I think that they are definitely, on paper, the better team here, HLE Esports. But, you know, General Umti was in the building last time around, and he's looking for his first match win against Clid.
Clid has regained his memory. He has. Clid in the first 2 weeks was one of the worst junglers and has not been up there with Kenyon on his good days, Owner, Peanut on his good days, but has been a serviceable jungler, which is what HLE really needed. Umti goes without saying every single time that we talk about Bro, we talk about this guy, because he is the heart and soul, and the head-to-head is looking very much in favor of Clid.
Ooh. Super Soldier Zeka. He was in our list yesterday. His solo kills are LCK first, not just mid first, and he has some incredible stats. Always definitely a carry player for the side of HLE Esports, whereas Karis has not quite fulfilled that role for his team.
And Karis, there was a time where he was one of the hyped up players coming off of Challengers. He was behind BDD on Gen G. He had some really highlight moments on HLE in spring last year as well, but started to taper off in summer, and also haven't seen that much of him in this specific split as of right now, as the average win time, Brion being 10th and HLE being 9th, should not surprise anyone, because both of these two teams...
But look at the average game time. HLE is 10th and Brion is 9th. And Brion lose faster. HLE, it takes them a while to lose, even though they have a winning record. You'll note that their KDAs as well do correlate with their current standings place, 6th and 7th. So, you know, also saw champion kill per minute. Lower, on the lower end for sure, Brion at 10th. So here's HLE Esports. You look at the roster and you're like, man, this should be a West Side team, a really strong team in the LCK. They're still looking to break into the west side and onto the left side of the bracket.
And if they get a 2-0 here, that would put them in a position to at least tie with some of the other teams. KT's loss yesterday, the 2-0 that they faced against D+, might be pivotal for a Hanwha takeover, but that does require them to get a decisive win against Brion. And though their individual matches have been pretty decent, as mentioned before, they've been able to get a lot of game wins. Actually winning series, they have struggled with pretty consistently, and if they're not able to get a 2-0 here today, they will still be lagging behind some of the other teams that already find their way tied in that 3rd, 4th, and 5th place.
Still have work to do, as does this team. It's not going to be an easy road, of course, but it's still early in round 2, so there is statistically, obviously, a chance for them to still make it into playoffs. And that is what they're going to be looking to do once again this year. They were able to do it once last year. And recreating that result would be ideal, especially in LCK that has 6 really strong teams right now.
The gap between the top tier teams and, well, the bottom team starting with Brion has actually been quite big. We have had in the past teams kind of move in between, but even with individual lower performances to the better teams, everyone does seem to be able to beat Nongshim, to beat DRX, and to beat Brion.
Yeah. As we're going to take a look here at the key player matchup, note that some of these stats for Viper are insane. His damage numbers haven't really changed. He's been first here for at least a couple of weeks, and he does so much damage with the gold that he is given. On the other hand, Henna has been a standout performer here for the side of Brion. He's more of a reliable AD carry, you could say. He's not necessarily putting on the carry pants 100% of the time, but he does his job, and he very rarely dies alone, even when effort leaves the lane very often, as you can see by the duo proximity stats.
And it's all the more baffling, and obviously Henna not going to match, but has shown such a considerable improvement over what this AD carry used to be.
Yes.
Used to be a big loss condition for his team. Even when Brion would get in late game scenarios, Henna would miss position, they would lose a team fight, and that would kind of be the end of them, because that is where they really staked their entire claim as a decent team in the entirety of last year. But this split, even as you point out, with effort, trying to get things going on the map, which it's Brion, that doesn't actually lead to that much, but he's trying. He still dies very rarely, plays very safe, and is able to be a consistent part of this roster. But the consistency might not be enough, and it's a problem that Hanwha themselves are facing as well. These teams are actually very similar. The slow play style, on Hanwha, high expectations. For Brion, not necessarily, but we, even at the beginning of the split, were a little bit more optimistic, but then as we got further and further in, started to see the old threat of Brion that we saw in, or Brion rather, that we saw last year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we might have some lull state action in this game, but it's okay, because we've also got the Giga Chats, we've also got you and I, Chronicler. We can talk about all sorts of fun stuff. So it'll be a fun time regardless, as bottom lane definitely is going to be a bit of a focus for this match, certainly. Also, you know, who knows, like maybe Umti gets really aggressive early on and tries to get ahead of Clid, and that could really turn the tides, especially in this meta. We talk about it very often. We'll see what he can do. Some of the drafting yesterday, I kind of want to forget about. We had some of the worst drafting I think I've seen all season. Since
KT got 2-0 by Kwangdong for the same reason?
Yeah, but not even just KT, even in our first series as well.
Yeah.
It wasn't great. Obviously, you know, Nongshim, they have a lot of things to work on, but that was also one of them. So I'm hoping that today we can do a bit better job. As a guy who watches LCK very frequently, you know, I sometimes get a little bit frustrated.
One might even say every game.
Quite literally every day and every game. You know, so we've seen all sorts of drafts, good and bad, and mediocre. I'm just hoping to see a bit better today.
Yeah, it's mostly been mediocre, and mediocre might be worse than bad. When you see it? No, well, when you see it 90% of the games.
True.
But it's not about us. It's about what the teams can do with it. Zeri still open with the Illusion already taken away. Would not be surprised if the Varus is gonna follow as well. And then now Bro has to answer with a Caitlyn ban. Can't leave open Caitlyn when there is no Varus counter. We did actually see yesterday how well D+ were able to utilize Varus Karma to punish Caitlyn with a priority mid and an aggressive jungler as well.
Yeah, and Viper can pick up the Caitlyn, right?
Oh yeah.
There shouldn't be a lot of thought that goes into this one. He's played a couple of games of it already.
Yeah.
And there you go. They are going to ban Caitlyn, which is a good choice. Does mean that Viper will get his hands on to the Zeri pick, which is his most played. But I feel like, you know, it's the less of two evils.
It really is. Zeri gives you the opportunity to play the game, particularly if you don't make big mistakes in the laning phase and give her early snowballing potential. As Diani has been a rising blue side ban, teams don't want to lock it in first rotation, don't want to B1 it, but Red teams have been very happy to pick it up. A pick that can go slot into support and in mid. As I think Veldis was doing some reading.
No, I was looking at Annie's portrait actually, trying to see like the Tibbers, but
Like behind there?
yeah, it's like it doesn't show the full picture of Tibbers.
It doesn't. It's just about Annie, which I think is a little mean.
Yeah, like where's Tibbers?
Vi and Wukong are our two options here.
Blade went on record saying that Vi is still a very strong jungler, so he is going to pick it up.
Lee would have been fun. Lee is slowly starting to creep up. Oh, love the Xayah here.
Look at Henna, he's like, yeah, I'm playing Xayah. Takes off the jacket, Giga Chad. Xayah. This will be the second game of Xayah we've seen.
Yeah, kind of love this. You have a very short-range composition for Hanwha, who are looking to play very aggressive with Vi and Zeri. You're kind of forced to go in. Can pivot somewhat here in the second rotation, but if you ban away picks like Jace, don't give those over, then, and particularly with how much Zeka loves to play melee carry, so the side has already been taken away. I wouldn't even be surprised if they still ban Akali and then go for the Alpha or Azir. The Xayah, as such, a great pick. Like it a lot. Think the itemization changes have made her a lot stronger than she used to be in the past as well. And can still opt into a Rakan here if you want to do so. Keep that Annie mid. Definitely a possibility.
Yeah. It's part of the reason why Annie gets picked early on red is her flexibility. Even the Sejuani as well. You never know. Maybe that'll just go back in the mid lane. But I would kind of doubt it unless, you know, Life Esports tee them up for a free counter matchup or something like that. But yeah, the Akali you were mentioning seems like a pretty strong ban against the player Zeka. So that is going to be taken away. Renekton and Jax off the board. So they're saying, okay, go ahead, pick Azir. We'll take Gnar.
Yeah, you are for Azir here. You do, with that, you do give away where your Annie is going. So you can also blind top lane and say, hey, Morgan, you're going to take a hit, might get countered here, might be playing into an awkward matchup, but generally Kingen hasn't really been the, I will pick a carry and make your life hell. Kingen is more the, you know, the Gnar, the tanks, previously when it was meta, the Aatrox.
Here it comes.
Yep, there is the Azir, and now it's going to be Gnar.
No, the Gnar.
Yeah. Gnar and Victor. All right, now that's what we're doing, Gnar Victor?
Yeah, I think so.
That's better.
Kassadin, okay. We have seen how insane it can be in the late game, especially if you're kind of given a free road to it. Not the easiest early game against Azir, but what he provides later on, obviously going to be very strong. You do lose some early prio, but again, the trade-off is very nice.
And the only downside is you are playing another melee character into Xayah, but Kassadin does have the type of threat where even just jumping on top of Xayah forces her to ultimate, and then you can get out of the feathers and try and follow up later. So yeah, this is no surprise.
A big sigh of King, and he's like, okay, I'll play the Gnar again. Wow, the insta-lock Camille from Morgan. No hesitation.
I'm kind of feeling the Brionne draft here. Actually think it's quite strong. You have incredible tools for engaging. You have a good 2v2 on the top half of the map. Camille and Sejuani are very, very strong. Decent amount of range. The one downside is that the tools that you have to reliably deal with this Kassadin are going to be very reliant on how's your game state. Like, is Camille going to be in a good place?
Yeah.
But they do have a ton of CC, right? And they have Xayah, who is very survivable. So I kind of like the Brionne draft here. It is a draft that when you do fall behind can run into a lot of issues where what we've seen before, where you don't really have the damage to try and stand up against some of the more obnoxious champions that we have. And Hanwha do still have Kassadin, and even though I think the tools are okay, having the tools to deal with Kassadin and actually dealing with Kassadin are two very different things.
She's calling for a Viper Lucian carry. Well, it's not going to happen here in game one. She's playing Zeri, the other viable AD carry.
Hey, look at that. You know which animate it is? No, you don't.
Let me guess.
Take a guess. I've talked to you
Spy
about
X
it a lot.
Family.
No.
Oh, what?
No.
I was like pretty sure I was going to get it right.
No, it was a Chainsaw Man again.
Again?
Yeah, different characters.
Is there any other anime that people watch? Because I only see Chainsaw Man.
There's a ton, but Chainsaw Man's really good. One day, maybe Veldis will watch it, and then he will know.
I don't know, man.
But not this day.
Might have to have an anime discussion here in this game if both these teams give us 20 minutes again.
They will. Which
could definitely happen in this matchup, guys. Should be a fun one. Let's jump onto the rift for game number 1. All right, here we go. Game number 1 of match 53.
Veldis.
Yes.
When will First Blood happen in this game? Don't get fooled.
Well,
it's not level 1.
It's not going to happen here.
No.
I'm not going to get fooled. There's probably the one guy in Twitch chat who was like, oh, right now. No. And he has stun. They're going to flash on him.
Nope.
Nope. Not going to happen now. Okay. I actually have to put a little bit of thought into this.
There's a couple of windows. It's not first. It's never first dragon.
No, I don't think so. I'm gonna say 15:23.
So it's like a second Herald fight.
15 minutes, 23
so
seconds.
We handshake first Herald and Drake, and then we get a fight where one person will die, and then the other team will peel off, and then they will peel off and be like, "Okay, you can have it."
All right, 1-0.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I like the 15-20. I'll stick with it. I'll follow you on that one.
Really?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I can be the guy that's like, oh, I'll do 15-21, but I'd rather join you and see how right we are collectively. Because otherwise, I get an unfair advantage for going first.
Chronicler, life is a competition.
Well, I'm not winning.
You must compete with me.
I'd rather not, Veldis.
Please compete with me.
You know I'm a cooperative board game.
Unless we're playing Dune.
Well, we don't play Dune anymore.
Yeah, we don't play Dune anymore. At least I don't.
No, I do tend to get a bit frustrated. That's
okay.
I'd never take it out of
Spirit
anyone
Islands.
else. We will. Eventually, when we don't have to watch every single LCK game. Which, fortunately, is still a fair amount away, because the amount of games that we have, we're just over the halfway point, and we're starting to see somewhat crystallize which teams are going to end up going where. But
yeah,
there's still possibility for change. Like the last week, like week 8, 9, generally things are kind of set in stone.
Generally. Sometimes, you know, it can be a little bit more interesting. Here comes Umpty. Might be able to push Clid off of the Wolves, but I don't think that, especially with your Kassadin here, like there's not much that Clid can do.
No.
So he's like, okay, well, you can take my Wolves, I guess. Well, maybe not, actually. He's going to wrap around here. Maybe just trying to protect his Gnar on the top side, as Kingen is about to go mini.
Oh, like I love this from Clid. This is really, really cool.
It's a very safe play. You're delaying your bottom clear. As oh boy.
Well, now it just isn't going to happen.
Yeah.
So still, a great pathing from Clid. Really
Works
like
out
this
in this case.
Oh, Kingen. Missed cannon.
Because there are times where he does that and then Umpty just backs away, but I guess the wave was stacking up in the top side,
yeah,
so
it was,
he had to just play it safe.
Yeah, it was somewhat telegraphed, and yeah, Clid's going to be somewhat behind in this clear, only picks up boots, and might get double scuttled with the mid prior, although they do have prio for Viper and Life, so hopefully they can help him secure that objective. We do see the ping for Umpty going down, but even if that's the case, if Bro don't get off to an early snowball, Bahama Life are going to be very happy just taking the slow game as we get a heal from Hannah. I was going to say trade heals, but Life holding onto his.
Yeah. Effort has the Ignite, so if they ever get to a spot where they feel comfortable to engage, they can use that for an aggressive play. The cleanse taken here by Viper, pretty strong, especially when you're playing into Annie and Sejuani.
Yeah.
And even in some scenarios, you know, like a root from the Xayah, but oftentimes not going to be used in that case. So Chainsaw Man. So what's so good about Chainsaw Man exactly?
So it is a very fun action anime with a bit of gore in its most basic sense.
Makes sense.
But it has some really cool underlying themes. I don't really want to go into too much depth because, you know, I don't want to spoil too much, but it's a lot more gritty than many of the other animes. Characters are very well developed.
Is it like teenage angst grit, or is it like actually interesting?
No. I wouldn't say so. I have somewhat... Well, initially it might seem that way, but I don't think that it actually is the case. Okay. There is a lot more depth to it than you might initially surmise. Is Clid gonna not be spotted there on his way out? And the animation and whatnot is really, really good.
Okay.
Good pitch.
Nice.
Will that get you? Get you to watch?
No, it won't.
Okay, well that's unfortunate.
Yeah, well...
But you can see with the amount of
this
life?
is hilarious, actually. I mean, this is a lot of damage that Effort's actually taking. So annoying. Effort's like, I'm going to trade it back, but at the end of the day, Lulu definitely very strong in these kind of annoying spots where you get a bunch of autos off.
It's actually quite big. Does he make it back in time for the cannon? Aw, he doesn't. That's unfortunate, because he did go for the tankier variant, right? Going for the relic shield here to stay alive a lot better. It does mean that, unfortunately, he won't get a lot of gold from making sure that Effort was harassed away there, but you're still going to be able to get a free shove here. Might set up for a possible free back into a dragon if they do want to go into that direction. Not going to be the case, at least for now. Zeka is like, yeah, no, I'm level 6, I'm casting, I'm fine.
Yeah, just trying to clear that wave.
Doesn't have TP though.
Umpty, okay, he is going to ward this just to play it safe. Umpty is not level 6. And yeah, as you mentioned, no TP, so he's going to swap over to the heal.
Well, that's... Yeah, it's pretty important.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of damage trying to force that heal out, and Zeka's just going to use it so he can farm. Pretty funny scenario here under this turret, but Karis, again, I mean, this is what he's going to do. It's his ear in this matchup. It's a free lane for him. As now it'll be a cannon wave at least, and he'll back.
And I'm very happy. Yeah, I'm very happy to see Brion and Umpty actually play with that pressure, because you're always going to have prior in this matchup, even post-6. The range advantage is there, and Zeka, especially with this rune setup, is not going to have any kill threat up until a much, much later point is played.
Oh, hello. He's just coming in here thinking about a steal, but Karis a little bit too scary. Meanwhile, bot side trade, no heal available for Henna. So just going to have to accept the unfortunate trade.
Cleanse did get used there by Viper, so now a possible gank in window, but good early dragon take. As mentioned, I still favor the Hanwha Life comp when it comes to scaling, because they have Cassidy and Zeri, which both are incredible, but Brion does have the type of composition where if Hanwha misstep later in the game, they do have a very short range composition, so over-investing on trying to kill Henna can then be met by Effort, and Kara is doing a great job of zoning, as Life is a very annoying Lulu. It's doing a really good job.
That's what you gotta do, as many autos as possible. That's where strength comes from, especially early on in a lane like this. So a 22 CS gap in the bottom lane at this moment in time, and Zeka's Kassadin here is not really falling behind at all, right? You go for the unsealed, so you gain access to more defensive summoners in the lane alongside of your teleports, and you just go for the catalyst, and eventually you just, you know, you get there. You're able to stabilize in the lane.
And despite Clid going down fairly hard in the CS department, is able to pick up the Herald here. So it will indeed be that trade that we talked about, with the early Drake going over to Bro, and then the Herald going over to Hanwha. And Viper and Life also cognizant of this fact that there doesn't seem to be a contest coming through, as King and... this is a...
there's a ward
there. Yeah. Does need to play very respectful. Still doesn't have the Meganar available, as now 6 has been hit for Viper and Life, or for Viper, at least Life getting close.
Yeah.
Which does provide some opportunity.
I mean,
but I don't know if we'll actually use it.
I think, you know, they'll continue poking and being annoying and trying to like edge a small lead in the bottom lane, but I doubt that Viper and Life go all in unless Effort like misses Tibbers or something like that. But we'll have to wait and see if our first blood timing is correct. Again, the timing that we guessed at the beginning of the game was 15 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yeah, important to keep a note on that timer. Also, the Kassadin timer, that one is a no-brainer.
That's an easy one.
That is an easy one.
Let's see, our latest first blood in spring was 19 minutes and 42 seconds. It was, can you guess which teams were in that game?
It was the same two teams?
No, but one of them was there.
It was Brion and D+.
It was Brion against a different team.
Guangdong?
No. It's a team you're probably not going to guess.
Sandbox?
Yep.
That's wild.
Brion versus Sandbox.
Yeah,
Karis took down Willer at 19 minutes and 42 seconds.
I didn't know until you said like that you wouldn't expect something like that. That means it's
yeah.
Nongshim or Sandbox. But Nongshim is still too obvious. Thank you.
So that's another timer we're looking to be, you know, little record. We expected this to be very passive early on between these two teams, so we'll see if we can make some new records for spring 2023. Karis made a name for himself in Challengers on Azir.
He did.
You would know better than I on this topic, Chronicler.
He was. We were actually talking about this a few days back. It's insane to me that that lineup, which was had both Karis, Envy, and Kyle on it, that it turned out that Karis, out of those three players, with how up until last year, it was like, okay, Kyle's the best out of those three. And now it's like, well, Envy actually has stepped it up. Not necessarily catapulting himself to the top of the 80 standings at all, but still a really big turnaround of what was a disastrous last split in spring 2022. And then also just a disastrous first game. No, we're not at 15 minutes yet. We can't.
Yeah, he's like, I want to start something. I'm like, dude, we talked about this. 15 minutes.
We know the rules.
15 minutes, no rush.
We knew this was going to happen as well. Like, it's the most... both of these two teams love it. They both are very happy to opt into this. We also, outside of Chemtech, have a fair amount of good dragons that are available here for a soul.
Are they going to fight now? I mean, Rift Herald is coming down. Zeka trying to get some golds. Pretty nice for him. And he's just going to back out of there, of course. There's a good amount of warding here behind Hamalife that they would really love to clear out before any attempts at getting onto the streak.
I would let this one go, Hanwha. If you look at the spikes, Karis and Henna both hitting their mythic spike early on.
Yeah, he already has Leandri's.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah, so they can let it go. Very good. Everything going according to plan here, Valdez. Is that your Vega laugh? Or your
That's my evil witch laugh.
Evil witch, everything going according to plan
yes,
laugh?
my evil villain laugh. Except I'm also an old witch.
If you could be a villain, would it be an old witch?
Probably not, actually. I didn't think about that.
You'd see more of the old mage.
Yeah, I could do that, for sure.
Actually, well, not Veigar specifically. Veigar is a little bit too crazy.
Just an old, corrupted mage
yeah.
that, you know, like, he used to be part of the guild and part of, like, you know, he was like the king's sidekick,
and then
like
he played
the head
too much solo
archmage.
queue, and he got slowly corrupted by the depths.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
It happens to the best of us, you know. As this mid lane is, you know, we talk about what Azir can do, but this is pretty obnoxious, right? Like, Karis is doing a great job. He has Leandri's, so the poke is just even more annoying. As, again, Kingan's going to be safe because of his great warding. Zeka, you know, he's keeping up in terms of CS, but look at this. 3 plates is now Karis in a little bit of trouble. Just going to push away Devi as just a flash over the wall could do it. The Sedge ult comes in and Zeka just avoids it. As first blood at 13:56. That was pretty close, but that one is going to go into the hands of Hamalife Esports, and an assist going into the hands of Kassadin.
Very nice early pickup here for Zeka. Going to be able to accelerate him to a decent amount, even though he didn't end up getting the kill. We'll now get his World of Ages at 14 minutes. So in 10 minutes, that level 16 power spike going to seem very attainable, particularly if you can also hit the tier, which by that point should be no problem. It's really straightforward. Karis takes a shot and then gets hit by Vi. And even with Umti in the general vicinity, the lockdown and damage is more than enough. Umti alone can't actually get anything done. And what is really interesting is that, as we see here, despite being up at that point, I think 20 CS, Clid is still a level up. And this is something that we have seen many a time with the power of soaking XP off of lanes and getting an early kill. You can, in this case, even cement a lead. Like, not just staying even, which was up until that point, but now Clid going to be ahead, and it's going to feel very bad for Didn't
they nerf comeback XP, or is that 13.4?
Yeah, no, that's the net. Well, they're trying to do.
Or is that like 13.5?
No, 13.4 definitely has some of that. Because, yeah, the jungle state is a bit...
What is going on here? What are we doing? Morgan, are you going to attack him or not? How long is just going to look at the Kassadin?
So they don't know where Vi is, and Clid has his ultimate, so...
Okay, he stopped his back again.
Okay, now you do go. Okay, if they've been waiting this long, then...
Okay, go. Okay.
No.
Okay, go.
Now we need to wait for the right moment.
Okay,
I don't know.
What are we doing? Like, what is happening here? What is this stop lane?
Decided to let him live. That's the only...
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's a Kassadin, and like you said, they don't know where the Vi is.
Yeah, they had no vision.
At the end of the day, they just select to call it off. The timing of it was a little bit unfortunate.
But you got to take some risks. You can't only go for 100% choice. You're playing into Kassadin and Zeri, okay? Like, you're already falling behind, and the meta is really snowbally, and it's a mountain rift. It's a mountain soul.
Yeah, definitely, I think, you know, just a little bit of what Brion struggle with, right? They need to be more aggressive in certain situations like this. I mean, it's currently 1-0, 16.5 minutes in. The Kassadin is farming freely, even got an assist. And Bro do have these 2 early Drakes. That's the one thing that's gone well for them in this game. So perhaps off of this, they can try to snowball into a bit of something. But you can see that they're already down even more than 2,000 gold at this point. So it's going to be a bit rough for them to come back. Because now they're... Okay, so now is down here on the bottom side trying to set up for this Drake, I suppose.
Yeah, but you don't have Camille, so you can't actually kill Kassadin now.
Yeah.
Particularly with Exhaust, like, it's not...
Kassadin, you know, Kassadin looks really cool.
This is a great Kassadin skin.
Yeah, you just gotta watch and learn.
Oh,
sometimes.
did you see a new skin line?
Astronaut?
No, not for, like in general. It's like, I don't know what it is. It's like corrupted, like evil church. It's really
evil church.
Yeah, it's like Elden Ring meets. You have to check it out. It looks amazing.
Okay, all right, here we go. The flash Annie right on top of the Gnar. Doesn't matter. It's mini Gnar, and Bro finally pulled the trigger. Nicely done, as Morgan in a bit of trouble here. He's just going to get blown up, as was thinking about wrapping around, but does not go in onto that one. Keep in mind, guys, Kassadin is not here with no teleport. This is a 4v5 in favor of Homalife, or rather Bro, but they elect not to go in onto this one. Homalife a bit scary, and they could have the Kassadin flanking from behind, as is actually happening now. As here comes the Sejuani, but it's already a little bit late. They're able to stop the Rift Herald push at least.
Need to prioritize the Dragon here on Homalife. The one win condition that Brion still have that is surefire is if they are able to get themselves to Soul Point, limiting any of the map movements that you can make later on. So definitely going to be a contest here. Kingen has joined the fray. Teleport coming in here. This is a must-win for Hanwha.
Definitely is. Kingen is very close to that Mega Gnar. And look at the positioning as well of Zeka. He was just pushing out mid, or at least trying to, as this one is getting lower and lower. Mega Gnar threat is here, as in he goes. Gonna knock the Azirian. They try to blow up the Azir, and they do. As Cars will be the first to go down, but the Xayah value, pretty huge. The Feathers able to be pulled back for Henna, and they can't get on top of him, as the buy here, Clid, will be able to take down the Drake at the very least. As Imigo gonna pull the trigger there. Massive wild growth on 4 of them, as eventually the Xayah does get taken out. No more Featherstorm, no more Summoners. And so not much that Henna could do. Viper just too scary in this one, and Bro will have to back away.
Extremely pivotal fight there. If Bro are able to get that Drake, maybe get a kill on Viper, maybe get a kill on Clid, game could have looked very differently, but now this might be the game decider, and it's not that high octane, as a great pick onto a mini Gnar starts at the fight rather well. But here we see again the hesitation. Kassadin is currently shoving in bot lane.
4v3.
It's 4v3.
No
You need to
TP on
pull the
Kassadin.
trigger there.
He had
You can't
exhaust.
just sit and wait and let Kassadin take solo XP wave. Now this isn't the cleanest fight. Kingen only gets a single member.
Got the Feather Storm at least.
Yeah, well, and it ends up working out, right? Because in the elongated fight, Clit crucially holds his ultimate, then gets the smite, and then goes in for the re-engage. Really big blow-up for a player that, again, was one of, if not the worst, like actively working on such a different page from his team that was knocking people out of stuns, right? Like in week number 1. And now, pivotal picks, snowballing the entire map, getting the crucial smite, because if this fight goes the way it does, but Bro still gets soul point, I don't love their game state, but it still feels a lot more manageable, right? Like, particularly against Hanwha Life's comp, who have an incredible amount of burst. Getting a Mountain Soul is going to feel amazing, and now that is not even remotely a thought that you can entertain. So things looking very bad for Brion here, Valdez, and looking up for Hanwha Life, actually playing a more proactive game as well, which for them, I think, is kind of a necessity with the strength of this roster, but they haven't always been able to do that.
Yeah, and now with the Kassadin, I mean, Zeka does not even have the completed rod yet, but he's already level 14 and 4 minutes away. So he's just going to be in a side lane and already is going to be a threat because of how well he has been able to get through this early game. So they can easily just kind of 1-3-1. Obviously, Morgan will eventually be able to overpower the Gnar in the side lane, but I'm not sure if we'll even get to that place in the game, as Kingen is going to face check onto the Sejuani. Umpty is very far away from his team, though, as they will actually ult onto Sedge, trying to get down Umpty here as he's taking a ton of damage, and the Vi damage even coming through, breaking the armor of that Sejuani. And Bro was not able to get in position to actually help him out. So free kill onto the enemy jungler for Hanwha Life Esports.
And they did have to invest teleports. Zeka teleporting there at the beginning, Kara's teleporting at the end, but Zeka has Spellbook, so he can swap out that teleport and doesn't really have to care. But for Bro, it is a valuable summoner that takes away a lot of their map pressure with Azir no longer having that available. And again, Hanwha Life, very, very decisive. As, ooh, no effort. Not gonna fall for it, it looks like. But that just means that Zeka gets like another wave. Right, like Clit is covering for him really, really well. Like he covered for Kingen at the start of the game. And Zeka is, I'm pretty sure, getting closer and closer to that level 15. And then all he needs to do is wait, like what, a minute and a half? And then he'll be looking at the level 16 smoothest Kassadin curve that we've seen in a while. And here, it's the confidence. Hanwha Life know that they're up a substantial amount. Umpty is too far forward without the rest of his team.
And Clit's so fed, so he's actually doing a significant amount of damage
really
as
is.
well to Umpty.
And Vi, with Denting Blows and a Black Cleaver first, is one of the picks that can reliably chew through a Sejuani's armor. And Umpty is also going for Warmux first, which is good in longer fights, is good in poke wars. But as a first item into a team with a ton of raw damage isn't working out, especially if you get snowballed against. Saving Grace is Hannah just picked up the quick plates. That's a big spike for the Xayah, but the game state right now is looking so dire that I don't think it's really going to matter, Valdez.
And, you know, that fight was basically without fed Kassadin, so just give it a couple of minutes. I mean, take a look. We're about to hit, Zeka just hit 15 in the side lane, so he's about to get 16. Get your clocks ready, guys, because
it's about time.
It's about to happen. And, I mean, that might, they're doing such a great job with pushing the side lanes here, and Bro look pretty lost, to be honest, at this moment in time. They're kind of just hanging around mid, waiting for this Drake to spawn, but they're losing so much. I mean, what's going on up here? Just losing wave after wave.
Oh.
Zeka's going to get more free farm.
Yeah, and he's TP. Like, he can join this fight.
Yeah.
You have a very short window before Kassadin is 16. You gotta try and Hail Mary this.
I think he's going to get it right before, like right as he TP's in. The timing, there it is! Actually, right as he gets in, as the smite this time does go the way of Umpty. Can they win the fight, though, is the question. Bro on the run, down goes Morgan, as the zap is over the top. Nice little stun onto Clid, trying to save them. And Zeka's not going to be able to stop 4 people, as Kingen really trying to force this Mega Gnar in, but the kiting power of Bro is still there with the Azir and the Xayah. Unfortunately, not going to help them win this fight.
And now is Hanwha. Try and go for this Baron. You still have the turn availability. You have a level 16 casting. You have double smite as well. Looking good here.
Yeah, Kingen just going to TP back into this one. He does not have Mega Gnar, as this could be a lot of damage. Tibber's also going to go in here. It doesn't look like HaMaLife want to go for the Baron, though, as a nice little sweep, but Karis is all alone in that backline. Meanwhile, look at Zeka just trying to terrorize the backline of Bro. He gets two, has a stopwatch, and Umpty is not going to be able to get the flail into him, as now Morgan comes back straight into the arms of Kingen, as, oh, very nice read. Gonna get in there with the hook shot on top of Viper and take him down. So Bro at least able to stop the Baron on what is a pretty messy fight.
Was a very messy fight. We see that in the pit, HaMaLife still needs to respect the damage that comes through, and this is where the earlier Drake comes in big, because if this is a soul, might change the scape of the fight. Not going to be the case, and instead HaMaLife very happy to play this extremely aggressively, try and utilize the power spike. But then here, we do actually have Clid being very low as, oh, okay, Kingen. That's
Kingen,
flash use as well.
Sheepish grin. I do not know how that happened. Was he trying to last hit the turret, I think, and
might
then
have
took too much damage?
And then got 1v1 by Sedge. Yeah, I do think.
Otherwise, like, how do you die to Sejuani at this point?
Well, I'll have you know, Veldus, that this was considered a counter pick when now. No. Yeah, it's what we expected.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
he goes back in. Oh.
Gave him the emote, at least.
You gotta.
It's the least you can do after that.
Game state is still incredible for Hanwha, but you can't just keep throwing over kills for free. The Brian composition is still quite strong in straight-up front-to-back team fights. I just don't know how Brian are ever going to answer Kassadin, but if they get to the next Drake and they can flip it in their favor, game's not unwinnable, Veldus. It's extremely hard. And HaMaLife is in a great spot here with the amount of sideline pressure they have, with Viper getting closer to his quick blades, but still, there is a way here. And Brian, we know, never give up.
Yeah, never give up. They will kind of hold the phalanx for quite a while. I liken them to a turtle.
They really are.
Kind of what I see when I look at Brian as a team. Umpty is the head, of course. And the rest of the team is the shell. That's it. That's all I had.
Oh yeah, I thought there was going to be more.
No, that was the end.
That's
it. And, also, their team color is green. Pretty clear to me. Either way, they're going in onto effort. He is in a bit of trouble. He's on the run, but immediately just gets blown up by one rip walk. A little combo there from Zeka. Trades a bit of damage back. Tibber's pretty strong nowadays, as he has received some buffs, but that is now a dead effort.
Just make sure you turn. I don't want you to fight in close range.
Mega Gnar is going to get the Sejuani. Again, they do tons of damage to him, but Scott Warmonts is going to look to regen it, but they're not quite letting him. Kingen taking a huge beating from the front line of Bro. Karis still in this pit. Umpty gets in, but the smite is not there, as it is a nice try from Bro to get the steal, and could have been flipped rather, but at the end of the day, Umpty is also going to go down, and Bro are on the run. As Morgan in a bit of trouble, just going to flash away and stay alive.
See the confidence of Hanwha. Second objective in a row. This one, if that goes the other way, you might lose the game. That one was not as... I wasn't as happy about that one as the one that they found on bot side. That one was completely okay, because, as mentioned, even if you do lose, you can win the subsequent fight. This is a straight-up flip. Although I don't know if Zeka still had smite, actually. That might be the reason why they do end up going for it nonetheless. Because
probably does.
Yeah, if he and Clid communicate, so we should look out, then there is no risk, right? And Umpty should never be able to if they count it down. Very straight, yeah. Ooh, I'm not sure. Might have been Umpty instead. But in that case, you have double smite, and then you're completely fine. Should have checked beforehand, but I'm sure the desk will mention that if that's the case. But now you did get it, and now you get a second Drake, and now you can break open the base, and should be fine from there on out. The one downside that this composition has is that it has very low range, and Baron really alleviates those issues.
Absolutely does. Allows them, especially with the lead that they have, it's basically 9,000 gold here, they can kind of just dive. The only thing they have to be careful about is, of course, the draft of Bro does allow them to kite really well. Like Zaya Azir, once again, is just really good. The question is, do they have the money? Do they have the items to actually fight off how far ahead Life Esports is at this point in time? That does remain to be seen. As Life Esports Clid on Vision, looking to potentially dive here onto this mid tier 2. Just going to take it down for now. Henna trying to frontline here. They're trying to get his Featherstorm out, and they will. So now that is a big ultimate down.
Big cooldown already gone. Wouldn't mind Kingen being parked in the side lane here. They do have a wave pushing up top side and getting free waves crashing in. Could be very nice, but there is a lot of hard engage available for Brion. And by playing a 4-1, you're playing it a little bit safer. Less risk to get singled out as an individual member.
Zeka, of course, level 18 now, so he's just over the wall, and then he's back over the other side.
Void stuff as well, but Brion, 30 seconds on the Baron buff, haven't lost an inhib yet.
Yeah. As you mentioned,
this game's going to 40 minutes. I don't know why I'm...
It is.
I don't know why I'm like...
Life Esports, they're really far ahead, but they're also very safe, you know? This is something we talked about early on. They're not going to take any unnecessary risks. They're just going to say, okay, well, we're winning. We got the first Baron. Let's beat them on the second Baron. How does that sound?
Yeah, we could have used those waves early. Are we still at Baron buff? No. Could have broken open the base. No.
No.
They're also still 2 Drakes away from actually getting the soul. Now, if they do get soul, they will never die. Because they will have 4 Drakes. 4 Mountain Drakes. Mountain Soul is pretty revolting. And I don't know if there's an amount of damage that Brion can muster that's enough. Even with Void Stuff being picked up, Henna surely going for a Lord Dominic's next. I don't know if that allows you to really get through Clid and Kingen. We're gonna find out. Maybe if we do that. I don't know what to say.
Eventually, yeah, we'll get there.
Maybe we'll probably get to an Elder Flip somehow in this game. Veldes. Brion are still defending.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to get on top of the Kassadin, even if Zeka does go in the base. He's more of like a living ward that can move. And Viper has gone for this very lifesteal heavy build where you can just battle in the face. And especially if you're ahead, you basically don't die because you just have so much lifesteal and survivability. You've got shields. You also have Lulu behind you that has Mikhail's. You have Cleanse yourself. So you've got double Cleanse. You have Shield Bow and Bloodthirster plus the Quick Blades already at this point. So kind of unkillable. Just basically go wherever you want. And Kingen has gone into the side lane as you were hoping for, Chronicler. So here he is.
Yep. Off on his own. As they are going to go for a back. Good timings here on the back. Want to make sure that you're in position for the Drake. With the amount of gold lead that you have and the amount of map control that you have, there should never ever be a flip. Bro should not be allowed to walk up to this dragon. If Amti is within a, let's say, I don't know, one Zeri escape away from, at any point, from the Dragon Pit, things have gone horribly wrong. But let's see to what extent Life's going to be able to actually go for this, because they are moving more across the map. We are seeing some movement towards the Baron, which also spawns in about 30 seconds. But there is a definitive window for Brion, even if Life do go for the Baron, where they might be able to sneak away. And I think that giving up a Mountain Soul, no matter what you get, unless it's the Nexus, is a trade that you're going to regret in the long run when you're Hanwha.
Saw a little setup there with effort and a control ward. I was thinking maybe that was going to be their angle, but yeah, it's pretty rough.
Okay, very good. Not taking any risks. We're setting up textbook play, Veldes. Textbook.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like, it feels like I am reading a textbook right now.
This is a slower, more civil. This is a slower type of League of Legends, Veldes, from a more civilized age, okay?
Yeah.
But just not in a rush.
Henna's getting a bit frisky. has. Okay, they're trying to get the wraparound here onto Clit, but he's incredibly tanky at this point. He has tons of armor and MR with the item choices he's gone for, also Merc Treads, so it's not like you can easily 100-0 him. He also has 2 Mountain Drakes.
It's so. Vi with, I'm pretty sure he has Unflinching, Merc Threads,
look at his armor.
Frozen Hard.
233 armor.
He has Frozen Hard.
49.
And he has all the health from Force and Black Cleaver, and then he has 2 Drakes.
He's about to get a 3rd one.
He will. Yeah, resistances are going to be very funny.
Remember when we were like, they really should have gone on to Zeka when he was level 11? Here comes Mecha Tibbers. Just scouting it out. Zeka says, no, you know what? I'd rather not take that full. He's fine. He's at full build at this point.
Kessin is 170 armor and 120 MR.
Yeah. 3rd Mountain Drake collected.
It's like 3.5k health as well.
Yeah.
Huh.
Eventually, like, Hum Life Esports, they
eventually will surely win this game.
They probably could just press their buttons and run it, bro.
They can.
But they're not that team, you know? They're not going to make that insane risk.
They're not about that life.
They're not about that life.
No.
You got to live your truth, you know? As here we go. That is the flank onto effort. He just disappears as Pingen is lining up the Mega Nuggets. 3 into the wall, and this is going to be the end of the game, ladies and gentlemen, as Karis is trying desperately to just kite it back, but not meant to be. Morgan here going to go down eventually. He also took tons of damage, gets chased down here by the Kassadin as the rest of the team's going to push mid. And now there's only 2 guys here. Karis still alive, will hold on in desperation.
Clean game across the board for Hanwha Life here. Individual, Kingen didn't have the best in our game, got caught out once. Had some ults that were kind of whatever, but outside of that, you know, can't really fault him for it. Was there when his team needed it most. And Clit, Viper, and Zeka getting it done in this one.
Oh, man. Well, they're just bullying the Annie at this point. As happy Bumblebee for Viper, he's got to feel happy about this game, even though he was not necessarily the guy picking up the kills. As well, they're actually waiting for Henna to respawn. They're going to go for it now. 37 minutes is the time. Hanwha Life Esports take a very clean game number 1.
And in the end, we joke around a little bit, but as mentioned, for Hanwha, getting a 2-0 is pivotal here. 2-0 means that they will remain in the running. They have a very laid-back start of round 2. They're facing some of the weaker teams, so this is where you should get all the wins that, for a team of this caliber, should come easily. Play it calm, play it collected, get your 2-0s while you can, so that when you take on KT, when you take on D+, you take on those West Side teams, you're in a position where you have a bit of a buffer, and you're not suddenly going to drop out of playoffs near the end of the running, because if Hanwha somehow don't make playoffs, that'd be somewhat boggling with the players that they have.
Somewhat boggling indeed. It's going to be Boggle City over here if they don't make it. And yeah, I mean, seems like they're in a pretty good spot to make it. I think that they're lacking a little bit of killer instinct, you know, just, okay, we're in a really good spot here. Let's really try to push the envelope. This is where we can win. This is how we're going to win. They're more so like, oh, we're very good at getting this lead. And then, you know, we'll just, you know, slowly take it over as we push in with you know, second Baron or something like that. Nice little setup in the last fight. You know, at least they set up a lack of vision and a nice little flank there, so it wasn't all just, okay, we got to wait for the objectives, but...
Yeah, could have also done that, like, halfway through this graph.
Exactly.
And that's from a team of this caliber, they got the win. They should get the win. But the pace is somewhat worrying if you're a big fan of Hanwha.
There's always stuff to improve on for any of the teams in the world. Hanwha Life Esports are going to get a pretty quick game number 1. Pretty clean is what I meant to say, not that quick. Either way, guys, it is a 1-0 here for HLE. We'll be back after the break, and we'll have the space as well.
없고.
써줄게. 나 이거 볼게. 나 위칼 있어. 힐줄게. 카밀 변이 나.
카밀.
카밀 변이. 나 2초. 얘 카밀
카밀 봐줘야 돼.
마지막 2 쓰긴 했어. 예.
튕겼어.
변이. 솔로했다.
밀타 밀자 우리.
들어가. 아지로 공 없어.
텔타 올게 이거.
끝내자.
여자.
나 미카엘도 있어. 대전이.
피까지 살고 끝내.
나
10초 애니.
형이 그냥
나오면
텔로 오던지.
아니야 이거 바로 칠게. 아지르 들어오면 변이 넣어줄게 바로.
아지를
타워 쳐줘. 아래 타워 쳐줘. 제리라서 나 다른 사람 다 쳐줘야 돼. 아지르 노공이야 이거.
나 밀 수 있어.
테단 타워 잡아. 나 변이 없다 5초. 미카엘 있어. 앞으로 가도 돼.
나공 5초.
맞아. 야 노공 힐용으로.
펜타각인데 이거?
그래?
막 보이지?
뭐 30초를 기다려.
20초 남았는데? 20초 기다리자.
해볼까?
15초로 안 돼. 막 보이지?
그래 먹어라.
끝내라 얘들아.
나이스. 나 웨이.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. After Humble Life Esports were able to take down Bro, although I think it would be insulting to Glaciers to say that it was glacially paced. Gentlemen, let's jump into the draft here, as I thought it was quite intelligent that Humble Life Esports went for a very late game style of draft.
I'm not as happy with the draft we saw on the side of Brion because the Zeri first pick really weakens this Annie pick. So usually on red side, you want to pick this Annie as a flex when there is a pushing bottom lane, so you can use that as a defensive tool against potential dives while you're weak siding bottom, or potentially flex at mid. It's very obvious it's going to be a weak pick into a Zeri lane when the Zeri is picked early. Didn't like the Xayah pairing here. Just felt like Brion didn't really have a good plan. They knew the champions that are meta and good, but didn't know exactly how they wanted to use them.
I mean, absolutely, like, I agree 100% totally with you. The thing is, like, the Xayah with the pairing with the Annie, like, completely didn't really make sense. At the same time, the Zeri Lulu is just, like, higher value, and just, like, the tier list as a, like, no matter what, is just higher. And also, if you go 4-5, and since, like, Brion is, like, no matter what, they're gonna be kind of weaker, and their snowball was not clean. So, like, they picking Azir when Kazan is up, their snowball was absolutely really, really bad in the middle game, and the Azir pick was, like, just going through, and apparently the result was like just cannot be good.
Yeah, it was a bit of a disaster. I actually, I was a little bit worried seeing the Annie pick, just because we've seen Annie Draven be so good.
Yeah, if you wanted to flip the narrative and actually play a strong side bottom with the Annie, you could do that, but they didn't. They picked Xayah, so...
But it's Brion, so there's a reason why they made that choice. Let's jump into our first highlight here, though, as the game, you know, started, and then we got to this moment here where Bro were fighting for this soul point. And if they had have got it, this game could have looked different.
Yeah, I mean, they TP behind, but they still haven't figured out like where they exactly casting. They still haven't released the oppressor from the behind. The thing is, like, here, just Gnar just jump in, and they didn't use any spells, and then just Karska just popped. And that was like really, really bad when Azir has a flash and ulti, everything's up, and just not able to make a counter attack against just Gnar pressing just 2 buttons.
It feels like Brion are playing really scared. And yeah, that's kind of their MO. That's kind of how they've always been as a team. But they're just super slow to pull the trigger. And even in moments like this, like, you're still here, you lost your Azir, but you're not actually turning. You're just kind of waiting to get engaged on and then walking away. It just felt like there was never really any game plan there. And 100% Karis has to flash to turn that fight. He doesn't. They should leave immediately. They stay longer, do nothing, and then lose more.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like they're just like, hopefully their enemy team is just bad. But we
yeah,
just,
exactly.
Like, that's not working.
It's frustrating to watch, unfortunately, when they're just kind of sitting there going, I hope they mess it up. And Anwa did not.
But see, be happy. That's it.
It is, it's a little bit of a sad situation. There was a lot of sort of waiting for things to potentially happen during this game, and then those things eventually not happening. What did happen was Kassadin got to level 16 without dying even one time. Let's jump into our next highlight here, as this is the fight around the Baron, where Umpty does get into the pit, but the smite is very early, and honestly, it felt a little bit too little and too late.
It's really bizarre, the positioning that Brion are in here around the Baron pit. Like, effort is just left out to dry here. Unfortunately, it's a really nice catch for HLE. And then something Huni and I were talking about during the game itself is the contest angle here is so strange for Brion. Instead of trying to play around the right side of the pit with Azir soldiers and burning with Leandries, they wrap all the way around here. So by the time Umpty can actually come in for a smite contest, he's already super low. So when he goes in, there's no follow-up turn. He just has to flash out. Could have maybe tried to win the fight afterwards, even losing this 50-50 if they were in better position, but they're simply not, and they have to just walk away. So once again, just Brion not quite in position to do what this composition wants to do.
I mean, the first thing is like Brion, they just need to, no matter what, get the feedback for the next game. It's like their lack of the decisive enough, and in the sequence, like they actually need to think of, like, in the microseconds that they're actually just lacking up right now again, like compared to HLE, because like HLE, they're way more decisive enough, like compared to even before this week, or like from the, known as their performance is kind of like they're slow, like not fast, but this game was actually better. So that's how they kind of got clean win against the Brion.
And they're slow, but they make intelligent calls, and when they do decide to go in, they go in. Let's have a look who picks up the POG here. This one's actually difficult in my mind, Clid or Zeka, and we'll see who it is going to be. I'm sure it's going to be here very, very soon. Pretty sure. There it is. It's Zeka. 10-0-5 on the Kassadin. I mean, it's a bit of a no-brainer. But I thought the Vi did more stuff.
I took the coward's vote. I voted for Zeka. I think there's definitely an angle for Clid because he controlled a lot of the early game very well and had some great smites, obviously, in those 50-50s. There might even be an argument for Kingen, although he slipped on a few banana peels.
He
slipped on a few banana peels.
Yeah, he breaks an ankle like few times. I mean, the thing is like the Zeka, I think he lane faced really, really well, even though he was getting chunked, but he was like never losing CS against the Azir. That's already like, he's already a better player than any mid laner, that's it. So, I mean, I think he really deserves as a POG.
Yeah.
He dealt with the pressure well.
I think it's difficult voting for Kassadins because they feel so inevitable when they make it to the later stages of the game. But we're going to bring up the vote here. 6 out of 11, and the rest of the votes are declared. I'm super psyched about it.
I'm happy.
I'm not going to bring up the fact that Wolf could have decided it. You guys could have decided it together to give it to Clid.
Oh well.
But
I mean, anyone deserves it.
Yeah. No, I actually think out of those two, it's absolutely fine. And do you know what I want? I want to see some early game League of Legends. I want to see some proactivity. And for that reason, I want to see Game 2. Take it away, Carsten.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As poor Clid, man, he plays so well and gets robbed that hard. Really rough to see, but it's okay. We got a second game. It's hard not to vote for the 10-0 Kassadin, I understand, but yeah. It's the way it goes sometimes. Bro is going to select the blue side to the surprise of nobody.
I'm much more confused at Atlas coming in and wanting proactive and early game gameplay. You don't go into a pizzeria and then say, hey, can I have one ramen, please? That's not how it works.
You guys sell any sushi here?
Yeah.
No.
And then they're like, yeah, we have like the one roll. Do you really want this? We are a pizzeria. And you're like, oh.
This is in the fridge for like 2 weeks. I mean, it's probably
been there for a while. I think you probably are okay. Maybe. Possibly.
Well, let's see how this draft goes. See if we see another Xayah or what is going to happen this time around. This one looks a little bit more normal in terms of the bans on either side. With blue side just banning a bunch of 80 carries and red side forced to ban a bunch of the strong junglers and Caitlyn.
Ooh.
Maybe they say, okay, we're going to leave Caitlyn because Bro doesn't play it.
And also you can Varus Karma into it.
Yeah.
So I actually wouldn't mind it if they leave open the Caitlyn here. The only thing I would not agree with is banning either the Varus or the Caitlyn, right? Yeah, this makes a lot more sense to me because then you don't give an opportunity. Now, is Bro going to copy what we saw Deep Lost do yesterday and first pick Karma? No, they're going to play Varus. And now Hanwha can go... I would prefer Caitlyn Karma.
Caitlyn Karma, yeah.
Because otherwise you run the risk of... If you just go Karma, you run the risk of effort playing support Caitlyn, which I don't think is a good look for Bro, but they can. Whereas if you go... For the Kate Karma, there isn't really any counterplay. I mean, I love Twitch. It's a great champion into specifically Aphelios, and I guess support maybe we'll get at one point sometimes.
Oh, that's questionable.
Yeah,
because Varus Karma will push this lane in a lot of the time.
And with this, the mid lane matchup becomes a lot more important to me because...
Oh boy.
Okay, so yesterday we got a masterclass in how the Bro bot lane can win this matchup. But there were two things. There was a strongly winning jungle matchup, and there was a mid lane with no prior. So that was, to me, what really pushed it over the edge. And
okay,
well,
that helps.
Hanwha, well, that helps. Yeah, that'll do it.
That definitely helps a lot.
Okay,
nice.
Clid.
This is the flavor of the month pick. Everybody who seems to pick it up seems to win. It goes very well with Caitlyn Lux, not just because of it offering priority and helping this lane out or whatever, but because of its ability to poke and its ability to sit there alongside of Lux and just throw things at your opponents. And now they're going to take away some safer mid picks from Karis.
There's the Jace Renection band coming in hot here.
Yeah.
One would expect for Brion, otherwise R4 Renekton is a possibility here for Hanwha Life, and then they can even flex that Renekton. Oh, okay. Hanwha going to ban the Renekton away themselves.
I guess they really don't want to play Renekton.
Yeah, R5 Sion does seem like a big possibility here. Do know that this also keeps open Zeka's complete champion pool, and I don't think Akali and Nidalee is a great 2v2. I don't think. No. But it's Zeka.
Yone?
Well, it's Zeka, so as I was saying, like I will accept it nonetheless, just because of yeah, there's the Yone ban.
There he goes.
Yeah, that will make a ton more sense. Now you can R4 Sion here, and Morgan, to me, is not the player that is going to be able to hard punish that. We could see a Fiora, so there definitely is a possibility if they do end up locking that one in. Gnar is harder to counter, and even though it can be done, we know the Irelia, for example, has been a great counter pick. It is a lot more all-in, and Irelia does have a very high skill floor. The team needs to be able to play around it, and with this bot lane already being as it is, I don't think you want to try and pick up a strong side top. As the Akali blind for Karis, one of his stronger individual picks. And just go Camille again here. Opts into the dive of Akali and Vi.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's going to be Jax instead. It's got also a nice matchup in Tanar, but yeah, the blind Akali we've seen be a major problem a lot of times. And now you're playing up against Zeka's Sylas. And regardless of what Chovy said in his recent interview, where he said that Akali eventually gets the better of Sylas, I feel like we've only seen Akalis get dominated by Sylas in the mid lane here at the LCK, especially when you have a jungler who can put on a lot of pressure, like Nidalee.
And the one downside for Hanwha is that they are fairly heavy on the magic damage. So if Viper doesn't snowball, they might be in trouble. But they have Cryo in mid. They will have Cryo early in top, but top lane doesn't matter that much. And Jax, as we have seen, Keen showed us this in particular, can win that matchup, but it is very reliant on actually playing it extremely well. If you miss space, Gnar has great punish potential. And then that bot lane, the shove should be there for Varus and Karma, but you cannot get hit by a single binding. We saw this yesterday. Deft and Callan were able to pull it off. They played up onto the enemy turret and never got hit, never got all in, and were completely fine. Can we see the repeat of that here? Hannah definitely has stepped it up, but I would have to see it before I believe it, Valdez.
Lord Morgan is cute. That's what that says. It's not very cute when he plays Renekton, that's just scary, but he's not playing Renekton this time, he's playing Jax. We'll see how that goes for him. Currently 1-3 on the pick, has played it 4 times though, so showing a decent amount of confidence and picking that multiple times. This comp though, you know, outside of that bottom lane is going to need some time to really have any effect on this map, whereas we could see Helma Life just run away with this one. We'll have to wait and see how this early game goes. Let's jump onto the rip for game number 2.
협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Any level 1 enjoyers?
It's okay. I'm neutral. Personally.
30초 남았습니다.
How about you? You're an always invader.
Yes.
No matter the game, you're like, oh no, we can win level 1, even when you really should not think that.
No, I do use my brain in solo queue, unlike some people. But
hey, I'm right here, Velvet.
It's okay. I mean, it can be a hard skill to attain, you know, based on the way solo queue goes sometimes.
Really, is Morgan optimistic choice of Rune going for the grass pair? Looking to...
Is green pet normal for Nidalee jungle?
Usually it's blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Interesting. I really like blue. Really, particularly with Nidalee's passive as it is, you get so much extra movement speed. You become really hard to match in terms of early rotations and in terms of being able to get ahead. And as mentioned, we saw a blueprint for this matchup yesterday. You will get shoved in on level 1. Do you think that this is where the Caitlyn and Lux can be a big threat, but as you get a couple more levels, you get access to your Q, you get a Dirk. That is when the Caitlyn Karma is expected to take control over of this lane. And Vibrant Life should be on the back foot, but if you get caught by a trap, by a binding, while poking, while shoving, or Clid finds his way towards the bot side of the map, or Zeka does, one mistake and the lane is pretty much over. The punish potential of that Caitlyn Lux lane is just kind of disgusting. And when it comes to the Effort Karma win rate, it's not looking too hot. Effort is an AD carry that we've seen had incredible amounts of success, most notably on engage supports. But Karma is a different beast.
Yeah, not much engaged there. Here comes level 2 that you were talking about. Just don't get hit by a binding and you should be fine. But again, this jungle matchup is really going to shape the way that these lanes are going to look, especially when it is a Nidalee. Clid is already in here, and he's already going to set up against the Vi, who is running straight at him over a ward.
Yeah, I think Umpty's dead.
Yeah, he looks pretty doomed here, as Umpty taking a ton of damage, not even going to flash. First blood given over to Clid, as he sets it up very nicely, and Umpty runs straight into his trap.
That's what bot lane Prior will get you. Effort and Hannah can't rotate. And particularly with no Q available, there's no way that you ever win. Vi with PTA at level 3 is actually quite strong. If you get the jump on Nidalee, you get the early PTA proc, you're able to make sure you don't get hit by the spear, then there is a possibility. But if Nidalee gets the jump on you, in our case quite literally, it's not good. It is a pretty big win here early on for the Hanwha Life jungler, and it might continue.
Uh-oh. Effort's in a little bit of trouble. No, should be okay. This is actually going to dash away. For some reason, I thought it was Life who tethered Effort when it was obviously the opposite. So, yeah, just able to walk it out. It's totally fine. Clid, again, though, just showing his face. Let's listen in.
바이 왔다?
Vi is here.
예, 밀려낼 것 같은데 이러면 그냥?
He's gonna push in here. That's it. Probably someone else on the team said nice, I would imagine. Somebody's gotta say it. You can't just get first blood and not say nice.
No, that's not allowed.
That's actually against the rules. You get fined. Not actually.
Maybe we just need to have the voice clip of Willer ready. It's gonna nice. Well, I think Willer's nicer is the best right now.
It's definitely
It's
top
up
5.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
should have an award for that as well.
You know, I might actually like that a little bit better than our current celebration award. Which is okay, but
We can swap it up.
feels a little bit forced, to be honest.
Maybe we
Nice
on the
CS from
global.
Zeka.
Maybe we on the global space can just do that. You can ask. Can we have our nice compilation?
We probably need more voice comms than we currently have, though.
Yeah, that's true. Well, okay, just giving the award to Willer every time. I'm not don't hear me complaining.
It's just like basic, you know, we didn't get any nices this week, guys, so Willer won it again.
So
Willer's currently on a 3-week streak, you know, he just keeps winning it. We didn't get any...
It's like when you keep getting the best employee of the month award, but you're also the only employee and no one else, you know, to be eligible, you actually have to sign up and no one else can be bothered.
Yeah, it's a one-person company. Life is really taking the brunt of this poke.
Yeah, Dirk's done now, so Hannah is a bit more threatening than he was previously.
Yep. They're not going for Viper, who is sticking behind the minions. Nice sidestep there. That's what you need to do against this lane. Doesn't even have boots yet. And Life is actually going to back. So here comes Clid now looking for mid. The Akali can be very slippery, but already Kara's getting pretty low. Zeka is going to hit it as Clid is just over the wall. Like, it was kind of an awkward angle. I'm not sure where he was going to, but maybe just wanted to support mid lane and make sure that
he found a trap. Gonna be enough. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe a miscommunication. We're expecting cars to walk towards the bottom half of the map. Not going to be the case. They do also know where Umpty is, which means that Kingen can use this time to go
low life. He's going to get ignited, but sitting on top of the trap is the Karma, as Effort will go down. Immediate trade back and forth. Henna's got a lot more mana, but he's a little bit low on cooldown, so he is just going to back away from this one.
Ugh. big win for Brion there, as it is Henna that picks up the kill, whereas Viper only got himself an assist, so nicely done. Important moment, keeping this Varus even or ahead of the curve is going to be hugely influential if the rest of the map is not in shambles. With how the jungle matchup has been going, that is a little bit the direction that we are going in. Split is very fed as Zeka takes a very long chain, but Umpty, fortunately for him, isn't level 6 yet, so no kill threat there.
Yeah, should be totally fine. Zeka's even going to get that. And take a look at this. We got a rotation coming on over. Karis does have his ultimate ability, but no summoners. Doesn't look like Life and Clit are able to get in there on time. Taking that little bit of breather from the bot lane.
Good use of the movement speed there by Effort. Able to make his way out. Not get caught, and the current state is okay for Hanwha, but they're not really snowballing the way that ideally you'd like to see. As mentioned, Live does get caught. The all-in damage from a Caitlyn and Lux is still more than enough to get the kill on Karma, but out with the flash secures the kill, and at that point he has a mana advantage and he is passive active, so Viper doesn't want to take any risks. No need to go for the all-in there. If you do and it fails, you're in pretty deep trouble. And now, despite that early kill, Umpty's fine, right? Like, he's even on CS, he's even on experience, roughly, and we haven't seen that many early objectives picked up yet. Would like to see Hanwha Life play towards the Herald and the Dragon here, try and utilize the potential of their early skirmishing, because Brion, when they hit their one-item spikes and Vi, Jax, and Akali are able to jump in on a single target, it's going to be really, really big. And as we saw yesterday...
Baiting him in here, but the timing from Clit not perfect. He was waiting to see if Morgan would jump in there, but kind of off timing. So he's just going to take the Rift Herald, which is fine. But Umpty is going to get the singular Hextech on the bottom side of the map.
As we see, Henna and Effort prioring bot side now. Playing the matchup very well. Not necessarily getting the lead that we saw yesterday, where the Caitlyn was really shoved into the ground, but Clit is also not able to snowball the way that Canyon was yesterday, as the early Hextech Drake going to get picked up, and Mountain next, so the soul pool is not looking too hot, unfortunately.
I'm okay to sit back and relax on the ocean side, you know?
Ooh,
I'm okay for that,
breezy.
You know? Not as breezy as the Cloud Soul, but...
That's more windy than breezy, I'd argue.
Yes, but you said very breezy, which kind of amounts to windy.
No, you're right. You're right, Veldas. You got me there.
Got him.
Veldas, when you get someone, you don't have to say got him. It's not the... Well,
I thought you have to every
time. It is
time.
the internet, but you know what I mean.
We're on the internet.
Well, not right now. Well, kind of, but...
I mean, speak for yourself. I'm connected.
I don't have that update, man. You don't have to rub it in.
Yeah. Kingan's been doing this very nicely, but Morgan trying to bait him into the stun. He's got the flash by. Assault and Battery comes on in. Kingan is dead. Zeka, though, trying to force this fight. He's got his Nidalee Clid nearby. A lot of damage onto Zeka already, but he is not low enough to be taken out, as Clid is going to hit one more spear and pick up the kill.
Oh, the nerves of steel there from Zeka, knowing that he was going to be fine. Tanking that Akali combo. I would have been a little bit more scared, but the top lane matchup is getting ravaged. Clit has not paid any attention to Kingan. Umpty finds a very successful gank with a good setup from Morgan. And now Jax is going to be up 20 CS, gets 2 waves, shot into the turret, and gets a ton of blade gold. That back is going to be pretty disgusting, as just a good bait from Morgan, right? Like baits Kingan in, then we have flash and flash. We have the Counter-Strike into the ultimate, into the Q. No opportunity to flash, and even if he does, I don't think he necessarily survives it.
Let's go for it. That's all he said. He said, let's go for it. Let's go for the kill.
That was it. Just flashing to make sure that he wouldn't get hit by a fadeaway Q.
And they didn't drop Earth Herald in mid. They had an opportunity to, you know, drop it in, get some more gold for Zeka, but instead, Klid immediately backs, buys some stuff, an alternator, I suppose, and then immediately heads down bot. So you can see he's trying to get this bottom lane ahead.
Ooh, that was nice. I think Life stayed out of range, so Life actually didn't get the Herald Crash worth of gold, meaning more gold going into the pocket of Viper here. And we have a colossal lead on top side and a colossal lead in the jungle.
Uh-oh, that is a Mantra Q. It's going to slow them both. Henna is looking for this. Going to get the flash out of Life as was here.
Nice.
He was down to party.
And we are seeing why teams are somewhat reluctant to go for this Caitlyn on the B1. This counter is very strong, and it also puts some question marks around the decision from Hanwha Life to not just lock in the Kate Karma. Taking away the possibility Heimerdinger no longer is a champion, so securing priority and not giving the Varus a great lane partner with which he can match the Caitlyn would have been a much more surefire way to actually accelerate Viper. Hasn't really happened this time around, and in an even game state, I think the game actually becomes quite interesting, because even though we do have a Nidalee that's very fat and the poke from Hanwha Life is really good, the ability from Brion to get on top of people is pretty incredible. With the Vi ultimate, with the mobility that both the Jax and the Akali have. Now you're still going to be somewhat reliant on flanks, but if you do actually get on top of Hanwha, they're in deep trouble. And Hanwha is going to have to walk up to try and poke if they want to have a good time surrounding the objectives that they're going to have to fight for.
It's going to get even more curious when this Infernal Soul turns up, Chronicler.
Oh yeah, that solves a lot of issues. It just becomes who gets that kind of wins the game. With the amount of squishiness and damage that's available.
I think it's, you know, we're in a state of the game where it's been like this for a little bit, but you know, if it's Infernal Soul, it can decide the game. But if it's Ocean, it doesn't matter at all. It's like, I think we need a little bit of balancing around that, you know?
I would love for Drakes to be in Champ Select. That'd be so cool. Can really lend more heft to your drafting as well. Knowing that if it's an early game, you know, it's an Infernal Soul map, you're going in with your Renex and Nidalee and Jace, you're going to be feeling good.
Then the game becomes defined by them. So maybe, right,
that's also true.
Doesn't make it so much about it, but it's going to be defined by Infernal and Hextech Souls anyway. So it's kind of an interesting discussion.
It is a fun discussion. And fortunately, these two teams are generous enough to give us the time to discuss these myriad possibilities. Wow, Valdez! Amazing!
Yeah. And especially with the introduction of Chemtech, the new Chemtech Soul, the new and I was going to say improved, but it wasn't.
No, it's not.
The new and unimproved? Deproved?
I don't think...
That's not a word, for sure.
You're the native English speaker, but I don't think improved is a thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not. No, I don't think that's a word. And Mountain Soul, or Drake, is going to be given for free to Bro. Doesn't look like Hanwha Life Esports have any interest in fighting over this.
Herald instead.
Cloud Drake. Cloud Soul action.
I don't hate it for Brion. Don't think it really does anything for Hanwha.
Yeah, I mean...
For Brion, it's pretty good.
Okay, Zeka is just hunting the Vi, seemingly. He's just going to take away the Blast Plant, as his team is meanwhile all on the top side, so probably shouldn't be taking fights at this moment in time. But Zeka is actually going in onto Umpty, even though he sees Morgan, so he is extremely confident to go in on this one, and he's just going to get booped on the head. Everything I said just thrown out the window, as that is going to be Morgan that picks up the kill.
The CC chain is really good.
And now Klid in a bit of trouble here. He's going to fail his flash. He gets over to his team at least, as flashing in his Chorus, but there is the binding. Do they have the damage is the question. Trying to Gale Force and get that extra bit, and Viper will pick up the Akali on the backside of this.
Does have to flash though, to make sure he doesn't get hit by the Chains of Corruption, I'm pretty sure. And with Zeka dying for no reason there and Clint giving up the shutdown, I'm pretty sure Brion is feeling amazing. Their 1-3-1 is very, very strong. Hanwha Life have a team composition that feels pretty lackluster, and yeah, I don't know, we've seen this exact combo. You don't have that much counterplay. Like, you can't outplay a 100-0 CC chain. Even with Flash, even if you do get an Akali ult.
Even if it's not 100% CC chain, it's still opting into a 2v1 when your entire team is on the top side of the map.
Yeah, for no reason.
Like, the initial idea didn't make sense either.
And then this is quite well done by Viper here. Does have to flash. I think he does die with how strong Hannah is at the moment. With effort also there to back him up. And the more I see, the more I'm like, this is going to come down to, can Viper 1v9 on Caitlyn? Which, to be fair...
Yeah, and probably. Zeka in a little bit of trouble here. He is going to get burst down. As once again, not really respecting the Vi in this case. Umti just going to press his R button, and down will go the Sylas. Zeka, I mean, he just got his rod. It's got one stack. It's relatively late in the game as well, so things just not really going too well for our Hanwha Life mid laner.
Yeah, and remember I talked about the can Viper carry plan. So you're Caitlyn, you're playing into Akali, Vi, and Jax. So the answer,
seems okay, yeah.
The answer should be no. No, you cannot carry this. And then Kingen had a lackluster game number 1 and is not in a great game state at the moment. He's not going to win the 1v1. Clint died and is
double binding action.
Who isn't going to scale nearly as well. And yeah, you can still poke up until later in the game, but you're also playing into Lethality Varus and a Karma that can actually mitigate a decent amount of the poke. So then, and Zeka has made now 2 very questionable decisions. So, well, this isn't really a decision. Oh, okay, never mind. He just goes in.
Yeah, he's got Clinton life, and he's like, oh, I should be fine. As we now know, he was not fine.
He was not fine.
Yeah.
And right now, it's a 3k gold lead. The saving grace for Hanwha is that they do still have a Sylas who at level 16 is going to become very big. And also this is Brion, so they are going to go for the Soul. And then we're going to decide the game actually on Elder. By that point, I'm pretty sure Viper will have 3 items. So, you know, maybe it can make a miracle happen. But it is a really rough game from Hanwha with some very questionable decisions after what was such a clean and dominant game number 1. And credit to Brion as well, as per usual. Umti is in the fray, and if Umti is doing things and they're working, generally Brion are sailing towards a very smooth victory.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely one of their win conditions as a team, generally. Do see a lot of focus on the top side of the map here. Once again, these same 3 players up here supporting Zeka. But yeah, we're definitely going to have to look at these Cloud Drakes and, you know, if Hanwha Life Esports decides to actually fight over them, if they're just going to give them away. Their Nidalee's in a good spot, and Viper's 1-0-1, but I think based on the state of their solo lanes, if I were Hanwha Life Esports, I'd probably just say, okay, you take this one. This first Drake at least.
It's okay. Maybe get a turret. We do have Kara's roaming over, and as mentioned, Zeka thus far in the Sylas not really been able to look nearly like the player that we know he is on this champion, or was at the very least. Even in the early weeks of the season, kind of Zeka Life Esports, can he carry, yes or no? Kara's not going to be threatened whatsoever here, and they can keep up this turret. They're going to be feeling good. Effort is there as well, but with Life also showing up, wouldn't be surprised if they are going to have to forfeit some positioning, but no, Life is going to back. Wave is just going to get picked up by Chorus, and Brion get a dragon for free.
Yeah, free little Drakey, as we are in a certified LoL state. Certified by the Board of LoL Staters.
That's just you and Atlas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long was the certification process?
You know, I had to go through schooling for about 9 months, and I took a final exam. I went actually straight to LS's house, and he sat me down in a in a dark room and, you know, just questioned me thoroughly. I had passed the test, and here I am. I can now officially determine whether or not we are in a lull state.
That's awesome. Glad to hear.
Yeah, it was pretty, you know, nerve-wracking. I was pretty nervous, especially leading up to the test.
Yeah, of course.
I think that's...
I mean, it's an important qualification to be an LCK
Exactly.
caster.
I was like, this is really worth, like, this is going to be great for my career, for my future. So I figured, you know, why not just get it done with while I'm young, you know?
It's not even just the paper, right? It's the skills that you learn as you try and apply.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really, really cool.
There's a lot of you learn a lot about League of Legends just by getting your certification as well. So you know.
Yeah, so it does add benefits as well.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, a little bit of my Valdanis quotient also went up a couple points. So I think it's just really beneficial for the broadcast. You know?
Got to be raising those skills.
Yeah. When are you thinking about going for your? Are you thinking about taking it yourself or?
I've been giving it some thought. Yeah, it's been a while since I have studied anything that isn't pure League of Legends. But as mentioned, I've been with the LCK for about upwards of 2 years now, and it might be
So we're
time.
kind of like getting close to where
Yeah.
you normally start thinking about getting your little state verification.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, to me, I'm a little bit lazy, you know, and I have you and Atlas with me no matter what.
That's true, yeah.
So it kind of takes away from the immediate need to go for qualification, but...
At this point in time, you know, we're looking maybe like 5-6 years down the road.
Yeah.
Where that might not be the case.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There's no rush.
I think we've got some time.
We have to take it easy.
I heard that Wolf was also considering it, so...
Well, I mean, he got ahead of the curve with his Zeri certification process, right? So
yeah, that one's...
I don't,
a lot less common, actually. But I think, you know, it still has a place on the broadcast.
That's what makes it so good, is King might be dead.
This is an orange buff situation. Kingen is going to go down, and 100 to 0'd. Actually, he just could not even cast one thing. Speaking of getting 100 to 0'd, will they get Karis here? Yes, they will. Wow, the absolute state of things in this game. Both of these guys is going to disappear without any ability to fight back. And... Morgan now is pretty much unkillable in the side lane. He has 2 items, so obviously the Nidalee is not going to be doing anything.
No, he went Shojin Jax as well. And now he got another turret. He's 50 CS up. Yeah, things not looking too hot for Brion here, Valdez. Oh, no, they are looking hot for Brion. They're not looking too hot for Hanwha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting thrown off by what is happening in this game. It's a little tough. It's like, don't have any vision.
Yeah.
Everything is swept out your mini now. They might even be able to dive you. And then Karis also, like, they don't even... He just walks up to the trap, and then, you know, trap doesn't get him because he's clearing them, and then life hits a binding and he dies. I don't know.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're making a play on the bottom half of the map. Why are you contesting vision by yourself? I don't know. I don't have the answers to these things.
I'm Akali and very fast.
Maybe there's a cause for that. Well, Akali is notoriously slippery, but in this case, it wasn't enough. Those spears are nice. Like, it's good damage on effort. But, like, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. You know, like you said before, in our certified lull state, like, I don't think Life Esports have any thoughts of fighting anytime soon.
Well, they also don't have great combat. It is, can Viper 1v9? Like, that's, well, maybe Zeka, he's about to hit level 16, you know, he's going to hit his 2 item spike. Like, that's okay. We've seen him do that before, but we also have Morgan itemizing for Wit's End, which is really good because generally he will be trying to lane to Zeka, but and he also already defeats Kingen, so you might as well go in more heavily in the matchup that you're going to be playing no matter what. The one upside for Hanwha is that you don't have to fight for the soul because it doesn't really matter. So you can wait 5 more minutes and then flip at Elder.
Man, you know, I wish this was an Infernal so we didn't have to sit here for 15 minutes. Don't you, Chronicler?
It might be more.
Yeah, 16 minutes, sorry. The absolute state of the vision on the bottom side of the map as well. Like, there's not a single ward from Life Esports in their own jungle, whereas there are 3 control wards, 2 regular wards from Bro in that same jungle. So for Kingen, I think he kind of learned his lesson from the last time, but there is no control on the bottom side of the map. So he's just sitting there on his turret. He can't push out past the first couple of waves. So that's what he's going to be doing. Zeka is on the top side. He was pushing the waves. He has hit level 16 now, actually. So with the rod, he has pushed ahead of Karis. But yeah, Karis, I think he's got maybe a half item on him. Also has a stopwatch. So yeah, about 800 gold ahead at this point in time. Really the biggest one is the top lane. 3,500 gold diff. Morgan is miles ahead of the Gnar.
And all you need to do now as Brion is don't have an individual player get caught. Just do it like go in a group.
It's that easy, huh?
There's safety in numbers. Yeah, also because what is Hanwha Life going to do? They don't have Vi. They don't have Sejuani. Like, how are they going to start a fight?
Well,
like
they have vision.
But how are you going to get a pick if you don't have any control?
Well, the crowd now broken as now the turnaround goes on to Clid. Nice stopwatch, and teleport is coming in, but can they win this fight from behind? This good timing on the Mega Gnar, but take a look at the front of this fight as well. Karis not able to get over the wall, though, and he will be left alone. The Gnar actually splitting this fight up very well as Zeka is able to get in there, but Morgan is ginormous in this fight. He is just taking off heads right now. The double kill as Viper still extremely scary, you can say, on the backside of this one, and doesn't even have his IE, and he is going to push away a lot of low health bar members of Pro.
If Viper has IE, they might win that fight. Which is mind-boggling, Valdez.
They probably do.
Not quite the case here, as we... So Clid went for a build here where he got an early Blighted Jewel and then went for the components of Zhonya's, and I think he's going to finish Zhonya's, and it actually does make it harder for Ums to engage. Kingen only gets one stun into the wall, and then crucially, we have Karis die, and then Kingen leaves because he thinks that should be the end of the fight, but then Zeka goes in, and it's this disjointedness that we saw from Hanwha at the beginning of the split. You need to be on the same page. You can go for that play. Zeka can go that deep if he has an Akali ult and he sees an angle, but he needs his top laner with him as well. That wasn't the case.
Yeah.
And as long as Umti presses his button on Viper, I don't know how you lose a fight as Brion. I don't see it. But the gold lead's only like 4K, which at this point doesn't really matter that much.
We have sat through 2 Cloud Drakes plus, right? So we've sat here and allowed Viper to get his IE now. So there is a situation where, yes, if Bro are able to set up a turn and they are able to click their buttons onto Viper, things should look good for them. But Chronicler, but I'm not sure that they can set that up, you know. I think that Viper's positioning has been pretty strong so far. We haven't really seen too much in terms of, you know, 5v5 posturing and, you know, fighting for vision.
Feldas,
yeah,
I just thought of a brilliant new niche that I'm amazingly equipped. I need to make sure Kingen doesn't die here.
This is like the Goon Squad. Like
they're
showing up at your house at 3 a.m. Like, oh man.
So we can even argue that the certification is right there. I have sat through a year and a half of challengers.
Okay.
What if I become the caller of the Elder Flip? Because
I thought you were already.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I hadn't, you know, made it official yet.
You hadn't certified yourself?
I hadn't certified my
certification.
And maybe I should.
It's like one of those things.
Because I think it's about to happen, Valdez.
It's like one of those things in like a mobile game. You gotta like click the loot box to unlock it, but you just haven't clicked the loot box yet. So
it's the meme of Obama giving himself a medal. Like that's happening right now.
You just didn't know. You just like, oh, I just had to say it. And it became a thing.
And now it's real.
It's real. Congratulations, Chronicler.
Sonya's about to be done for
your Elder Flip certification.
Hooray! Umti doesn't have a stopwatch right now. Had to use it in the previous fight. Ooh. We'll be getting close to his GA.
Zhonya's finished for Clid. They don't have vision on this. Yeah. True.
I'm glad we're on the same page, Valdez. I was worried that this game would pull us apart.
No, it only brought us closer together.
All its twists and turns.
Yeah, eventually, Karis is going to start doing damage. Unfortunately, with his item abilities, you know, a little bit delayed on that.
He's in limbo.
Yeah. But fortunately, because of Bro and Homolife Esports playstyle, they have the time.
It's just going to be...
They have the tools.
It's going to be just a single team fight at Elder. I can't believe this.
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
I still think Brion are highly favored. They have a monstrously fed Jax. And while the single team... oh, there it is.
Okay,
Umpty
here's
on the flank. That's big.
They don't know. Pepe laugh.
Are we still going for it? We don't know. Umpty is there.
He's still, yeah.
They don't have vision, so they don't see the backs coming through. Ooh, they might have a sneaking suspicion. Saka and King both have TP. Starrick's now done. Void stuff done as well.
He can kind of just sit there, you know, and wait for the right moments, and it looks like they're going to try to go for life. He does have a crown, though, but eventually he just dies. So down goes the Lux, a nice little flank from Umpty. And will Homolife Esports even consider trying to flip the Elder Drake at this point?
I don't think they have Homolife still going to contest.
They have some poke, and look at Henna. He's so out there in the front. Nearly got his head taken off by Viper.
But Homolife, no vision.
Yeah, they don't have vision. They don't have vision.
They're going to get engaged on.
Top here, there is the 3-man counter-strike as they run straight into it. Kingin trying to keep Viper alive, but he will not be able to. As Zeka is pretty scary, but is he scary enough is the question. They've also got Clid on the backside here, Bro, with immense amount of power and control over this objective. Clid waiting in the wings, hasn't shown on vision just yet.
If Clid gets this, I swear to God, Valdez.
Okay, they're just going to get over the wall,
it's
and
fine.
He is dead. Oh,
it's okay.
He's got a Sonya. Stop damaging the Elder, please. Okay, they're just going to take down Clid instead, as Morgan is just dancing on him. And down will go the Elder eventually. You think they're going to wait 18 seconds for Henna to respawn?
Could be. They're definitely going to wait and get themselves the Baron as well. As Life, even with Flash and with the stopwatch, not able to stay alive there and then. This is a very rough state. With the items that they have, there is a way where Homolife can win this fight, but it's not when you have no vision and you are basically forced to run into the mats first. Very well done by Morgan, making great use of his lead as I guess Life died again.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's all right.
As I don't know what we're... Yeah, this is Clid alone trying to become a hero. And now you have reached the pinnacle of power. You have Elder buff,
Exodia,
and you have the Baron buff.
Go
That's
mid.
all you need to win the game.
Yeah. Bro, just group mid and push. You got this.
So do you have what? That's the one job.
Yeah, this isn't...
oh, no.
It's just what's going to happen.
Just run mid. Minute and a half on that Elder buff.
Yep, just group up mid. Stop taking the... No, don't go top. Go mid. Guys, Karis, you don't have teleport. Okay, he's actually threatening King in here. And the rest of the team can just go mid. So this should be a strong enough push, you would imagine. Homolife Esports don't have a position to fight this. Still a minute left on Elder buff.
And only a miracle can save Hanwha from here. Brion looking to bring us to a game number 3. And remind you again, Valdez, that this is a really big deal, because if Homolife don't 2-0 here, they will not be equalizing. Some of the teams at the upper echelon on the west side won't be able to join those teams just yet.
Trying to clear the waves here as they do not want to fight against Bro. Zeka's like, I'm here in mid. Actually, no, I'm not. Still 30 seconds here onto this Elder Drake buff. So should be a couple of free inhibitors. This isn't just Homolife Esports playing passively. They really can't necessarily fight them right now. They have to kind of let this one go. But can they break into the Nexus turrets is the question. As Henna is desperately trying to get on in there. Take down this turret. He's going to get one. 6 seconds, 5, 4. Doesn't look like Bro are going to stick around.
Alma might look for a turn here.
Yeah, Elder Drake buff is now gone. And they hold on to at least the one Nexus turret. Game ain't over until it's over, Chronicler.
We are going to be methodical about this, Valdez. We are going to play this game in a way where no loss is even remotely possible to Inhibs. Teleport coming in, they're putting down the pressure. Clid has no mana.
All right. Let's see. Morgan, again, nobody can really match him. I mean, like, maybe Zeka?
Well, they
or, like, Viper in a support?
They don't have turn. Like, how are you going to turn into this Jax? How are you going to 100-0 him? You can't.
Just gotta hope
Zeka,
he donks into you, I think.
I guess. Or Zeka has to, like, steal a Vi ulti, but that doesn't sound too great.
Yeah. Baron coming down here. Zeka, you know, it's still relatively strong. Gotta respect that damage. Eganar procced. Baron buff is pretty much gone. It's only 13 seconds. So, bro,
Holding on.
are not going to push the envelope just yet.
I don't know if they ever do, Valdez. As How Alive base in absolute tatters. But map control is there for Brion. These inhibitors are still going to be down by the time that the next wombo combo of Elder and Baron rolls around, so contesting for them should be basically impossible for the Hanwha Life squad. And they are not in the drain yet. But they're circling it.
Oh no.
Ever like slowly increasing in speed.
Uh-huh. It's like a big whirlpool.
Yeah.
Kind of slowly getting caught in it.
Well, they are already.
Okay, so they're already caught in the whirlpool.
Yeah.
Just struggling to stay afloat and
They are.
not get sucked in just yet.
Yeah. Which, you know, 1 foot is already into the depths. It's not looking.
I mean, at this point though, like imagine Hamalife fight here. Like, you know, it's 40 minutes into the game. The items are relatively close. One thing you would love is Zeka
They can
to have
still
a
win.
yeah.
They shouldn't be able to.
Is
But
to have a cap, right? You want him to have this death cap. As there's a binding. I mean, no trap though. Probably as Mercs is able to get out of there in time.
all comes down to Viper. Does he stay alive? Is he able to output the damage? And Zeka, as you point out, once he has death cap, can also change some of the equations that we're looking at. But Brion don't have to keep shoving in this base, right? Like, they don't actually have to break open the base, because they can just get Elder. They can just get Baron.
Yep.
They can set up vision traps, force Hanwha to walk into them with no map control, and then go from there.
Viper's going to be excellent at pushing out these waves, even with how big they were. Like, even King's pretty good at pushing this with some health. So, question is, you know, can Hamalife even get out of their base to contest an Elder? They shouldn't be able to.
Zeka has his death cap finished.
I've seen crazier things, Chronicler. It happens when you do a full 9-month certification of lull states. You see some pretty wild things,
Don't try to big time me, okay? This happens in
You wouldn't know.
In
You
a
wouldn't
2
know.
weeks crash course on Challengers. I've seen bigger throws than this. Come on, Valdez.
Yeah, I don't know about your newfangled Challengers course.
That's not a course.
All right, bro. Take the Elder Drake. It is yours for the taking.
It is up to you, Brion, to fulfill your destiny.
Yeah.
Umti can solo it. That's fine.
Sure. You see that with the pressure they're putting on the map, Hamalife
it's gone.
esports
It's
cannot
gone.
get out of their base. So
It's gone. They're not going to contest.
all right. We have pressed it.
Unless-
Oh, here they. This is a little bit late.
Yeah, it's way too late.
The damage.
They're going to get Nash? Well, yeah, it's hard to shove if they get Nash. Well, you have to go for it though. No. Not the Niter. not
the do nothing angle. Surely not.
not contesting and not getting. Okay, so this game is not. The Nexus isn't dead yet, but this game is over. Okay, this game is done.
Second Exodia?
No, they get. Oh no! Even if Clit steals this, they will not. Like, if Nidalee's dead, they can't win. Okay? So, like, it doesn't matter. This is checkmate. There's no more moves.
Bro don't have vision. They can't. Okay,
they're taking it. They're taking it.
There they
It's
go.
fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
How
The
I
game's
can't
done.
approach it. So.
The game's done. It's over.
All right, bro, you got this. Group up in the bottom lane.
No, the innits are back up, so you can pick any lane. It's over. Okay,
True.
It's done.
Is it?
Yes, the Nexus is going to fall in a minute.
All right. I mean, when Hamalife Esports win in 65 minutes, I'm going to come back to this moment, Chronicler, and I'm going to say I thought the game was over. Oh, boy.
They have a minute and 20 seconds. Like, it's...
Surely
No, stop saying Shirley. Stop trying to curse it, Velds. I'm telling you.
I'm not trying to curse it. I'm saying surely, like, Bro should be able to push this one in and end the game. And
Bro, you have both buffs. I know they're syncing up waves. I know they're trying to. You don't have to 1-3-1. You have Elder. You win any 5v5 fight.
uh-oh, this is going to be Morgan alone. Should be able to get this inhibitor, I guess, as in goes by, trying to keep them away, but now Umpty's not in a great spot as, okay, that's just going to be the guy burned down as, yeah, Kars will finally begin to press his buttons as a lot of heat damage does come in, but I'm not sure that Viper can do it alone against Elder Buff as he's sticking down. Might just die here, actually. No, they're just going to hit the Nexus. Okay, we did it. We did it, bro. You pressed your buttons, and we took down the Nexus. Game 3 will happen in this series.
Out of all the Breon games, Veldes, this might be the most Breon yet. Morgan, the Lord, Umpty, the General, lead their team to certain victory.
I was right. You know, surely they just go ahead and push in with the second Exodia and they win the game.
They did.
I thought it would be first Exodia. And jokes aside, I mean, there wasn't a moment in time where we had a doubt, right? Like the first push, it was very safe. They got it done. They took 2 inhibitors. Second push ends the game. They took all of the objectives.
That's a great, love that.
That's Morgan, yeah.
Very well done. And what we see here is a Breon in their best look and simultaneously a Hanwha Life. The draft made us question what was going on a little bit, but the draft itself, I didn't like it, but I could see the angles. And then Zeka and Kingen just died both 3 times for no reason. And then there was no more, there was no more angle. As double Elder, double Baron, that's the Breon way.
Clean and simple, it all lines up, you know. As, guys, we will have a 3rd game of this wonderful series. I hope you will all join us for it, as Hanwha Life Esports will go back to the drawing board and figure out what to do to stop Breon and the onslaught of Game 2. We'll be back, guys, after this break.
사이드 찾아야 돼, 사이드. 밥판 가자, 밥판 가자.
사이드 정면.
밥 밟아줄게.
싸움 막을게. 캐틀 볼게, 로하나.
루이치 안 보여. 천천히.
나 가인이긴 해. 한번 뺨. 괜찮아? 나 살았어. 오케이, 이거 한번. 그래, 우리 장로야. 얘들아, 이거 깨자. 어떻게 해봐. 시원하게 들어갔어, 이번엔. 깨자. 끝내자. 자, 이거 쉴드 한번 하고 해봐. 야, 죽겠는데? 캐틀 세긴 해. 괜찮아, 나 가인이야. 풀어줘. 깨줘? 야, 죽일래? 좋았다, 종환아. 좋았다. 안전하게 하긴 했다.
This time, from the Nongshimini carry is good enough. Viper's trying to do his part. Can't chip through the damage of Dundun as down goes Viper super low. He's able to kite it back as Inguseka as well. They can't take down Viper either. And the kite back is good enough. And finally the cleanup comes in from Hanwha Life Esports. Dundun, the last one to survive.
Doesn't even seem to mind as the wall is going to be set up. Okay, tidal wave is decent, is now D plus Kia. They dive on. That's the Moonlight Vigil and the huge damage from Canada there as well. They ace them in a matter of seconds. He is very, very scary. And as we can see, now diving forward, Tibbers is going to connect on a Delighted Chovy. Goes golden. Dudu is extraordinarily squishy, but still does so much damage. Doran, can he actually create the space? The answer's no, as it's a double kill now for Bulldog. Yeah, as Bulldog flies into Effin Karis. Chaos Storm, he's going to bask in it. As Grand Challenge going to be issued. Dudu going to look for the kill under Karis. He's going to get it. Now he's looking for even more. Oh my god! He does have... Oh my god, what is this? It's insane! He's a god! He gets the double! And now Morgan is chasing after him. He will flash, he will get the crush, but it's another riposte! And Dudu's still going! Oh my god, this player may have just saved the game for Quandong.
And they're just taking this map apart now, one by one. Turrets falling and the push in mid.
Oh, Taeyong, this is real dicey. As he flashes, Chovy picks up his 7th. He's tied with score now as into the back line goes Peanut, and he's going to be able to help take that one down as well. That's another one. And that fight, Faker does go down, but 1 kill. Well, there's a package delivery as Faker will go golden. What the heck is that package damage? That's 2 kills. Okay, hold up. All right, we'll see whether Gumiushi can actually win the 1v1 here as the burst fire has been landing quite effectively. He'll close the gap and Envy gets into the brush and picks up the solo.
Oh man.
The singular Cloud Drake, I think KT might just want to go back, buy some items with the holds.
Or TP the Jax once again.
Here we go! Oh man, another 3-man Counter-Strike! You gotta be kidding me! DRX is not checking their flanks and McKean is just styling all over these kids.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Huni and Wolf here once again. And yeah, that was Hanwha Life not being able to pick up a victory in game number 2. And I want to start in the draft because, to be perfectly honest, this is absolutely unacceptable. The ban's absolutely fine, we're totally okay with it. The Varus first pick, understandable. The Caitlyn, also fine, but we know that Varus and Karma together beat Caitlyn Lux. You don't pick the Lux, you pick the Caitlyn away at that point in time. But it's okay, let's just assume that they can actually win against the Lux, so then they go for what? Third pick, Nidalee? Are you kidding me? Jace is available. If you want to play pick and poke, just pick Jace at that point in time. All right, then you go into the bans afterwards. They're also relatively irrelevant. You can then pick your Nidalee if you'd like to after you've picked a Jace in that spot. But no. Instead, you want to pick a Gnar that has no setup for the Nidalee that you've already picked up, and then you pick double AP. I don't know what I didn't like the draft very much.
That aside, to talk about it in a more micro sense, just very briefly, do completely agree with Atlas and the casters who pointed out, just take the karma with your Caitlyn. Don't allow them to outplay your lane, and then don't ego draft a Nidalee this early in the draft. It's not a prio pick. You've left all your cards open, so they instantly take away the Jason and the Yone. They're like, oh, what mid-80 picks could they choose with this pick? Oh, let's just take them away. I thought this was a very, very poor drafting decisions here from HLE, and you didn't even win game one that hard. Like, you didn't even win game one so hard to go into game two and start, like, just tossing spears, okay?
And Huni, take us through highlight number one.
Yeah, you guys talk everything. Like, I don't even need to talk anything. Like, I know. The draft wasn't 50 chess.
Hey, Morgan played some good
I didn't even want to talk about it at all. Don't worry about it, man. Like, no point.
Oh, sorry, Huni, can you take us through the first highlight? It's Morgan. He's playing some good jacks.
Let's dip into the highlight one.
We can do that.
I mean, it's actually, this point, like, I think they used really well around, like, I think they calculated when the ward actually destroyed, and they had a perfect timing to kill the gank, and Jax, apparently, he got it replayed a whole bit, and it's not over. After 14 minutes, he was be able to get 1v1 just turret, like, 100 to 0.
Yeah, so many resources were spent elsewhere on the map trying to clean up what was a disastrous early game on the bottom side of the map too, where kills were being traded, Henna's getting ahead. So this Jax is kind of left on an island to get those plates. Then later on is never interrupted in his side laning because Sylas is super far behind, doesn't have his Rod of Ages. He gets an entire inner turret. And at 25 minutes into the game, he's 45 CS up. He is 3,500 gold up. This is at 25 minutes, by the way. It gets even worse than this. And he builds team fight because he knows he can carry those fights. He's already going to win inside, so doesn't need to worry about that. I overall like the item build. We were a little bit lukewarm on the Gargoyle Stone Plate there at the end, but
yeah.
Otherwise, a pretty good build from him, and he carried the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Black Clover, Zonya, like GA, I was expecting it, but at least, you know, he still carries, so...
Yeah, Huni and I
I'm
had
fine
a
with
few
that.
conversations about items, but honestly, he hit the counter-strikes, and that's what matters. Let's have a look at the fight that decided the game, well, sort of decided the game for Brion here, as they were able to pick up Exodia, collecting this Elder. It wasn't the end of the game. They needed a second Exodia to actually win, but from this point on, they had
Morgan.
full control.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, Brion, I don't think they had a perfect setup, but still, like, Morgan, he pulled the trigger right here, and he saw the angle exactly where he need to be in, and that Jax is unstoppable.
Praise the Lord.
So clean. Jax right now in Korea is, I think, not even highly prioritized enough with how much success we're finding in our region. Like, Keen kind of started pushing this success consistently, but now we're seeing it across all of our teams here. And Morgan, the Lord, he's the one who's picked it up this time.
Well, let's have a look who picks up the POG. It's going to be Morgan. Let's give Morgan his POG. Quickly, let's do it. Morgan POG time. Let's go. There he is. Oh, man.
Ooh.
He was so good in this game. After Brion drafted a beautiful composition around him, he also played a full... We didn't have to show this. Just make sure you watch Morgan. Watch Morgan.
Do not watch
the Akali. Yeah, don't watch the Akali, but that's okay. I honestly think that Morgan... I'll say what I said off camera. Like, one day this guy is actually going to be on a top team, and maybe that team will be Brion. Like, maybe Brion will actually ascend, and maybe the top team he's on is going to be Brion. He had his moment on HLE, but yeah, this is the game-winning play here. This guy actually is so famous, like, in a weird cult-like way. They actually just needs to be respected as a really strong top laner. Is basically my point here.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, even every object control, he was blocking enemy jungler, like those kind of things were actually making guarantee. 10 out of 11.
I mean, Umpty did help set up him getting ahead in the first place, so, like...
Makes sense.
Fair vote, I'd say.
All right. I think it's all right. All right, so now I need to apologize. The rant went on for a little bit too long, but I had a lot of feelings that I needed to get off my chest. And thankfully, we'll be back after game number 3 to adjudicate whether anything has changed, whether anything has been adjusted. So let's throw it back to Valdez and Chronicler to get into that game number 3.
Thank you angry spacers for speaking your minds and telling it like it is, you know? Sometimes we need a little bit of that in our lives, and I think it comes from a place of frustration because we know how strong a team Humble Life Esports is, but sometimes they put themselves into a position to not win games. And that's a little bit of what happened there. I think, you know, besides the draft, it's not all about the draft, of course. The play was not up to their standard, and I think Bro immediately took advantage of that, identified it, started getting more aggressive. Umpty started making more plays, and immediately Bro were able to jump on a win.
It's poignant that this comes after yesterday's KT collapse, which happened in very similar fashion, in game number 2 in particular. And hopefully Humble Life can learn from their errors and not repeat them here in this game, because even though Bro deserves credit, as we have mentioned, they are a team that consistently wins against the East Side teams. They were able to make playoffs last year. Humble Life, with the level of talent that they have, should not be folding to them the way that they did in that previous game. And with the draft following a very similar trajectory, wonder whether they will try and alleviate some of the drafting issues that they had in the previous game, not respecting some of the power picks for Brion, having a very uncohesive draft with not a lot of win cons, as the Vera's taken away here, setting up for that early priority on the Caitlyn here. And I expect Brion fully to ban it away here.
Well, they banned it in game 1. They didn't ban it here. I think that's definitely a mistake. So,
well, there's no Varus, so I do think we can.
First pick Caitlyn, you can get away with it here.
Yeah.
And I would assume they go for it. The Sejuani is available. I know that a lot of our teams love Sejuani, just because one of you guys said she's kind of like A+ tier amongst, you know, the 2 S tier junglers that always get banned, and then everybody else is below Sejuani. But yeah, Caitlyn is just really strong when there's no counter for the lane, you know? So that is going to be the choice here.
You could go Zeri into this, but Heimer is no longer a champion, and Zeri Karma is just not going to feel very good. Ezreal seems to be the general direction the team's going, as we see again, Umpty on the Vi here. Pick that is going to have value no matter what. Umpty feeling good, feeling happy. And I actually was with the space, I think that, and I voted for Morgan, was a very deserved POG for him, but Umpty still had a couple of great follow-ups in the team fight, was the one who got Morgan ahead. So I'm never going to be upset in any Brion win when Umpty gets the love that he deserves. Again, we will go towards this Lux. This time though, even with the Karma there isn't an AD carry that can match the raw power of the Caitlyn. So feeling better about it than we did last time around. As Wukong would be the most obvious pickup here.
I just heard the Korean desk exclaim in shock when they saw the Akali get hovered there.
Yeah, get mid prio.
They were worried.
Oh, that's not the... No. Wait. Oh, yes. Zeka is a really good Akali. Yes, Karis is a really good Akali, and picking it away has value. But Brion can now pinch the jungle pool. And based on previous game, I do not want to see Clit on Italy again, particularly not with, again, a Caitlyn and a Lux, and then also an Akali, because that just doesn't sound good at all. Even worse than Silas, and Silas in Italy isn't winning any awards. Renekton and Jax ban? I guess. You know, he banned Wukong here.
Yeah.
He might not even mind the Wukong as much because Vi started to come up as a counter into Wukong specifically, so can still see that. But the Azir, I would have preferred, it will be the Wukong after, I would have preferred a jungle pickup here. But Azir would have made sense to me because with a Caitlyn Lux lane, having prio guaranteed in mid lane is great, and Azir has prio against every champion. Victor matches him after a certain amount of time, even though Azir, of course, has to kill a Fred if he can force flashes of shuffle cooldown. But this Akali, to me, is Humble Life saying we can only win when we have our comfort, even if the comfort shouldn't actually work. And I think Brion, on the whole, are a worse team. But if you give them a free prio matchup in mid lane, which they're about to have...
Why was Morgan just nodding so much as Rise got picked?
No.
Any chance for a little flex arena?
No, like, you don't have to. You play this Rise it's not even like you can flex the Akali to top, which we haven't seen in forever, right? But like, that's, oh, well, yeah, might as well. Might as well at this point. Try and salvage it, try and hard snowball the game, and hope that's enough to get you to win.
Have we come so far?
Hey, 100% win rate though.
Hey, unbeatable, actually.
Yeah. I don't know about that
so far.
Valdez. It's gonna be Gnar again, isn't it? Maybe it's on. No. No, it's gonna be Camille then.
How about Zibline's Gnar?
Chase is open.
Oh, Jace is open.
Yeah, I don't even know. We've been glossing over it because the pick just hasn't been that high priority. Like Jace, Karma, and Ezreal is a wonderful combo.
You're sitting pretty. Pick it up.
Jace is really good into Gnar.
Excellent. Look at King's face. He's like, oh crap. Like, they're going to go for Fiora instead, and they're going to try to play, I suppose, a split push strategy and really try to shut down the individual solo lanes. I think the Jace would have gone really well with what they had on the bottom side, but instead they're just going to play for size.
So Morgan is one of our Fioras that actually split pushes, so I'll have some faith in him. Picked up one of his first POGs this season by just staying in his lane, literally. Which,
not fighting.
But was good. That's what build Hillbreaker and actually stayed in his lane. We love that. That's good.
Imagine that.
Umti cheering, raising the overall level of excitement on the team. Very important, because Brion, after that game number 2, I think have a momentum advantage here. I think Hanwha Live didn't look that good in game number 1, even though they won. Yeah, they were in control, but it was still a rather arduous affair. Now in this game, Brion off the back of a very decisive win as nice. Lord Morgan, fresh off the back
there
of
you
the POG.
go. That's all you got to say. It also says Brion fighting there in the bottom left. She's so she's covering, or he is covering, I'm not sure, but the Nidalee, of course, and then the Lee Sin is there right below it, which is the choice. Wanting both of those picks here for the side of Klid, which he is going to get this time around. The both of them.
And you better have some impressive bot lane performances and a level 6 with this Akalian lead that is worthy. Because after the previous game, I'm loving the Brion comp.
Absolutely. Well, guys, let's jump onto the rift for game number 3. Here we go. Game number 3. So, what do you think for First Blood this time?
It should be low. It should be, say, I don't know, like 6, 7, 8 minutes. If things go according to plan for Hanwha. Brion has a composition that has priority in mid. Bot lane can go either way, depending on how it's executed. Ezreal with PTA still has a decent amount of threat, but Viper also going for a early Doran's Blade means that he will be kind of delaying his spike, but the all-in potential is definitely there. So Anna and Effort need to be very respectful of the early game power that Viper and Life will have. And on the back of that, expect him to back off a little bit, and Hannah also going to go for a tear, right, and going into Essence Reaver, which doesn't spike quite as hard as some of the other picks we have seen combined with this Karma, but Karma should at least alleviate some of the threat from this bot lane. But yeah, in Zeka needs to hit 6 ASAP, and then him and Klid need to go on the tap of Summoner's Rift, because otherwise the Brion comp just kind of plays itself.
Man, Jonah Strong really doing rough here. Zooming in onto every single missed skill shot. Kingan's like, I can fight the Fiora.
This level 1 Fiora with Ghost and Grasp. It's not happening. Didn't actually. Neither of them got a single creep up until that point. And I actually quite like the Gnar into Fiora matchup. Obviously, late game you're never going to be able to match her, and post 2 items. She is a menace that maybe Zeka can answer if you get fed. That is really the only one. Do think that Akali has a pretty good matchup into some of the more like late game threat bruisers, like both Jax and the Fiora, because of how little time she needs to 100-0 someone. But that is relying on Zeka having a better game than the previous one. And also on King and not giving Morgan a huge lead early on. And the level 1 was a big disaster. So now will be Morgan completely in control of this lane for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Man, Jonas Strong keeps zooming in onto the missed Mantra Qs. Feels pretty bad though. You really want to get that damage in. Effort got so much money early on just through autos and the level 1, but yeah, gotta be a little bit more accurate with that. Klid is just going for a mostly full clear at this point. Not gonna do his Krugs. Azeka's Akali, no stranger to this. I'm not sure, you know, even with nameplates on, that the pick in the draft where it was with Blind Akali and how we have not been too happy with it recently is okay. But he did it anyway. Just trying to flex a little bit, I guess. Here comes Morgan. No smite available. And that is going to be taken by Morgan.
Yeah, Fiora wins those, so it doesn't have to be too bothered. Really nice pick that by Morgan. Gets early prio, turns that into a scuttle, and now Klid is set behind very, very early on in this matchup against Devi.
That's okay, he's got 36 more minutes.
I hate that you're right, Valdes.
A little scuttle early on, as you know, in the grand scheme of things,
it doesn't matter.
It's not going to make too much of a difference in this game.
Yeah. Viper with his laning performance again saying, please, guys, I swear I can carry this. Just don't let Fiora snowball. Try and keep Ryze under control and let me know where Umpty is, and I will take care of all of it. Okay? It's fine. I'm in a Caitlyn again. Okay, I can do this. I almost did it last game.
Yeah.
I wasn't supposed to.
He was the one guy who had the not red draft box from Atlas, who avoided his anger, mostly. So
little do we know, it's Viper that's like, I need Lux. Get me immediately.
he's the one calling the draft
mastermind
the whole time.
No, Viper would never do that to us.
We found out who was pulling the strings.
You never know. That's the whole point of strings. Makes it very hard to see who's behind the movement. Karis, of course, with the level 6 available, can roam. Doesn't even need to actually commit, just him being in the river here relieves some pressure off of Hannah and Effort. We'll have some intel that Umpty is in the general vicinity now, as he is about to start up this dragon, and thanks to Karis going in there, Hannah and Effort able to get a little bit more control of the wave, and this enables Umpty to go in and get an early Drake. Vi, of course, with the W, pretty good at taking dragons early.
Yeah. Just hanging out, punching the Drake. Drake's not loving it, but that's okay. Here comes Zeka, but Karis is right here to cut him off. Should not be able to steal this. He is going in onto Karis, but the entire bot lane is here, as Shuriken will miss. In goes Zeka once again, just trying to push them out. Not going to commit to any fights for just that position, so yep. Just a little Drakey.
Flash for Drake in isolation, good trade. Particularly this Drake, very, very strong, able to up your tankiness into a composition that needs to snowball early. On the flip side, not having Flash as Ryze into Akali feels really bad. Also means that Klid, once he does hit 6, has a guaranteed play onto the real mid laner here, so hopefully we'll find a way to try and leverage that pressure into something useful, because this is a very early dragon for Brian. Like, we're taking it like 6 minutes, means that you can get and be on track for a soul extremely early on in this game. We're able to get more.
Hey, look, this bottom lane looks a lot more manageable. I wonder why.
Yeah, we banned Varus. Yeah.
If you know, only, I think you might be onto something,
If only we could have learned this lesson yesterday. We did.
Yeah. Well,
we did.
we did, yes. I learned it for a second time today. So
Well, the value of repetition in learning actually is something that's been very well studied and very well documented. Really important to make sure to ingrain. Oh, Viper!
Uh-oh, there's the flash on in. They will get the root onto Viper. He is gone. First blood. They'll go into the hands of Effort, unfortunately, but not much that Viper could do to get out of that one outside of flashing earlier, but was not able to do that.
7 minutes kill. Right on track, but it's for Brion. Shutting down the Caitlyn, taking a ton of pressure off of Hannah and Effort, crashing a wave into the turret. And very straightforward play. You want to try and play forward here. This time around, they don't have the vision that they need. Effort sets it up. And then the only unfortunate thing is that with how aggressive Hannah and Amti are going in, they were really looking for that kill. Not going to be the case. Giving over to Effort is definitely the worst outcome.
Hey, but he set it up, so he deserves it.
It's not about deserving, Veldas. It's about an efficient allocation of resources, which I know you know, but I just be very clear about this.
Okay, well, HLE are going to be able to trade at least for the Rift Herald. Second, that Umpty showed bottom side, essentially, Clid just ran straight for that objective, so certainly a good call.
The one upside for the Akali specifically, even though Karis is halfway through his flash timer and doesn't seem like we'll be having a play on him anytime soon, is that barring Vi, the only one that can actually reliably deal with an Akali in the backline is Karis, right? He has point and click CC, and he'll be able to lock down Zeka decently. But if Umpty uses his CC, that means he's not using his CC to dive, which means that Viper will have a lot of space. So I do foresee some issues for Brion, even if Unwalive don't snowball, provided that Zeka can showcase some of the Akali highlights that we know that this player is capable of, because I do think that he will have a lot of space in later fights and in skirmishes to really showcase the assassination potential that the champion does have available. Even though Ezreal is very slippery, if Akali ever hits an E, it's not really going to matter.
It's going to be over for him, but of course has to hit that ability, as we're still kind of just hanging out in this one. It's definitely what we expected. We're not going to get a Hextech Soul, not in this first series at least, with 3 individual Hextech Drakes in all 3 games. We still do have the chance of an Infernal Soul.
Oh, that's a play on Karis' timer. We love to see it. Particularly with Herald. Also, Clid has a Warden's inventory, so he can still hop over that wall very easily.
He's going to move these Raptors out of the way. As the timing is now, and he knows it, the kick is good. Karis with no flash, and it should be the kill. As Zeka gets in and gets out. It's a very nice set play, and Clid is not going to drop the Rift Herald.
Makes sense with Umpty showing up, might want to throw it bot instead. If Umpty isn't there or shows elsewhere on the map, then you can get a bunch of extra plates with it and really utilize the Rift Herald as efficiently as possible. Not going to be the case here, and yeah, with Viper and Life getting it down to the very least 3 plates, and with a little bit of chip damage towards a third one, are looking really, really good for a Clid drop of that Rift Herald. Second Drake gonna get started up, is on vision, but with the play being made there in mid, I don't expect that Brion are going to be contested in this one, although
there's a lot of pings on
that.
it. Yeah, the damage here for Bro not the best, as it looks like maybe they want to turn here onto Zeka, actually. The Shuriken lands, and he's got a perfectly set up Shroud. That's going to be the end of Umpty and the end of Effort as well. Couple of kills as the Drake take was a little bit too slow. King gets out here as well. And Zeka's able to set up that play.
Oh boy. Zeka gets the kill in mid. Then Bax gets a rocket belt. Then is able to make his way back to the lane to catch his wave, even without using teleport, even though Karis does. And then is able to make his way into the fight that he single-handedly wins. And it really is it's a nameplate diffy in this one, isn't it?
In this one, yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't make me like the HLE draft more.
Cloud Soul.
As another Cloud Soul gonna come up here. But the most important difference for me is how Hanwha Life is playing, because Hanwha Life's play in Game 2 was perhaps not as worthy of sheer anger as their draft was, as I really enjoyed the Atlas segment. As, very straightforward, right? Has the Rift Herald, so can't use anything but a control warp, but has that available. Burst is more than enough. And then they get the immediate shove here.
He was asking where's Fiora at the end of that. So maybe also scared about the Fiora roam.
Yeah, and then as mentioned, just well done by Zeka. Gets fed the kill, then immediately uses the item lead that it generates into winning them a crucial fight, because now game state for Brian looking fairly disastrous. We have Zeka now reaching level 11. We have a 4k gold lead at 13 minutes, and there will be a point eventually where Morgan will be hard to match for Kingen. But if Zeka keeps getting more fed, I guarantee you that Akali will not care. And we haven't really discussed Viper, because he's not been as in-your-face getting fed. Okay, just saying hello.
Yeah.
But Viper is, as I was leading up to, also monstrously fed. He's a Caitlyn who already got the 5 plates on bottom and is now rotating towards top. He's going to get more plates there as well. And
feed him more gold.
We might be heading towards another textbook game, but this one a little bit faster as Zeka. Ooh.
Well, he's going to run straight into the Vi. Is going to be interrupted in mid-dash, and he's just trying to get over the wall. Just going to throw out the sad puppy. But, bro, you know, they're trying to get this push off. Zeka is pretty low, and effort is here. Flash on in. He's got the tether. Is not able to quite land it, but trades flashes with Zeka's, which is going to be good.
Even with the traded flashes, though, they're unable to get the mid lane turn, and that really was the objective that I think they should have gone for instead. Trying to kill an Akali with flash still up would have been nice, but could have focused the turret down, maybe gotten it even, which would have gotten you a lot more map control and keep you on relatively even parities. Yeah, we're talking about Zeka, but Viper is up. Almost 2,200 gold. Which is great if you're Caitlyn, and not so great if you're playing into the Caitlyn, because she was very punishing in the previous game, where she was even. So we know Viper can play these out.
That's a lot of damage already onto Umpty. He's going to have to just give up the play. Meanwhile, this 1v1, not going to look too happy for Henna. As if there was a ace in the hole, Viper might have thrown it out just for a laugh, you know. Push him off the turret. And for trying his best to stifle the Caitlyn alone.
Just the existence of Zeka means that you can't defend this turret. Can't do it.
Uh-oh. That's going to be probably a dead Karma. Yep, he's just going to get 100 to 0'd. Well, it's more like 40 to 0, as he'd already taken a bit of damage there. And down he will go. Nice binding here from Life.
I don't think this one's going to be a slow burn. Valdez, it's not looking...
Doesn't look like it.
It's not looking like a slow... We have bounties!
Amazing.
At 16 minutes.
Umpty just flashes. You can see they're falling pretty far behind the play, like Umpty, as he's back and goes for a stretch. He's like, ugh. You know, even Bro knows that this isn't looking too great for their position in this game. Like, they do have some win conditions as the game comes along, but as you talked about in the draft, this is a draft from Hanwha Life this time that, although risky, if they do get ahead, there are ways to really punish and to snowball the game quickly.
Yeah, and your win conditions, as Brion, don't come online for the foreseeable future. We're talking, at the very least, 2, but ideally 3 items for Morgan, right? Like, once Ravenous Hydra and Hullbreaker are done, then he is a threat. And again, don't know how he's going to do into how fed Zeka is. Although Zeka doesn't even have as much gold as Clid, which is kind of mind-boggling to me. Clid, of course,
No, I think it's just boggling, actually.
It's just boggling?
Yeah. Like you said earlier, I like that a little bit better.
It's like whelmed?
Yeah. Just a bit boggling.
You know Boggle is a game?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's like with the dice and you have to make words. It's fun. Great for creativity.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's not my favorite, but so it's okay.
Yeah, you've graduated to bigger and better board games, you know.
Oh yeah, no, my board game certification I've had for years. That one is,
Yeah, that's
don't you worry. You know.
I know.
As we have become a fairly avid board gamers with the LCK. We're getting close to getting Wolf in by the end of the last
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Someone who is a board game anti, getting him in would be historic.
Historic win for board games.
For board games around the world. Yeah.
And for Brion, at this point, a historic win is looking very far off. They were able to get themselves a game win, and as we pointed out repeatedly, getting individual wins still is going to matter over the course of an entire split, but winning this series is looking very unlikely. Hanwha Life have full vision control, and wherever Viper is, multiple people are needed, because Viper will kill the turret in a very short amount of time, but that means that Zeka goes free to roam, Kingen is in this game and is matching Fiora, and that's all he needs to do. There's no other burden on him. He just needs to do what he struggled with in the previous game, where Morgan really found a big lead on Jax and never let it go.
Yeah.
The main question in my head, Valdez, is Hanwha going to take a similar pace? Because they were playing on a very high pace. But
Yes.
now it seems like slowly
But surely.
they are slowing down.
Yeah, I mean, as the official certified LoL stater,
We're not there. Are we there yet?
we're there. Yeah,
We are there.
We're there. Yeah,
I thought we were.
We got there.
Maybe, but I mean,
the LoL state has arrived.
Training.
Yeah, it's here. As okay, trying to make a little bit of something out of this LoL state is Hanwha Life Esports. They are going to get on over and take down Morgan in the side lane. Again, he's not quite even at the place where he can 1v1 the Gnar. I mean, in some certain situations he can, but especially with Clid there and now Viper rotating over, they're going to look to take a bit more of the map.
Gold lead going to get even bigger off of the back of display. Nicely done. Good shadowing there from Clid. Has been a big part as to why this early game has been as snowbally as it has been for Hanwha Life. Inner turret going down is both going to help out Kingen. Going to put a Viper even further ahead. They are running. That's Cloud Rift right there. That is the power of movement.
Yes, very fast. Zeka, you know, just bullying, just a little bit of casual bullying, you know, in your League of Legends game. Just push them out of their own jungle, and that's kind of the state we're getting to. Like, you know, we joke about the pace, and you know, it is pretty snaily at this moment in time, but it does mean that both teams are really not cutting any corners. Although we are going to go for a relatively early Baron here.
Yeah, I love the Baron. You're 7.5k gold up, right? Like, you should win any fight. That doesn't start with Viper or Zeka getting 100 to 0'd without minimal use of cooldown. So,
yeah.
Love this. Yeah, perfect. You have the trap set up. You have Zeka fighting.
Yeah.
Really clean. Love this play here to come through from
They're not going to see this until too late. Traps are already in place. That is free. That is what we love to see. Pressing their advantage, Chronicler.
Optimistic TP.
What?
Yeah.
Demolished.
And even if you do... Yeah, okay, it's Zeka. So I'm like, if that's Kingen, he might die in the 1v1. But it's Zeka, and yeah, Zeka wouldn't have too much of an issue. This starts off very nice by Morgan, right? Great job with getting himself the parry, but the 1v1 might have been salvageable. The 2v1 is not. There's no hull breaker online, and Morgan isn't quite as big as he was in the previous game. And as a result, we'll not be able to get anything done there. Next dragon gonna set up as well, but I don't even know if you really care about this dragon, as Umti has made his way behind enemy lines, Valdez.
Yeah, they have no idea, actually. And he
I don't even think it's enough.
Could click his buttons onto Viper. I mean, that would be... Okay, it looks like maybe they saw him.
Yeah, they know.
So, Yep, that is seen. In goes Zeka by himself, is going to miss the R2 onto Henna and nearly die. Will just barely get out of here alive as the Realmorph is coming in looking for some vision, and there it is! Umpty is going to get into that backline and click some buttons. As Karis gets incredibly low though and just gets zoned away, so does Effort. As Kingen quite scary at this point in time. Lands the one boomerang for the slow, and you can see just how much damage he can do in the 1v1.
And now they were able to get Zeka, but they're not able to stifle this push. Pressure coming through here from Hanwha Life. Scary Anna. Nerves of Steel, not bothered whatsoever. And Brion's base in shambles. Soul Point going over to Hanwha Life. And this first Baron buff being used to a decent extent. Zeka getting a little bit over-enthusiastic there, but for the overall game state, it's not really going to matter.
Yeah, shouldn't be too big of a deal. Here comes the Ez ult. Did a little bit of damage to Khalid. Helps the leash, and we'll see how this all begins.
Zeka going in 1v2.
I mean, Henna did E into him.
Well, Viper also had an ultimate, so it didn't feel too bad. And then cute attempt at collapsing here. If Morgan follow is also in that ultimate, things might have been a little better. I don't know if they would have been good, but they definitely would have been preferable to what happened instead, which is, yeah, Umpty just kind of getting taken down, even though he was able to get the kill.
Okay, a little bit of bullying in the enemy jungle goes awry, although the Meganar does come in at the exact right moment to keep him alive against the Ignite.
Clint helping over the wall as Morgan passes him like, hello, hello.
Goodbye.
See ya.
Uh-huh.
Viper using that rapid fire cannon. Oh god, he has IE. Oh.
Wait, what? 24 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well.
Yeah.
HLE Esports, you know, I mentioned clicking some buttons. They may opt into that strategy here, Chronicler.
Well, they have mid shoving in permanently. Inhibitor is down, can siege very well with the poke of the Caitlyn and the Lux. Don't even have to be too worried at a possible flank, because who's going to flank on Brion?
Paris.
Yeah, exactly. Morgan doesn't have his Ravenous just yet.
Yeah,
and here he goes.
It's the Karis flank.
I'm not seeing the angle, Velda.
No, he's flanking.
Yes, they know.
He's flanking.
They got the inhib.
Karis still flanking.
Yes.
Still.
Yes.
Okay, no.
Okay, he's joined the rest of the team.
Okay, he's not flanking anymore. No, he's here.
I'm glad you gave us the flanking update.
Just letting you guys know.
I was very confused there for a second, whether or not he was flanking. I'm glad we got you, Valdez.
Yeah, we had this in Challengers recently with a certain D+ Kia Akali player, and he did it the whole game. It wasn't a great time, but it's okay. This was only the one from Karis. I understand. You gotta go for plays like this. As a very nice setup from Quid. Just gonna find Karis. Do they have the interrupt though? They do not. As okay, they did have the shuriken, but not gonna elect to go in on that.
Zeka just trying to put fear in the hearts of his opponents. Oh, Viper alone on a ward, but they don't have any vision, so they don't know where the rest of Hanwha Life is, so they can't actually go in on him. And now 2 inhibitors are down, and a third one is sure to follow here, Valdez. The Hail Mary from Brion has got to come at some point, but I don't even know what the Hail Mary is. Like, just holding Viper when he has Kill Force, Flash, and Heal is not going to do it. So tough ask for Brion. 9k gold down in this game. Or actually, more like 10.
Well, it's 9.9. Oh, that's a nice little engage. They do get onto Viper. Down he goes. He's just gone. No more Caitlyn. Look at the rise damage. And all of a sudden, HLE Esports are like, wait, what? You have damage? And looking at the wallets, they shouldn't comparatively. But if you delete one of the enemy players, maybe you do.
Oh my god. it's the Brion turn.
They're going to Baron.
They're going to... Well, the base is crumbling, so they can't. But
They're going to Baron.
Well, they don't have the damage for the mana.
Chronicler, they're... Okay, well, no.
Yeah, it's still...
Okay.
Oh, Zeka.
Uh-oh.
He's on his way.
Okay, Umpty's going to get him first, as he unfortunately is going to not know that he was there into just going down. Zeka is now on the hunt. Morgan looking to take him down the riposte. Not going to land. Zeka will have to flash away. Here comes Meganar as down goes Kingen.
He was this close to Mega, okay? Hanwha Life, after what was an extremely clean game, deciding to get their hands dirty. And unfortunately, when making an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. And they
Good
did.
one, yeah, that's very true.
They did.
What are we zooming in on here? Oh, the steal, okay. Let's see it. Just a quick steal, Reno.
But in this case, Hanwha Life already had the eggs nicely prepped from this morning. You know, fresh egg. They were already cracked.
Took them out of the fridge.
They were we're not going to start that discussion. They were pre-scrambled. As just a beautiful thing.
Pre-scrambled?
Yeah. So the chef in the morning had prepped them for you, right? Like they've been they're at the ready, and then you just grab new eggs. Why would you do that?
And you have your eggs over
already.
your head.
Well, yeah, you crack it over your head.
You scream out the window.
And then you like headbang that egg back into the pan. As there's no need.
That's
but
one way to put it, yeah.
It also doesn't matter because the game state is still pretty rough for Brion. They are
Chronicler,
behind.
I've seen the angle.
No.
Aris is about to get his teleport back.
He almost...
I believe that he might look to flank.
Almost. As himself, Brabidon's Death Cap.
Close.
Viper has Flash, so as long as Viper doesn't get flashed on by Umpty again.
Umpty doesn't have Flash.
Also true.
Key thing to note. But maybe Umpty will flank.
If Hanwha lose this game, I fear for the rest of their season.
I mean... Yeah, I mean, not even a joke.
No, they'll be okay. They're shoving here. They have Meganar to zone away. They're going to get the inhib, then they can rotate towards mid, get the next inhib.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know about that
They just got sniped down. Meanwhile, Zeka is going in onto this one as they've got a Gnar behind them as well. Morgan not in the best spot here. As Karis, unfortunately, this time around, not able to get the flank off. And so it looks like perhaps, just maybe, Hanwha Life Esports going to push this one in and take down the Nexus. They have Baron, they have 3 inhibitors, and they have a massive gold lead of 11,000. As we are trying to get the flank on in, Karis gets in there, takes out the Lux. I mean, it's better than nothing, right? As Henna is going to go down, and that will be the game. Hanwha Life Esports will take the series 2-1.
Game number 1 was a slogfest. Game number 2 was a slogfest in opposite directions. Game number 3, as much as we joked about the couple of little mistakes made by Hanwha Life, was a stomp. Start to finish, able to get their solo laners ahead. Zeka on the Akali was a big part of it, but to me, it was Klid on the lead that actually used the early power, used the timers that they were able to get right, that flash timer in mid, the bot lane play as well, shadowing his lanes. An important win in series for Hanwha Life, but they really would have enjoyed the 2-0. And that one,
yeah,
Brion didn't give them today.
Yeah, Brion was, they called their bluff essentially. They're like, okay, you want to do this? We will take you down. As Umpty and Edgar are having a very in-depth discussion. It's rough because in Brion's stance, you feel like, okay, well, we beat them in game 2. We are capable of taking down this team, and then what happened in game 3 and also in game 1, you know, obviously a lot of frustration for the Brion guys as this is absolutely a game they had to win. Because now this is going to put them 3 wins behind the 8 ball of trying to make playoffs.
Zeka, tad sheepish here, and you can also see no cause for big celebrations or crazy shenanigans to come out from Hanwha Life Esports. They got the win that they needed, but game 2 in particular, they will have to take to heart if they want to not just make playoffs, because as you point out, with this win, actually it's looking better and better for them. but make a deep run in the playoffs. Actually contest some of the better teams. Not even talking about T1, even though they beat T1 or Gen G, but getting up there with Sandbox and KT, two teams that have looked pretty good. And Homa Life today gave us both a good glimpse in the game number 3 of what they could be, and in game number 2,
Extreme Day.
Yeah, more new jeans. I'm loving it.
Wait, is that a new jeans?
The oh my,
as well?
yeah, no, the oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought the Extreme Hanwha Life
Oh no, I don't
Day.
know about that one.
I don't know what we're referring to. Well, this was a best of 3 of League of Legends. Glid actually, did some pretty nice stuff on the Lee Sin. It's good to see. I thought his Italy game obviously wasn't the best, as Homa Life Esports were not able to take the win in game 2, but comes back with another jungler that you really need to make a difference on, and actually does, which is, I think, a good look here for Homa Life Esports jungler.
And there were some nice moments for Brion, but this final game was really about the Hanwha Life Esports dominance, took control of the game, took down every single turret, and kind of we've said textbook game a lot today. This was a textbook Caitlyn game, right? Like, get early kills, snowball your Caitlyn, rotate her to the another lane, in this case top, get a turret there, and then Viper was sitting on a 2k gold lead like 15 minutes in, which isn't really playable.
Yeah. I'd really love to know what was being discussed between Umti and Edgar. It's not oftentimes you see a player having a heated discussion, let's call it, because we don't know what they're talking about exactly, with the coach on stage after a loss. But obviously, Umti wants it real bad. And I wonder if it's about the Caitlyn pick that they left up. Certainly key in this draft, and Homa Life was able to play it out well. Not much said here at the end. Basically, kind of just, pushing in, taking the win. As Hannah did the most damage in the game, but not able to match the massive gold difference. That was 13.6k at the end of the game.
Not going to be enough here. Can see in the gold graph, just started early on and then meticulously snowballed a few more eggs than they needed, but all in all, still a decisive win here in game number 3 from Homa Life.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like 8 eggs instead of 4. So they did exactly that. They got very fed by the end of the day and feeling pretty good at least about the win. But either way, we're done here for this first series. Let's throw it over to the space and see what they had to say about this one.
Thank you so much, egg enthusiasts and commentators of that final game between Bro and Homa Life Esports. I want to apologize. I made sure that I took some time to think about my feelings, and I have come back altogether zen to now break down that last game. Gentlemen, let's start with the draft here. Homa Life Esports, pretty elementary victory.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at the draft, it's a Caitlyn versus Karma scenario again. The Ezreal pick with the Karma, I think, doesn't work as well as some other picks we could have seen here, but like you're thinking, all right, we're going to scale, we're going to get through the early game, we're going to play weak side bottom, and we have the Lee Sin to contend with, right? And you have this Vi pick, so you're like, should be able to get there, right? And then that first fight on the Drake happens where everything snowballs out of their control, the Akali gets ahead, and in order to live through those early scary moments, you have to just not take those fights, you have to not collapse into those moments. And it was a close fight, but it's what decided everything. And you have the Ryze and the Fiora here in this draft, which could give you a lot of side lane control. But again, when the maps it gets taken away from you and the Akali is this ahead, it's really difficult to win the game. We saw too, it took a long time for Hanwha to end the game because of this 1-3-1 situation.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think it was a really good example of the game that how shows that Akali is really, really strong in current meta as well. And also, if you're a weak team, actually just making one mistake, look against especially Akali, it becomes really, really critical. But the thing is, also they counterpick solo lane, which is especially Ryze into Akali and Fiora into Gnar, and those two picks actually didn't make sense at all. And Akali was just already up CS even before the fight actually started to happen. And especially also even Fiora was not looking great. I think if there was another team, they would have picked the other pick like Jace, they even hover it, but I think the champion pool issues as well.
Yeah. And Wolf already mentioned it, but our first highlight is going to be that of that Dragon fight that Harmon Life Esports were able to take down. And I want to echo your point just a little bit before we get there, because that the Fiora pick could have been that Jace that we've seen absolutely dominate the Nas. But let's have a look at this, as it really wasn't great.
Umpty has ult available here, but he doesn't ult Zeka early, and then Zeka gets into Shroud, and you can see it's just really difficult to play this fight out, so he actually ults Life.
Which is
kind of flash away. Yeah, he's just like, I missed my chance to ult this Akali. And at that moment in time, the fight's over, right? You can't actually win the skirmish anymore. Zeka picks up a ton of money. The Rise was already kind of behind the curve there, but this was essentially the moment in my mind where the game was over. Like, it was not unplayable, but your game state is so terrible from this point on with the composition you drafted that you can't control the side lanes anymore. You can't actually ever get back map control.
Yeah, I mean, it was against king of the Eastern team, which is the HLE, but still, like, they know how to snowball. They're really, really close to go to the, Western as well. Like, they're gonna be close. Like pretty, like, they're almost guaranteed. Like, they're trying to guarantee the playoff team, and they actually prove themselves as well that they can actually how to snowball it and not throw the game and play like safely. And it could be a little bit slow, but like, I think I guess it's like team color that they take the last risk. And it's like making sure that they're going on the track.
Yeah, and they actually did it this time around. I think that game number 2 was more of the exception rather than the rule for Harmon Life Esports, but it is dangerous for them. We brought up that gold graph just to show you that there wasn't another highlight, because the game, as you saw, kind of ballooned out of control after that point. And the rest wasn't all that relevant. I believe we might be almost ready for a POG, but before we get there, gentlemen, we're a bit worried about Harmon Life Esports, but how does Bro manage to sort themselves out? Because we know that this is a team full of talented players. We saw what Morgan was capable of. Even if the game was really slow in game number 2, they have a lot of potential. They're just not getting there.
I want to see Brion focus more on set plays and red side drafts, where you can look for a draft where you get counterpick for your solo laners and you play around specific early game win conditions, because Brion, when they come in with a plan, they seem really good, right? They can play the early game well. Umpty's great with his early pathing. Play around that style instead of just trying to play around mid game, which seems like how they've tried to play this week so far. And you fall behind and everything goes out the window, and Brion are a team that can't recover very well. Like, they have a good plan at the beginning, but they're flexing, not so great so far.
Yeah. So I mean, for me, I think specifically today, I think Curry's the performances team need to step up himself. I think individually, like a lot of the game that he was not able to impact the game, it's just more so he was giving the opportunity to the Zeka that he can actually carry the game. He was giving the source, and that has to be stopped.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can improve on that as we move further forward. POG time, ladies and gentlemen, as there are a couple of options here, but it will be Zeka that picks it up. 500 points now. He collects that on his Akali. Honestly, that Akali moment that we saw around the Dragon was the end of the game. I kind of would have liked to see Clid pick this one up, mainly for some Clid-demption from game number 1, where I thought that he definitely had a great performance as well. But I think this is fine, the double Zeka angle, and we'll get to have a chat with him about that game number 2, maybe.
Yeah, I thought that was a Zeka low light, actually, that one there, but I thought this is kind of puzzling to me. I voted for Viper, and like we didn't really have a strong opinion, so I ended up voting for the boom damage in this one, but I think he did very well.
The LPL vote tactic, I like it.
Yeah, I think the Clid vote is a strong one. We do get 2 of those. It's Chronicler and the Chinese cast that go for that, but everyone else goes Zeka. A little bit surprising to me. I thought, yeah, he got money early and snowballed, but it wasn't the greatest individual performance we've seen from him by any means.
Yeah, I mean, more so, I think I really high rated that his lane phase was really good. Like already, like before, as I mentioned it, even before the fight happened, even before he gets the snowball, he was already winning 1v1 against Akali against the Rise, and I think that's a pretty big deal.
Yep, it was pretty impressive. But now we get to have a chat with Just Zeka by himself. So I believe we can throw it over to Jisun for some interview translation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the solo POG interview from Zeka from Harmon Life Esports. Congratulations. Hana Life just picked up the 7th win of the season and you won back-to-back POG, Seka. How do you feel? Yeah, we are on a 2-match losing streak since the second round robin. Feels amazing. And also I'm so happy with the solo POG situation over here. So we had a very, very extended series between you and Brion. How did you manage to keep focused until the end? Well, a lot of people actually already know that we always play a lot of late games, so we are already used to it, so it was not a big deal for us. So there were so many stuff to pay attention to when it comes to this series, and you guys and Brion actually have the longest average game time in the LCK. What do you think of this kind of record that Hana Life is displaying? Well, our players and coaches don't really pay attention to it too much, but I think it's mostly because of the pick that I play on the mid lane, the champions that actually hits the power spike very late. So I guess that's mainly why. Just like you said, you played Kusanen in game number 1. So is that based on your confidence that as long as we go to the late game, we'll be able to just stomp them? Yeah, partly, and also just our draft itself. We only tried to find the best way to win the game, and Kusarin was the answer for that in game number 1. And Zeka, I mean, you were showing great strengths throughout the season, but one of them is for sure your CSing. You are always farming at a decent level. Is that because your teammates actually let you take all the resources, or is that just you are good at farming? Well, funneling gold doesn't really exist anymore because most of the CS just comes from the laning phase. So if you lane well, you get to have more CS. I think that does make sense, these days, because laning phase does directly translate into CS numbers. And also in game 3, unlike the first 2 games, well, game 3 was very fast-paced. You guys were very ahead in gold early on, so what kind of stuff did you guys focus on after game number 2? Not only this game too, but also the last time we lost to Brion, I think it was also Vi that led Brion to victory, so we wanted to remove those options away from Brion this time around. And in game 3, you were able to just outplay the opponents on that Akali. First blind pick on the mid lane for the blue side from Hana Life. Were you not worried about the champion matchup on the mid lane? Yeah, I mean, as long as I can farm, well on the mid lane, she doesn't really lose any matchup. So I was not worried about my lane opponent. And then you got to play up against Rise, and you had to stop him from roaming around the map. What did you focus on playing up against him? So Akali cannot really get proactive up against Rise, but I got kind of lucky, so I started off really well, so I was able to exert more dominance around the map. And Zeka, I'm pretty sure you were able to, choose Akali for your world skin. Do you like it? I'm not sure if I can reveal it yet, but I did see some of the traps, and female champions in League is so pretty, so I'm pretty happy with the outcome. It's pretty sleek. And with this win, you guys are able to get another win added to the streak, and your next opponent will be Kwangdong Freaks. I think Kwangdong Freaks was the first team we played up against in the opening day of the season, but I think they've gotten a lot stronger, so we will have to do our best in that match. This will be the end of the interview from Zika. Back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, for the absolutely amazing translation of the interview with Zeka. Good to hear his thoughts about that game. A little bit difficult in the middle there, but they closed it out extraordinarily strongly. Let's have a look at what this has done to the standings. So bring that up onto your screen right now. Here it is. Life Esports just barely ahead, although quite a long way ahead of Bro.
Might be a bit early to say this, but I kind of feel like we know who's going to playoffs this year. You know what I mean? Like, the gap between 6 and 7 is now so huge, and the gap between 7 and 8 is so much larger that, like, we have a pretty big defined expected playoffs team.
It's not likely that Nongshim goes to playoffs, guys. I think we can guarantee that.
High likely, yeah.
I think that unless something changes drastically for Breon here, we probably have our playoff teams like decided, one of the earliest playoff deciders I think we've had in several years, like because this gap is so large right now.
Yeah, I do agree. I definitely do agree. And HLE, they absolutely need to step up as well to get the better spot on the Western as well.
Yeah, no, exactly right. There is a lot on the line if you want to avoid that single elimination. Double elimination requires you to be much higher up the standings. But next up, we've got T1 taking on Live Sandbox, and we are well and truly on the eastern side of the bracket for that one. This is going to be an absolute banger, but it will be after this short break. So we'll see you afterwards for that epic matchup. Oh, never mind. We're actually going to chill here just for a moment, guys. First,
I'm out of here.
It's gonna be a cool game. Don't sleep, guys. We're chilling.
Yeah. We're
here for these.
We're not gonna have a break at all. In fact, we're just gonna stay here for 20 minutes and hang out with you guys. Never mind. We are actually gonna go to a break now. See you after.
Okay, it's time for Carria's Kalista support.
나이스.
T1 will take the game in 45 minutes.
What an impressive game from KT.
Dominant Game 3 victory. We never doubted them.
Hello and welcome to Saturday Showdown.
And I'll never give it up. I'm unbreakable, and we're never gonna stop. I'm unbreakable, till we make it to the top. Never give it up. I'm unbreakable, and we're never gonna stop. I'm unbreakable, till we make it to the top.
롤든컵 문제 출제를 맡게 된 배혜지입니다. 여러분 반갑습니다.
맨날 너무 칙칙했는데.
혓바닥 토스에 제가 또 오게 됐네요. 반갑습니다. 롤드컵 문제는 총 22문제가 100점 만점으로 준비가 되어 있고요. 문제마다 획득할 수 있는 점수가 다른데요. 몇 점을 맞느냐에 따라서 나의 롤덕력이 몇 %인지 확인할 수 있는 기회가 되지 않을까 싶습니다.
질문 있는데 질문해도 되나요?
네.
마지막 문제만 막 99점 이렇게 달리는 거 아니죠?
그건 아니에요. 하지만 열심히 하면 반전의 기회는 또 찾아올 수 있기 때문에 끝까지 열심히 해주시기 바랍니다.
기회가 있어? 이건 좀 알다.
자, 그리고 오늘 또 선물이 준비되어 있어요. 오늘 1등 하신 분한테는 어마어마한 선물이 있는데 이거 이따가 마지막에 공개하도록 하겠고요.
돈으로 바꿀 수 있나요?
어떻게 저희 선물을 돈으로 바꿔요, 정말.
왜냐면 제가 예전에 여기서 상품을 하나 받았는데 그거 들고 가는 게 힘들었어요.
그랬어요.
꼴등은 뭐 벌칙 있나요?
오늘 사실 꼴등을 피하는 게 더 중요할 수 있어요. 벌칙은 바로 챔피언 코스프레를 하고 경기를 관람하기!
선배님 형이 약간 내정적인 것 같은데.
한 명씩 돌아가면서 각오 한마디씩 부탁드릴게요.
나 신동진 질 줄 모르는 남자. 오늘 1등 꼭 하겠습니다.
저는 1등만 할 겁니다.
1등 중요하잖아요. 꼴등만 피할 것 같습니다.
당당하게 우승하고 이 영광을 와이프에게 돌리도록 하겠습니다.
멋지다! 객제다! 자, 좋습니다. 그러면 롤든컵 지금부터 시작해보도록 하겠습니다. 1교시 기초영역 문제입니다. 점수는 2점짜리예요. 자, 문제 드립니다. 롤 챔피언 중 가장 마지막으로 출시된 챔피언의 이름은 크산테인데요. 그렇다면 크산테까지 포함한 현재 롤 챔피언의 개수는 무엇일까요? 써주세요. 자, 칠판에 적어주시면 되겠습니다.
롤 챔피언.
이게 기회가 한 번인가요?
그렇습니다.
정답.
야, 이건 진짜 약간 컨셉이야. 공부 안 한 척. 아니, 이거 컨셉이야.
아니야, 이거 근사치야.
그 차이가 좀 나실래?
자, 여러분 이거 1교시 기초 영역인데 지금 1번 문제부터
근데 이거 문제 출제자가 진짜 너무 나빠요. 정말 개수 세는 것도 아니고 누가 챔피언 개수를 세요.
제가 힌트를 하나 드리자면 헬리우스님 키랑 살짝 비슷해요.
정답!
오, 아주 비슷해요. 자, 여러분 하나, 둘, 셋, 정답 들어주세요.
정답.
나지!
정답은 샤이님입니다.
아, 그렇구나.
162개.
아니, 키가 그렇구나.
아니, 원래 차이 안 나왔어, 이거!
이러지 마. 야, 신발 벗고. 신발 벗어. 아니, 나와. 아니,
비슷했죠.
그래요. 무슨 소리야. 이거보다 업이 몇 갠데.
두 번째 문제 가겠습니다. 10초 내에 공허 챔피언 5명을 쓰시오. 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯, 여섯, 일곱, 여덟, 아홉, 열, 땡! 올려주세요.
아니, 안 되는 거 봐. 아니.
됐어.
자, 정답은요. 공허 챔피언이 총 9명이거든요.
왜 이렇게 많아?
사이, 말자, 벨코즈, 벨베스, 초가스, 카사딘, 카이사, 카직스, 후그모입니다. 자, 어디 샤이님 한번 볼까요?
네.
정답! 캡틴잭님도 정답입니다.
아니, 너무 바쁜 거 아닌가?
진짜부터 적고 있었으면서. 아니.
자, 다음은 3점짜리 문제.
오?
근데 이제
2점이었어요. 그렇죠.
그렇죠.
픽창에서 가장 마지막에 있는 챔피언의 이름은 무엇일까요? 5,
가나다라 마법사.
3, 2,
풀네임 적어야겠지,
1.
당연히.
정답 들어주세요.
뭔가? 나 모르겠다. 뭐야?
자,
아무도 없어?
이 혓바닥 토스 안 되겠네.
보이는 거.
오! 플레임! 정답입니다!
오, 당연하지.
아, 할머니 거 아니었어?
아니, 하가 아잖아. 너 몰라.
정답은 헤카림이었습니다. 잘하셨어요. 오, 좋았어요.
하나 차이로 졌다.
자, 1교시 이렇게 기초 영역으로 달려봤고요. 2교시는 바로 스토리 역사 영역입니다.
내가 기가 막히지. 역사는 또 내가 아주 그냥.
이번에 점수는 4점입니다. 맞춰주세요. 문제 드립니다. 롤 챔피언에는 각자의 스토리가 있는데요. 다음 중 전에 사귀었거나 현재 커플이거나 혹은 부부가 아닌 조합은 뭘까요? 1번 자야 라칸, 2번 루시아 세나, 3번 애쉬 트린다미어, 4번 럭스 이즈. 자, 과연 정답은 무엇일지?
이거는 너무 쉽다. 야, 이건 좀 헷갈리는데? 좀 헷갈리는데?
자, 현재 커플이거나
네.
부부가 아닌 조합.
오케이. 나 저거 소리 안 나서.
빨리 챙겨, 빨리 챙겨.
자, 정답 들어주세요.
이거지?
이거 아닌가?
정답은 바로 4번 네.
틀렸어? 아니 나도 틀렸어.
4번 럭스 이즈리얼인데요. 둘은 사귀는 게 아니라 이즈리얼이 럭스를
슬프다.
사랑하는 거였습니다. 다야 라카는 커플이고요. 루시안 세나는 부부고요. 그리고 애쉬 트린다미어도 부부입니다.
근데 부부였는데 깨지지 않았나?
아니에요.
그래요?
정략 결혼을 했는데 이후에 좀 사랑으로 발전한 부부입니다.
안 깨졌구나.
아니 우리 동진님 오늘 소개팅도 예정되어 있는데 혹시 챔피언 중에 이상형 있어요?
미스포춘 같은. 세야 돼. 나는 휘어 잡아야 돼. 나는 이제 꽉 잡아가지고.
잘 알겠고요. 자, 다음 문제로 한번 넘어가 볼게요. 다음 중 혈연 관계가 아닌 조합은 무엇일까요? 1번 모르가나 케일, 2번 카사딘 카이사, 3번 오른 볼리비어 애니비아, 4번 나소스 레넥톤, 5번 카타리나 스웨인, 6번 다리우스 드레이븐. 자, 과연 정답은 무엇일까요?
너무 쉽다.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
이거 말이구나. 이거겠지.
이번에도 2대2로 정답이 갈렸는데 정답은 바로 5번.
아니 어떻게 공주이랑 새가 아니에요?
신내필은 이어갔잖아. 신내필은.
오렌이 첫째 형이고요. 볼리비어가 남동생, 그리고 애니비아는 여동생으로 남매 관계입니다.
그럼 뭐? 그러면
오케이.
엄마랑 아빠가
그리고 카타리나랑 스웨인이 카타리나의 군대 상관이라고 합니다.
맞죠.
네, 자 그렇다면 이제 3교시 듣기 영역으로 넘어가 보겠습니다. 미스포춘을 픽했을 때 나오는 음성은 무엇일까요?
아니 이걸 어떻게 알아요?
아 이런 멍청이들.
선생님도 모르잖아요.
이거 힌트예요.
오케이.
오!
근데 이거 문제 좀 잘못된 것 같은데 원딜러여가지고.
정답 보여주세요. 뜨든. 그럼 한 번씩 소리 내서 읽어주세요.
행운은 멍청이들이나 어쩌고저쩌고?
샤이님은요?
행운은 멍청이들에게 따르지 않아.
행운은 멍청이들을 기다려주니까. 행운이 왜 멍청이를
소리야?
그래? 자, 정답 제가 하겠습니다. 행운은 멍청이를 싫어하는 법이지.
캔디쟁님 정답!
행운은 멍청이를 싫어하는 법이지.
이거지.
너무 잘 적어주셨고 다음 문제도 한번 분발해주세요. 다음 문제. 그라가스를 픽했을 때 나오는 음성은 무엇일까요? 정답 보여주세요. 우리 캡틴쟁님만 네가라고 적었고 다른 분들은 니라고 적었어요. 캡틴쟁님 정답으로 인정하겠습니다. 아무모를 픽했을 때 나오는 음성은 뭘까요?
날 선택해줄 줄은 정말 몰랐어.
캡틴쟁님 정답이고요. 그러면 너무 아쉬우니까 성대모사 한번 기회 드릴게요.
날 선택해줄 줄은 정말 몰랐어.
땡! 다음 문제로 넘어갑니다. 니코를 배냈을 때의 멘트는 니코를 감당하지 못하는군인데요. 그렇다면 실제 니코 음성은 무엇일까요? 음성 들어볼게요.
니코를 감당하지 못하는군.
니코를 감당하지 못하는군.
니코를 감당하지 못하는군.
니코를 감당하지 못하는군. 니코를 감당하지 못하는군.
니코를 감당하지 못하는군.
앞에 의상은 왜 있는 거예요?
정답 들어주세요. 네 분 다 5번을 선택해 주셨는데요. 바꿀게 한 번씩 드릴게요.
다 맞춰서 저런 말 하는 거 다 맞춰서.
귀여운 목소리가 딱 하나 있었는데.
혹시 본인이 녹음했나요?
아 있었는데.
본인이 녹음.
자 정답 보여주세요. 정답은요?
저는 몰랐어요.
오, 어디 혹시 6번 목소리가 좀 어떻게 뭐가 달랐나요?
못 뛴 게 뛴 거 같은데 그냥 찍어온.
정답 보여주세요. 자, 정답은 5번이었고요. 1번이 메인 PD님, 그리고 2번이 개그맨 신규진님, 그리고 3번이 전 프로게이머 마이티베어 김민수님이셨고요. 4번이 작가님 목소리였고요. 6번이 바로 제 목소리였습니다. 아니, 6번 목소리가 좀 귀여워서 했다라고 하면 점수 드리려고 했는데 개찐이었다 하셔가지고 오답 처리하도록 하겠습니다. 문제 드립니다. 다음 중 에코의 웃음소리는 무엇일까요? 하나, 둘, 셋!
빰빰빰빰.
와, 네 분 다 1번이라고 적어주셨는데요. 정답은 바로 1번이었습니다. 다들 잘해주셨어요. 네 분 다 5점씩 번씩 드리도록 하겠고요. 4교시는 수리 영역입니다.
수리? 수리 영역. 여기 다 가방끈이 짧아가지고 좀 힘들 것 같은데.
문제 띄워주세요. 자, 이 아이템 가격으로 다음 수식을 계산해주세요.
근사치로 가나요, 이것도?
이거 정확하게 값이 나와 있어요. 1분 드리도록 하겠습니다.
처음 게 얼마야? 처음 거 얼마인지 좀 알려줘. 그러면 너도 세 번째 거 얼마인지 알려줘.
이런 문제의 정답은 0이야. 객관식 나오면 0으로 찍으면 됐어.
정답을 들어주세요. 와, 마이너스 550? 왜 이렇게 나온 거죠?
1800, 1300, 마이너스 3000, 마이너스 1050, 마이너스 600 아닌가요?
중물 샷들이 그렇게 안 비쌀 텐데.
그리고 캡쟁님은요?
로아의 가격을 잘 모르긴 하는데 두 번째 건 1,300원이고 제 2,600원, 1,000원, 600원 그냥 얼추 계산했습니다.
정답은?
왔잖아!
아니, 캡쟁님 그 안에 틀리긴 했는데 어쨌든 정답이 0원이기 때문에 맞춘 걸로 하겠습니다.
이거지! 마누라 보고 있지? 마누라 사랑해! 나 맞추고 있어!
아이템 가격으로 계산한 수식의 정답은 틀렸다! 미술 영역으로 가보도록 할게요. 어떤 챔피언의 눈일까요? 오! 정답은 N입니다! 이 챔피언의 눈은 칠판에 적어주세요.
디지털 풍화가 너무 심하게 된 거. 라칸.
왜요?
그냥 라칸이 저렇게 생겼어요.
정답은 라칸! 오, 정답! 어떤 챔피언의 콧구멍일까요? 어떤 챔피언의 열쇠일까요? 어떤 챔피언의 귀걸이인지 맞춰주세요. 6교시가 마지막으로 남아있는데요. 1등 자리가 좀 위협적일 것 같은데? 4문제가 남아있으니까 마지막까지 잘 집중해주세요. 방금 보신 장면은 크산테의 Q 스킬인데요. Q의 정확한 스킬명은 무엇일까요? 1번 엔드포 타격, 2번 엔트포 타격, 3번 엔토포 타격, 4번 엔터포 타격, 5번 엔타포 타격.
너무 악질이다 진짜.
이거 어감으로 맞춰야 돼. 엔타포 뭔가 이상하잖아. 근데 이거 타플러한테 너무 유리한 거 보잖아.
아니 나 그런 거 보면 안 해.
정답 보여주세요. 답이 갈렸습니다. 자, 정답 무엇일지 볼게요.
제발.
3번 엔토포 타격이었습니다.
맞습니다. 우리 가장 못한 챔피언 카운터인데. 챔피언 나오면 연구도 좀 하고 공부해야 될 거 아니야? 맞아, 그거 읽어봐야 되는 거 아니야? 스킬명 다?
얘가 엔톤지 엔튼지 뭐 어떻게 알아?
자, 다음은요. 8점짜리 문제입니다. 카르마가 만트라를 사용할 때 총 3가지의 대사를 쓰는데요. 라스리안 온비. 또 다른 하나는 가엔나 키리비. 마지막 하나는 무엇일까요? 정답 들어주세요. 4분 다 틀렸습니다. 아쉽습니다. 자, 엘레사 티리비. 다음 문제 그러면 또 자신 있게 넘어가 볼까요? 다음은 10점짜리 문제입니다. 영상 한번 같이 보실까요? 방금 영상에서 루시안이 빛의 심판을 썼는데요. 날린 총알의 개수는 몇 개일까요?
아니 이런 미친.
한 번 더 볼수 있어요?
네. 영상 다시 한번 보여드릴게요. 자, 이제 10점짜리 문제이기 때문에 내가 꼴찌에서 탈출하려면 이 문제 맞춰야 되거든요.
아 이거 너무 헷갈리네.
보여주세요.
오 뭐야?
자, 영상 한번 확인해 볼게요. 정답은 22마리였습니다. 캡쟁님 그리고 플레이님이 10점씩 가져가시게 되셨습니다.
꼴찌는 아직 아닌데.
마지막 문제 드리도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 문제는요. 10점짜리 문제입니다. 문제 드리겠습니다. 라이즈를 주목해주세요. 자, 방금 보셨던 유저의 티어는 무엇일까요?
한 번만 더 보여주세요.
그렇다면 다른 영상이 준비되어 있어서 다른 영상 하나 더 보여드릴게요.
페이커인 거 아니야?
정답은 무엇일까요? 뭐라고 써주셨나요?
그만. 챌린저 너무 뻔하니까.
나는 챌린저야.
챌린저라고 쓰셨어요?
왜냐하면 라이즈 콤보를 보면 E를 쓰고 W를 쓰는 게 속박을 쓰는 콤보인데 그걸 안 쓰면서 QW, QEQ를 쓰려고 하는 되게 고난이도의 플레이가 있었거든요.
근데 호종이 형이 말한 것처럼 일단 라이즈가 스킬샷을 되게 잘 쏘고 콤보를 잘 쓰고 잘 맞췄어요. 여기서 중력장이 빠진 걸 보고 바로 앞무빙을 치면서 Q, E, Q 그리고 쫓아가는 거 보고 들어가서 평타 E, 떡, Q 하고 평타 쳐주고 근데 이런 거 보면
야수팀은 절대 아니에요.
오, 역시 우리 분석 데스크의 자존심, 헬리오스님. 캡틴님도 한번.
미니언 열심히 지우고 앞무빙으로 들어가는 모습. 그리고 여기서도 맞딜할 때 속박 안 쓰고 그냥 계속 큐로 콤보 넣는 게 굉장히 고난이도 플레이를 하는 겁니다. 그리고 앞으로 쭉 따라가면서 딜 넣을 거 다 넣으면서 빠질 때 물론 실수가 있긴 했지만 저런 거 챌린저라고 안 나오지 않습니다.
든든한 헬리오스님과 캡장님의 분석이었고 정답은 무엇일지 정답은 바로 도나스트롱님의 플레이였는데요. 티어는 마스터입니다. 마지막 문제까지 풀어봤는데 우승자에게는 선물이, 꼴찌에게는 벌칙이 가게 되는데요. 1등을 한번 발표해보도록 하겠습니다. 1등은요 53점을 차지한 플레이님입니다. 축하드립니다. 소감 한 말씀. 네.
분석 데스크에 있으신 분들이 좀 더 공신력 있으니까 잘알아야 되는데 좀 아쉽다는 말이 좀 나오네요. 분석 데스크에 새로운 인재가 필요하다면 DM 주세요.
1등을 위한 선물 넣어주세요.
잠깐만.
자, 아주 어마어마한 선물이 등장을 했습니다. 자, 여기로 나와주세요.
받으실래요?
안 돼, 안 돼.
되게 그런 거 아니야?
플레임님 선물 드리겠습니다.
감사합니다. 사이다. 이거 좀 무거운데요? 혹시 안에 돈 들어있는 거 아닌가요?
2등 한번 발표해보도록 하겠습니다. 42점을 차지한 캡틴 잭님입니다. 축하드립니다.
뭐 그래도 2등 나쁘지 않았다.
와이프에게 한마디.
와이프 1등은 아니어도 그래도 사랑해줘. 열심히 했잖아.
아니 1등만 사랑하는 세상이야.
아, 스윗하다, 스윗하다. 이제
내가 진 거 같네.
3등과 4등이 준비되어 있는데요. 벌칙을 받을 분은 과연 누구일지. 3등과 4등이 단 3점 차이밖에 나질 않습니다. 꼴찌는요. 35점으로 차이님입니다. 꼴찌 하셨는데 기분 어떠세요?
기분 많이 나빠요.
우리 LCK 시청자분들을 또 찾아가게 되실 예정이잖아요.
좋은 모습인지는 잘 모르겠네요. 곧 찾아뵙겠습니다.
헬리오스님 3등 하셨는데 지금 소개팅까지 딱 20분 전에 제가 끝내드렸거든요. 어떻게 소개팅 결계 한마디 하시겠어요?
빨리 가야 돼요, 빨리. 네. 6시 반까지 끝낸다고.
8분으로 배지 아나운서님 진짜 어떻게 이렇게 누추한 곳에 귀한 분 모셔가지고 했는데 도전 롤드컵 잘 끝낸 것 같고요. 그렇죠 여러분?
덕분에 너무 재밌었습니다.
너무
역시 인간 비타민 배혜지.
활동이 오늘 재밌었지? 다음에도 재밌게 한번 찾아오도록 할게. 오빠 나또 안녕하세요. 지금 찍고 있는 거예요? 아니 뭐 이런 것까지 지금 찍으면
아무거나 가장 쉬운 거.
네. 이게 잭스 하면은 샤이거든요. 많이 내려놨죠? 네. 역시 또 This is 샤이가 나왔는데.
신낙스야? 네, 신낙스 때문에. 이렇게 보내실 분이 아니다. 네, 잠시만요. 아니 안다더니 왜 이렇게 열심히 해? 자기들아 우리 다음에 좋은 얼굴로 또 만나자. 그러면 안녕. 오빠 닥터.
guys, we're back for the second match of the night. T1 up against Live Sandbox, and this one, it should go a bit quicker in terms of pace, you would imagine. T1 and Live Sandbox definitely a bit more aggressive in terms of their style, and absolutely looking to get the revenge is Live Sandbox after the last match. That only happened 6 days ago, even though that was in round 1 compared to round 2, which it is today.
And Sandbox coming off of the hot victory that they found against D+ Kia 2-0. Now D+ Kia have since bounced back. Of course, we're able to then in return 2-0 KT, kind of continuing the weird, confusing circle that we have going on. But T1 also beat Genji, but that was an extremely hard-fought series that in the end came down to a couple of individual mistakes. And I'm really excited to see what the level play today will be.
Yeah, we do have the standings ready to go, as there they are behind us. T1 up against Live Sandbox. T1 2 wins ahead of Live Sandbox at the moment, and plus 12, of course, being in first place and 5 wins in a row. T1 pretty comfortable in their position, but everybody else, including T1, I mean, it is 2 wins and it's still comfortable, but it's pretty competitive at the top of the bracket here at the LCK. You know, every week we'll have a new second, third, fourth place at least, and that could also change soon. It won't change with this match. Live Sandbox can't necessarily move too far away at this point in time, but they'll definitely still be looking for the win.
And it's crazy that Sandbox could slip all the way to 6th place if they get 2-0'd here, right? Because in terms of game score, they actually are not in a great position right now. And if T1 gets a decisive victory here, they will not only solidify their spot in first place, but also push down as, yeah, revenge match, an opportunity here for Sandbox to try and get the win, even though Envy actually did get the solo kill on Guma. That Ezreal play into the Zeri was very, very cool. They were unable to actually win, and Guma has mentioned that he's looking forward to this matchup again to get some much-needed revenge.
Yeah, he will want that individual revenge. Will he restore his pride? I think he's got a decent amount of pride as a player. He is quite strong.
Oh, yeah.
Very confident. As this one is actually the key player matchup in my mind. And it's just because Keria, obviously #1 support, but might even be the best player we have in the LCK currently.
Yeah.
Whereas Kyle, we all knew he was great, but he's actually just getting better. So it's insane.
In my opinion, with Keria is very obviously #1, but Kyle is also very obviously #2, which, if you would have told me that like a year and a half ago when this guy won Challengers, him and Envy were just kind of, they were there, but they were not the part of that roster, and seeing how far they have come has been extremely exciting. The one downside is that is also, I think, the biggest gap that Sandbox have over many opponents, and they won't have it of T1, because again, you're playing into Keria. As the stats here, unsurprising, T1's early game is an absolute menace, and really what sets them apart from any other team, barring specifically D+ on a really good day, which are hard to find this season.
Yeah, and you'll take a look at that one stat for Live Sandbox. Their first Herald percentage is the lowest in the league, which is pretty surprising, but generally not fighting for those first Heralds, I suppose, on their side. As here's T1 looking pretty ready to go. Everybody understanding that this is still an important match, like I mentioned before, even though they are 2 wins ahead. You need to win every single one. You want to secure that first place seed going into playoffs.
And last time these two teams faced, we did go to 3 games. Was a great series between the two. T1 getting the upper hand. And considering that T1 also dispatch of Genji in a very similar fashion, wouldn't be surprised, Veldes, if we are looking at another free gamer here. But one that will have a much higher pace. As mentioned, T1's early game stats are some of the best in the league. Very good at early objective control. And their drafts allow for it. Sometimes their drafts up into it a little bit too heavily. And Sandbox have been one of the great big surprises. At the beginning, we weren't sure whether they were just getting a couple of back-to-back quote-unquote lucky victories, but as we get deeper into the season, where they rank in the top 6 remains to be seen, but that they are part of the top 6 at this point is proven certainly.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious at this point these guys are really overperforming, and, you know, I say overperforming, that's just compared to our expectations, but this is their actual level, as you have made clear. Like, these guys are actually a really strong team here in the LCK. Need to see them continue with this and move it into playoffs. That's definitely what we'd like for this this kind of roster, who have individually had big moments. Everybody's, you know, really coming into their own. Closer, obviously, a top mid. Willer really impressing us over time. As we're going to take a look as well at the key player matchup now. And it will be what I was expecting. Keria versus Kyle. This is a matchup for the ages.
Super exciting. It's where I think that normally Sandbox has one of the big advantages. We have seen a lot of supports have very low lows and high peaks. Kyle has been just really good across the board, but he's going up against Keria, and I would tend to agree with you, Valdez. If you're talking about the best individual players across the entire league, regardless of role, then Keria is going to be at the forefront of that discussion. From the top of my head, I don't even know who you'd like put up above him, because it's not easy when a player is this creative, this consistent, and is able to find so many angles for his team, no matter the game state.
You know, I have been a longtime Keria fan, I suppose you could say it. But it's, you know, it's kind of funny that I feel like even as the seasons are coming along, he's even beginning to outshine some of his own teammates as well. And that's where, like, the discussion of is he the best player currently in the league begins to come out. And I think there's definitely an argument to be had. I think it's hard to say from just one round of the Spring Split on a team of this, you know, this much stacking, this stacked of a roster. As, of course, Faker's just going to go for a quick reboot before we do head into the game. Got to make sure you restart that computer every once in a while.
And I'm glad we also got the close-up on Zeus and Birdo, because it's important to remember that Zeus and Birdo came up around the same time. Players are close. Players have played together under the same org, under T1 for a decent amount of time. And then Birdo had a path filled with trials and tribulations. He has looked really good at times, and he's looked like the weakest link on a team. He wasn't able to deal with the pressure in 2021 at Worlds when Gen G subbed him in, got smashed by Ale. On D+, we saw that the constant rotating in and out was something that he was just not able to deal with, but the current environment of Liv Sandbox, with Willer being one of the most awesome teammates that we've seen in terms of comps, has made this player. We still see some of the inconsistencies, but it's made the matchup closer than I think it could have been over the last 2 years. Now, do I think it's close? No, not necessarily, because it's still Zeus. And as I mentioned, Birdo's path filled with trials and tribulations. Zeus' path has been, he debuted, and then he was the best top laner, kind of, and then he was also one of the 2 best top laners at Worlds in his first year as a starter, so it's kind of tough to stand up to that insane legacy that he has already built for himself.
Well, we'll see if Liv Sandbox have a chance to challenge these guys this time around. Of course, T1 lost game 1 and then went on to a reverse sweep in the best of 3 and take it 2-1 just 6 days ago. So, you know, they already kind of downloaded themselves a bit before in that first matchup, and now they're going to come into this one with slightly changed priorities and drafts and stuff like that, as Annie is going to be banned here on blue side.
Still a lot of AD carry power picks available. And Lucian and Zeri are looming. With this Karma, I'm expecting a Caitlyn ban. And it might not be the most exciting start of the draft here. Do know that T1 in particular is still very happy to experiment and go into different directions, but it will indeed be the expected Lucian B1 here, leading to what I assume will be a Sejuani and a... I was thinking Lulu, but yeah, I can go for Zeri as well.
Either or, because, you know, if they go Lucian, Lulu, okay, well. Lulu picked early. Seems like maybe they don't want to go into the Sejuani. Maybe they want to try to get a counter pick situation for the jungle, or at least see what the picks will be first before selecting it. As the Lulu is, you know, pretty much granted once you lock that in. I think someone cheered after Nami got locked in, because it's, guess what, Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu. I know a couple people who are very happy and excited to see that again.
not in the least place you, as a Sandbox staple gets picked up. Willer here on the Vi. It was last year Croco and Kyle that were a leading force. Croco has unfortunately seen better days, currently struggling in DRX, but Willer has stepped up to the plate in a way that not many of us were expecting. And this Vi, combined with a Lulu in particular, will be a powerful pick. We saw it initially emerge as kind of a counter into the Wukong and has become a mainstay jungler from here. Does mean the Sejuani is going to make its way through the draft, and the pick is still quite strong, but does somewhat require you to draft accordingly. Draft for melee, solo lanes, and now the team seems to be willing to go for that here as the R4 Azir. It's a staple. It's not exciting.
Hey, any
That's
Gnar
the job done.
enjoyers?
Yeah, Gnar and, well, we can't go Victor. So Gnar, no, the Kali's banned. Gnar, Sylas, maybe? The Sylas matchup has seen better days into the Azir. That Nardo. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I just, I wasn't going to say anything until it came out because I just wanted to make 100% sure.
Yeah.
But I already was.
Zaze is good enough to just go for a blind Fiora, but we're not going to. We're not going to take any risk. This is game number 1.
Gnar's very strong blind when you already banned a couple of answers, or at least one in the Jax.
Is it a Bird or Yone angle?
What?
So, there are 3 opportunities here. It might be Gragas jungle. It might be Gragas jungle with Gnar top and then
Wukong mid.
Really? Well, I don't think that's good. But the alternative is that you're playing Gnar mid and then Gragas top and then Wukong jungle. But Gnar
Sylas,
mid.
look at this.
There's no way that you ever play Gnar mid into Azir, right? That's not happening.
Well,
is Faker just going to?
I think Azir might be going top. I mean, actually, Birdo could just play the Gnar.
Birdo has played this matchup a ton. The Dove tech?
The Dove tech.
It's me. It's back.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Okay. So because of the Azir being locked in, they feel safe going for the Gnar, and then the Sylas comes in, and also we're playing Gragas mid for some reason.
And Sylas is like, put that in like gold colors in the draft because you're up against a Gnar and a Gragas and a Wukong and Lucianami. I mean, every ult is great, but especially the Cask and the Gnar ultimate are S tier for Sylas. And Sandbox have the confidence to do this in game number 1. I love it.
We're also seeing Gragas mid. Like, how is Gragas mid not the most exciting part of this? Like, what is happening?
I think it's the Azir top is the most interesting.
Well, that's... I agree. But how is that... Oh.
But also the Sylas R5. Like, I really like Sandbox's position.
No, I love the Sandbox draft.
Yeah.
If they can execute on this... Oh, boy. Might be in for a banger here, Valdez.
Well, we're already starting off with the fun one, guys. As, it all looks pretty normal until we got to the number 4 and number 5 picks for both teams in this one. But guys, let's jump onto the riff for game number 1. And Faker's playing Gragas mid, by the way.
Yeah. We're gonna get a bunch of graphics here, friends. I can already predict the last time we saw Azir top, but that's easy. That was last.
The last time we saw Gragas mid.
Also that, yeah, because that's going to be a lot of years.
Yeah.
Because even when Yasuo Gragas was kind of a thing, it was always Gragas jungle.
Yeah. And I would assume that Faker played this mid. There are metas in past where
it was a
Gragas mid was a thing.
Yeah, at some point.
So, pretty sure we're not going to get that graphic of like, oh, this is his 75th pick. unless he somehow totally avoided picking it during that era, which I kind of doubt.
Heavy setup towards Vision on the bot side. Sandbox have a ward both in the Tribe Rush. Guma and Keria have been spotted by this and are gonna go and pick up the early control of the brush, of the sweeper. And we know that in this matchup it has become common to just trade sums, level 1, just trying to fight for the level 2 so that you can take priority of the lane right from the get-go. And this is exhaust teleport for the Azir here.
Yes.
and it makes a ton of sense, right? Because the Azir top has been like kind of a hidden counter to Gnar for quite a while, but it has a ton of issues, most notably that top laners don't really play Azir, unless they're Dove.
Dove does.
Well, yeah, there we go.
4-0. Yeah, I didn't think he avoided
KDA.
this. It's pretty, you know, it's pretty good. It's okay. Decent. Not a bet.
So, what must have happened is with the Azir, Faker was like, okay, this is the anti-Azir tech that we've prepped, and then the R5 Silas came in.
Yeah, it's like the Uno reverse card comes out, and then you reverse the reverse.
That's too many layers for me,
Yeah,
Valdez.
well.
But as we were talking about on the top matchup, the first is you need to actually play, but it's very similar to, or in concept, to what we see with, for example, Cannon, who used to be a pretty decent counter into Gnar. Gnar into melee matchups is really strong because he is both ranged and at times can fight in melee range when he does have his Mega Gnar available. And with hyper procs and good spacing, you can really make the life of any melee champion hell. But when you get outranged and when you get out-traded with autos, or in Azir's case, his soldiers, then life becomes a lot less fun because you don't get the traditional oppressiveness that a Gnar is looking for in lane to offset the points where he's weaker. Generally, post-6 all-ins are a good example, as Owner's here.
Yeah, I mean, they see him, but the bubble's going to hit the Lulu. Kyle going to have to use that heal just to get out safely, so both secondary summoners and all secondary summoners used by all 4 bottom laners.
But Envy is going to back here, and that might provide an opportunity for Guma and Keria to get ahead early on. Not a lot of mana here for Closer.
Yeah. In the extended trades early on, the Gragas should absolutely win these.
Yeah.
He has much better sustain, not only in health, but also in mana.
They get the crash as well, and will be able to get a nice back in here. Early serrated Dirk, and it showcases the respect that T1 has as well, wanting to get the maximum amount of early power into this Zeri and Lulu lane to try and ensure that you can keep them on the back foot. We do know that the matchup at level 6 becomes a lot more volatile with the right opportunity, and VNKL can look for a all-in at that point, but if you are very far behind in lane and you hit level 6 a lot later, then that can become quite difficult. Big wave being stacked up here for Birdle. So it's almost mega, and Wheeler also going back, so don't expect this to amount too much. This is a flashless Azir. So post 6, Birdle is going to have to play very respectful and be very mindful of where Owner is at any point and time on the map. Because in the 1v1 with Exhaust,
you never lose.
I don't think you should be going down to Gnar.
No. You should be totally fine, and that's why he takes it rather than the gameplay summoner that is Flash, of course. Later on, in terms of team fights and stuff like that, the Flash will be a lot more valuable. But what can you do? As Cask is actually taken, Faker just going to casually sidestep that one. He's got the Wukong here as well. Owner looking to potentially set up in mid, but he's only level 4, so yeah, just going to let that one go.
Jungler's moving towards bot.
Big trade here down on the bottom side. Remember, no secondary summoners. Everybody's got Flash.
Slightly favorable trade here for the T1 bot lane, particularly because Guma is still sitting on 2 cookies. And a refillable early on here for Keria means that these extended trades are going to go their way. Wheeler looking for an opportunity here. We do have Owner on his way.
A little bit of a beaterino as Guma gets incredibly low, but he's going to have that bouncing heal, and a bubble is going to come out here as well. But nice little gank comes out from Wheeler. Gonna get them in a good spot. Owner down a level as well, and he doesn't really have too much support from his bottom side, but still, with Faker moving out of mid,
yeah, they have
will
to
push them
respect.
back. Oh, there's the bubble though. The Ignite actually coming down here as well. This is eventually going to be a 4-on-3, so the Sandbox just saying, nope, nope, nope. No thank you.
And relatively even trades are early on. Gumayushi does get his flash forced, but is fine besides that. And VNKL going to get the shove in here. Might get a small punish as the backs do actually come through for Guma and Carrier, so does mean that they will be able to base here after shoving in that extra wave. And level 6 all-in could be quite interesting here with Guma not having the flash available. If Envy gets on top of him and KL hits a Wild Growth, some playmaking potential there. And yeah, as mentioned, Closer moved first on the initial play, and then that didn't lead to anything, and then he had to go back to catch the wave, and then Faker moved out, and then Sandbox also backed off. As early chapter here.
Very even early on in this game.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just funny, kind of like the seesaw effect, like we were just talking about in the mid lane. Definitely a thing. This top lane, definitely more interesting because of the Azir, but it's still top lane, so...
It's also, Azir generally isn't the champion we get super excited about, just because he's top lane.
Maybe in 2025 we'll just have Azir Corki still, but it'll be in the top lane.
Maybe, I mean, at that point, surely top lane has to matter, right?
No, I think you put them up there because you're not really looking for much prio. You just want them to sit there and farm.
We've actually introduced a wall around top lane, like at the request of top laners, so no one can mess with their lane early on.
It goes down at 14 minutes.
Yeah, for the first 14 minutes, like if we can't teleport to top lane or to bot lane, then no one can come to us. So we can finally have an honorable 1v1.
And maybe you can just switch teleport back to the way that it used to be. Maybe. Not sure though. Mid lane as well, you know, Closer got ahead in XP. He tried to make the cask play. Nothing really came of it. No early Drake just yet. It is a Chemtech Drake, which generally means bigger and better things later on.
It's an investment. Owner here has his Willer.
He has his Willer indeed. They're trying to get on top of Guma, who does not have a flash, but he does have a Dream. The Cyclone does come out, but the heal is there on Envy. Doesn't matter, he does go down, but Owner, at the end of the day, will be taken out as well. As now Faker in the Drake pit. He's very large. Can he do anything with it though? No. As that is going to be another kill into the hands of Willer, who is setting everything up for his team on the bottom side.
This is some vintage Sandbox that we're watching here.
Okay, well, oh boy. Exhaust gonna come in very nicely here. Will it matter though as the Wallop comes in? Yeah, Zeus gonna take the life in the top lane. That's a nice little shore up for his team at least.
Oh, as Zeus and Birdle, a top lane matchup with a ton of history. The counter pick comes through, but right now, Zeus still getting the better end of Birdle. And it's fortunate that this bot lane play goes as well as it does. And here we see something that teams have gotten better and better at utilizing, which is the dive power of Zeri. Viking go in as deep as happens right there due to the fact that there are reinforcements. KL crucially hits 6 off of the back of this play, and then Faker is kind of stuck. Can't really go back because Closer is waiting, but also can't get out. Closer hit the chains. There is still a Wild Growth, so Willer isn't at threat of getting taken down. As, yeah, if that shuffle hits, life is fine. Doesn't even need to flash it.
Got him.
공탈진 빠졌다.
It's saying he uses exhaust. So, pretty calm from Zeus. Gotta imagine that the calms at that exact moment weren't exactly cheery. Here's Willer again. Owner in position with Cyclone 2. As this time, Guma has summoners. Here we go again. Nice little trade from Zeus. Not really in kill range, but it's one of those very common just pressure plays you see from the Nars that are ahead.
We'll also be seeing an Everfrost here from Birdle, which will make that specific play a lot harder, but also is going to mean that his damage in a side might not be as Zeus is. So he got counterpicked. He is currently just.
Oh boy, here we go. Guma does have flash this time. He's going to use it. The polymorph comes out as Willer just non-stop aggression and pressure in the bottom lane.
Big win, and Zeus winning as hard as he does on top, and literally feeding.
Interesting.
Here, Owner, take this. Here it is for you.
Yeah.
No problem.
It's a present.
Zeus making a strong argument here for top lane being relevant after all. And we are seeing a heavy investment from Sandbox, which, by the way, is paying off in the bottom half of the map. We are keeping Guma on the back foot. We are taking away his summoners, as that's the last time we saw was Birdle as well into T1.
Yeah, playoff round 2 versus T1 in LCK Summer. Well, didn't work out then, but it was against T1 as well. But it just proves that Birdall, you know, if players are going to pull out something like this, very specific, in a pro match, you know they are practiced on it. They're not just going to pull out some random thing and say, oh, you know, I'll just try to make it work. At least since then, he has put in the practice.
Yeah, this is the story of this game. But this is a pressure point that T1 should not have based on the efforts of Sandbox. And it really is the individual prowess of Zeus in what was looking to be a counter matchup that right now has put him in a great position to put the rest of the team on his back, as we might have some dive happening towards the bot side here. Both junglers are in the area.
Owner was considering putting down the Rift Herald. We have a fight in mid, but more of a jostle. Here we go again! He doesn't have flash this time, but the tidal wave is very nice for zoning them out. Willer's taking a ton of damage, but the wild growth gets the knock up here on Owner. They're looking for a bit more closer, making his way down, gonna steal the culling and threaten this, but more so just pushes them away. Even spots Faker and slows him down, but Willer did get chunked pretty heavily on the forefront of that fight.
Ooh, counter engage good enough this time around. T1 at the ready. Owner did have to flash, but so did Willer. And at the end of the play, no one gets a big lead off of it. We do have summoners almost available for Envy, and Sandbox again showcasing they're very happy to play aggressively towards this bottom half of the map. Faker gonna get himself some plates. Oh. Never mind.
I guess it went to Owner.
Yeah.
Interesting. Not able to get in range there.
The wall has dropped. Teleports. Oh, it's Crown. Okay. I like the Crown more, which isn't the sentence I often say. And probably should have seen that one coming as well, with the composition of T1. And particularly the top half matchup. Although Crown into specifically the Mininar is going to be procced pretty consistently.
Yeah.
There is also Nami and Lucian. So in hindsight, I don't know if I like
and barrels.
And I would like to retract my earlier statement.
Yes, please do.
Yeah,
it's okay. We all make mistakes.
Went full 180 on that one.
Like kind of like a crown, right? Like, because it's like half a circle.
I wish that there was that much forethought in my mistake, but I appreciate you looking for it.
Yeah, you know, it was a really nice turnaround because it was very topical for the item at hand.
Started at one point of the crown, then went half the way around. It's a little more though. You know, it's like what, like 240 degrees of the.
I mean, it depends on the crown.
Well, that's true.
Actually, most crowns are larger than that, as Birdle is getting very much harassed, and there it is again, gonna miss as the exhaust has to come out, but will it matter? I mean, Zave's just gonna throw another house, flashes on him just to be sure, knows that Birdle doesn't have a flash, so might as well. And now they're just trying to 100-0 Owner here. The polymorph comes in, but they can't quite get him. He gets low enough, and Envy flashes forward, takes him down. Guma not quite able to do the same thing, but he is kiting back very nicely. Closer gets back in, even with the cast, uses the stopwatch as he's going to go down in the end anyway. Faker able to just barrel him down as the 80 carries will trade, but Faker stands alone, stands strong by himself alongside of Keria as they actually ace them.
This is the crazy performance that we're looking for. This is the fight that I wanted. Disaster strikes for Birdle, but if that wasn't enough, the follow-up fight is even worse, as the predicts on this ultimate.
아질은 내가 피 좀 가놓긴 했거든. 야, 아질 절만한데?
Second time in a row.
I think I'm gonna get him.
아질 잡았어.
I got him.
나 테러 그냥 탑 들을게
And
이거.
then this is bad.
I don't have teleport. I'm just gonna hit this.
Because Zeus gets a full turret off of this. And the confidence here, they barely don't get owner. If they're 100-0 owner here immediately, they might be able to win the fight. But instead, the fight gets split up, and Faker has an incredible disengage ultimate, gets a ton of damage down, and interrupts Closer initial attempt at getting in here, and then, yeah, unfortunately stopwatch into the waiting arms of a barrel, and as a result,
yeah,
it's a huge win here for T1. They're able to pick themselves up not only to Drake, but also a decisive teamfight victory. Faker now getting more fed, and with top lane being in the state that it is, things are looking rougher and rougher for Sandbox.
Yeah, it's pretty rough too, especially because Faker can actually use those kills very well for extra damage. You know, this isn't a tank Gragas, he's got a rod, he is going to be scaling pretty decently, right? Like, we've come a long way from the AP Gragas mid days where his AP ratios were insane. He does kind of just run in there and has to flash away. A bit questionable from Faker, maybe trying to bait out a fight. He's been doing this a lot recently. Extremely aggressive play from Faker as, okay, now we get the Cyclone in, and that's going to be Willer going down. So it actually does kind of bait out a fight here, and the rest of Live Sandbox are just running away. Tail tucked, not much they can do in this one.
Great team fighting again from T1 Sandbox. If the dive doesn't succeed, second time in a row now, this comp is going to look a lot worse. They do have great chain CC with Wild into chains, into Polymorph, but 2 times in a row now, their intended target doesn't go down immediately, and that's when the composition really struggles. That's when you see disengage come through, right? Because they go all in on Faker, but this is a Rod of Ages Gragas. So Polymorph, the chains and the ultimate have a little bit of overlap, and then here, they also don't find the Q. If Willer hits that Q on owner, then they can get maybe a little bit more damage down, but instead the burst that comes through is incredible. And with the calling and the zoning from the rest of T1, Sandbox immediately have to vacate the area.
And you said a very important word throughout that whole spiel, which was very on point, which was burst, right? Like, T1 have an insane amount of burst. With AP Gragas and Lucian specifically, it's like, if somebody is CC'd, they will almost definitely die if those 2 champions are in range, not to mention the bonus damage from Wukong and the Gnar. Live Sandbox have a decent amount themselves, but especially T1 from ahead here, I think they're going to be able to utilize that more and more as we get more of these picks. Speaking of which, some plays here. It is Hextech Soul, so you know these teams are going to be fighting for it. What do you think about that Faker play? You think that was a bait or just like a misclick forward into 4 of them? He knows he's super tanky. I kind of want to give him like the benefit of the doubt.
I would say bait, particularly because the rest of T1 was there. So if it's just him and Sandbox is hiding in fog, then it might be different. But right there, I'd argue like with how tanky you are, might be a preset play. Sandbox gonna give up the mid lane turret, and they get 1 more mistake. And after that, the game becomes not really playable anymore, as T1 has shown that with leads like they already have, generally will be enough to win the game. And the Gambit of Birdle didn't end up working out that well. Zeus also going for... I mean, credit...
Look at Zeus, he's like 2-0. He's crushing him.
Yeah, well, he's not only ahead, he went for Mercs, which is great into the Sandbox comp in general, and then he's also going Wit's End, which into both Birdle and Closer is an incredible item.
Yeah.
So Zeus is just doing an incredible job here, and Birdle might sense that something is wrong. He has Crown procced and then vacate the area.
Yeah. Meanwhile, up in the top side, Faker might be getting dove here. This is AP Gragas, but with a rod, is he tanky enough is really the question. He's gotten Closer under the turret, forces him to flash before the dive comes in, but they can just reset. As this is a 3-on-1, they should have the burst, and they will, as the turret is on top of Willer instead. And nicely juggled, aggro gets him the kill.
And that's okay, but look at your bot lane.
Yeah.
The absolute state of the map is disastrous. T1 able to get the punish here, going to get what looks like 2 turrets for the price of 1.
Yeah, they're pretty good at treating map objectives like this. This is definitely something that you know, it's like a T1 style. The immediate second they notice that a bunch of members of the enemy team are going to one direction, they go the opposite direction if they feel like they can't get there on time to support. And so they do.
And this is very well done by Faker. Doesn't end up mattering for the results as he is able to get Closer back. Closer has the flash, but with 3 people here, you're always going to die. But just buying time here is a big win. You go down eventually, but they have to invest both Wheeler and KL. And immediately, T1 gets the bot inner and the mid inner as well, which is an incredible amount of gold.
Yeah.
Gold lead now 5.5k. And it is very tough to see an angle. Now, Sandbox do have a great pick comp, so a single miss position of T1 can snowball into many great things, but who do you kill? Because engaging onto Faker is hard, engaging onto Owner is hard, and Zeus is kind of self-explanatory, so it's really just Guma and or Keria.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the answer they've already showed us is only Guma Yusi.
And well, yeah, and also, but Guma is never alone, because Keria is always with him. Or someone else
Still, Willer only will click his ult onto Guma Yusi the entire game. It's the only person.
And
it's just funny, it's like he's got like a grudge against him or something.
I don't mind the target selection, but with multiple of those dives not working out, I think that might be it. And this story it's twofold. It's one hand, Birdle trying something new against a player that he has such a long history against, and it definitely not even remotely working out. And then that in isolation would be salvageable if Sandbox would be winning the bottom half of the map. But even though they had a couple of great moments, by the end of it, T1 is up a Drake, a Hextech Drake, and is up 4k gold. So neither of the parts worked out.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue. Like, I think Liv Sandbox's draft on paper was quite strong. Just the execution of it, especially in the top side of the map, was a little bit of an issue.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I think going toe-to-toe with T1 for the early game is a win in and of itself. But in the mid-game, you really start to see the difference between these two teams, where even if the Sandbox play works out as...
Zeus is going in there. He's got backup from his team, so Willer's just going to... Oh no, he's got Mega Gnar. I mean, this is going to stop the teleport as a very desperate TP out from Closer, who's got his own Gnar ultimate, but he's got a 1v4 dream at this point. As Zeus, you know, just trying to stack up some more Pog points in this series, I suppose. As now they're just going to start the Baron here.
Do you need to respect Owner? This is a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, well, Willer is here.
Yeah.
He's on Vision. T1 trying to push him out. The tidal wave not going to work as they just decide to cask him and not go for the flip, as very nicely done. Faker does go into his stopwatch and survives, and the only person who went down so far, ooh, a very nice turn here from Owner, gets on top of Envy while they kill Willer, as now it's only Envy. He's got his support, yes, but that's not enough. A 2v5 doesn't work out, of course, and T1 will take the Baron and potentially this game from here.
I appreciate Sandbox's commitment to... oh, we either win now, we go big, or we go home. And in this game, they're going home. That didn't end up working out. Envy doesn't have the damage thresholds. Great cancels as well there from T1 as he hops over the wall. Immediately Owner gets on top of him, make sure that he doesn't have the space he needs. And this game, number one, unlike the first times these two teams faced off against another, is going to be heavily in favor of T1. As yet, Flash is forced, and then, oh, this feels so bad. We're about to get it off as well. Zeus goes for the Flash, has the perfect Mega Gnar bar from dunking on Willer. And with Closer already being down, this Baron setup feels somewhat risky initially, because as mentioned, Willer is there, but great timing on the cast. And you don't need much more.
Yeah. Owner gets over.
Watch this cancel from Owner here.
Yeah, this was so clean.
Really important because that immediately forces Envy's flash.
Yeah.
And yeah, then we get the Zeus knocking him back in. And if he has flash there, maybe you can get some Zeri gaming, but not in this one, Valdez.
Yeah. Definitely a little bit of throwing caution in the wind and, you know, seeing what happens, you know. I think Liv Sandbox felt a little bit desperate trying to make a play.
Well, that they are in a very desperate position.
Yeah.
So I agree with your
It's
assessment.
understandable. I mean, I think, you know, if you give the Baron away, you're probably not going to win the game either, so.
So Berto is 1 assist away from equalizing his previous score.
Man.
Yeah, it's
I guess
not a
it
great
is
look.
possible.
Could happen, but I don't think it's very likely, Valdez.
Be better than 0-4. Well, we'll see if he can do it. The crown choice it just keeps getting procced. There's not really a lot of ways to keep it up and available for fights, unfortunately. So, yeah, T1 just going to do a 4-1. They've got Zeus, who's incredibly strong, so easily can be the one. The cask here, decent amount of damage, but very well respected by the side of T1. They take down the inhibitor. They back away.
Nice cinematic zoom in there. Appreciate that. As Willer is playing a jungler in a losing position, just desperately trying to get something going. As he doesn't. Oh, yeah, he didn't have. He did have smite available, but might want to save it for a.
For what, Chronicler?
For a steal
for what?
on this dragon, right?
For the Raptors.
Yeah, maybe. And you can look at the Sandbox drafting. Okay, they have late game. Well, not from top, unfortunately. Funny as it sounds, with the state of Azir in this game. But Closer is level 16. Maybe you can get Void Staff. And Envy is getting closer to IE, but with the map state, those things are just not going to be enough unless T1 makes some colossal mistakes. This is looking like a very secure first game victory.
It's looking like it. They're going to take down bot inhibitor. This is all without Baron, by the way. Down goes the Crown, just going to cask him away. As they will push into mid and use their oversized wallets to just be very annoying. Owner with no playful trickster. I think he's just dead, actually. Gets himself caught against the wall. So that is going to put an end to the push. As here comes a little TP, okay. A little chase from Liv Sandbox.
They have an inkling.
Trying to make something happen. Yeah, they're trying to ward it down, but Bertle
doesn't have flash.
Yeah. And the issue is that Faker immediately just body slams if Bertle tries to get in. And with no flash, lack of playmaking ability in these later game team fights, as we mentioned. But they got Owner.
They postponed the end of the game for a little bit.
True. Yeah.
Not for a large amount of time.
Watch this. Oops.
Yeah, just an oops moment. I think he got I think he got interrupted as he was trying to W over the wall by Q, and then as a result, just kind of gets ulted and dies. Not much more to see in that one. Well, we got IE on Envy, and we got double Void Staff, which is nice.
Okay. All right.
Still not enough. No, there's 2 side inhibitors down, which are the worst inhibitors to be down. As Flash is forced, Wheeler are going to lose a ton of offensive power, and T1 can take it easy. Light and breezy, just run down pins at the inhib.
There's only 1 inhib left, so might as well. Going forward as Devi has an interesting angle here. Closer going to steal this cask once again. And he hits the Gnar. Faker again, not like super tanky with the build he has gone for. It's just the tanky mage build essentially.
They got to peel off. Willer's too low.
Yeah, and Bertle's just going to get forced out. Culling comes in here. Closer almost trying to get in front and block it. At this point in time, they will make a last stand on these Nexus turrets. As now a Nami ult has been stolen.
All or nothing. 3 inhibs down.
Yep, give it the old college try, I suppose, as Faker is going to get potentially 100 to 0'd here, but he has Zhonya's, so he makes the play, gets into the Zhonya's, as Envy trying to kite this one back, saves the massive Gnar into the wall. This fight is very broken up. Did the 2 members of T1 go too far?
Envy?
As Kuma just trying to hit the Nexus, and it will be enough, as they will take it down at 30 minutes into the game. T1, a pretty straightforward win for them in game 1.
Sambo's hitting a power spike. Just 20 seconds to let... No, I'm joking. T1 with a great play from the top half of the map. Zeus in particular, I agree with your call about farming those pot points, because that was a lead that he got single-handedly in a counter-picked matchup, and it was a big steady point for T1 to play towards. Then add to that the power of the Gragas, right? The disengage that it was able to provide into the dive from Sandbox was really, really big. And after 2 failed dive attempts in bot lane and around the dragon, didn't end up working out. Sandbox didn't have a lot of tools left in the toolbox.
See that Bertall, obviously not too happy with the way it went. He's never easy on himself. Generally has to get some support with some of his teammates to try to lift his spirits after a game like that. It's not an easy situation. But looking forward to his play in game number 2 for sure. As, they gave him that counter pick. They tried to build him up, but Zeus was just a little bit too much to handle. As Faker pulls out the mid Gragas as well. Not every day you get to see that.
That's the most damage in the game, and maintaining his 100% win rate on that one, Veldis. And this game number 1 really felt like kind of an everywhere diff. And for Sandbox, they need to find a different angle in game number 2 if they do want to take down T1.
Absolutely. Well, guys, that was game number 1. T1 will take it down, as we will have a game number 2 right after the break and the space.
길게. 각 좁히면 좋거든? 오른쪽에 살짝 나와볼래? 이렇게 서면 될 듯?
위타워 좀 쳐볼게.
한번 설게. 일단 들어갈게. 들어갈게. 테리 높여.
우리 좀 빨린 것 같아. 천천히 해봐.
얘네 딜러 개피. 나 죽었다. 쌀 잡아봐. 분명 이겼어.
타워 쳐볼게.
미니언 많아서 별로야. 타기만 하지. 타워. 나 죽긴 했어. 미니언 많아. 죽었다. 나이스.
그래, 깜짝이니시네.
야 근데 말도 안 하고 그런데요?
Welcome back to the space, everyone. I am once again joined by Huni and Wolf to break down the first victory for T1. And man, that was a weird draft. Very strange things happened. Gentlemen, take me through it. Explain to me why these things happened.
Yeah, I mean, it was like really interesting game. Even from the starting draft, like there was the Gragas mid and the top Azir. Like first of all, I thought Sylas was gonna go top because there was actually, if you see like LPL, there's like there's a Huya, he actually played like with Sylas into Gnar and he performed really well. And it is really tough lane, but you know, for some reason Azir went top. I used to play Azir top as well in 2019, but at least I had a flash. But this guy has just like exhaust with the TP, and he just keep getting solo kill and solo kill and solo kill, and apparently that's how they lost basically.
I think the Sylas. I also expected the Sylas to go top initially. Even Atlas and I were talking like, oh, maybe actually Birdall's going to play mid this game. Like we were actually thinking about it, but I do think the Sylas is really tough to play into the Gnar. But unfortunately, despite some really rocky starts to this game for T1, some bad skirmishes and great plays from Willer, Zaya saves this game because Birdall, clearly not very well versed in the matchup, gets totally crushed on the top side, has that awkward exhaust which gets no value. I think this Azir top, as interesting as it was, ultimately it was the downfall of Sandbox in this game.
Yeah, it's the second time that Birdall's lost on the champion. Maybe someone from Live Sandbox thought that Dove was still up there, but he's on IG, guys. He's gone. We are going to have a look at our first highlight, though, because this game was scrappy. And honestly, I felt like Live Sandbox on the bottom side of the map played the early game quite well, up until things got out of hand.
Yeah. I mean, this was a crazy decisiveness from the Leaf Sandbox that as soon as they know, like, oh, this step of like a little bit overextended, and like we gotta punish that, and they clearly had a like lead from the first, like around the sequence that also Faker got pinched in the Dragon Pit and he can't get out. And it was like really great starting from the Leaf Sandbox.
The polymorph amazing here as well. Faker can't get out of the pit. This is really well played, and Willer is such a good jungler, man. He's always where he needs to be all the time and pulls the trigger. No indecisiveness from this guy. And at this moment in time before top went really awry, I felt like, oh man, Live Sandbox have this bot game on lock. The Lucian isn't going to scale as well as he wants to. He's kind of stuck, doesn't have the tempo lead. Zeri's online. Faker, we'll see how this Gragas goes. We weren't sure at that point in time, but unfortunately the top side was a big problem.
Yeah, the top side kind of got a little bit out of control. Unfortunately, Birdall not that impactful, but Zeus, an absolute monster, of course, debuted on the Gnar and has continued to impress. Let's check out highlight number 2 and bring you some of the shenanigans that ensued in this game. There are a lot of highlights that we could.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we could have like more than 20 highlights if that's actually what happened in this game. Like, there's so many details around going on. And this, yeah, I mean, Zeus perfectly, he camping in the brush and he burned the enemy jungler to the flash at the same time. He pinched the enemy mid laner and he's just stuck on the top. He was not able to use the TP.
Yeah, and then right after this, they convert this into a Baron, and this was a great moment from Owner where he actually blocks out. Oh, this is actually, I'm thinking of the fight that happens after this where Owner, no, it is this moment, yeah. He flashes with that second activation, blocks Envy here from actually continuing to fight this, loses his flash early, and the fight is won once again from Zeus, locking down this flashless Zeri. T1 just, from start to finish, having a lot of power topside in this game, and Faker's build, we expected to see it, right? The Rod of Ages made Gragas so tanky, actually, despite being a damage-oriented build. Makes you wonder if maybe we'll see some more of this pick in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's a T1. They get the Baron, and they know how to end the game. That's why they're first places. They can't handle it.
Yeah, the macro play was absolutely fantastic, and being able to play around such a powerful top laner as well, in such a good position, does give them a lot of avenues into this game, right? Because we saw some kerfuffles, we saw some shenanigans in the early stages, but T1 get to just shake it off, right? Especially with Faker and Zeus playing as well as they were. Honestly, a lot of Faker's movement was really impressive this game on the Gragas. He is generally a relatively nimble champion, but in the hands of a great player like Faker, also looks extra nimble. Let's bring up POG though and see who is able to collect it. I have a feeling there is a certain Thunderbolt coming down. There it is. Yeah. It's going to pick up a second.
I smell some dinosaur over there as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I thought perhaps Faker would end up getting it here just because he played a very unusual pick, but for me, Zaya stole the show. Like, we all unanimously decided we were going to vote for this guy because without these heroic topside plays against the flashless Azir, the game feels very awkward and lopsided on the bottom side of the map here for T1. And yeah, not unplayable, not unwinnable, but I mean, this is here just really did on
He sidestepped both of them.
twice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like, especially current meta, like, if there's a 2 times in a row solo kill isolation death, if you can actually make that happen, you're getting POG almost no matter what. That's a professional where the level it is. And it's like, this guy, it didn't even stop after he got 2 kills at the lane. He know how to snowball the game. He know how to do where he need to be at. Oh, well deserved.
Wow.
I feel good right now.
Not robbed.
Good about this. I feel good.
Not robbed at all. Absolutely amazing. There's incredible performance in the game, and sometimes the votes all come together. In our first series, a little bit all over the place. In this one, everyone's on the same page. Just takes a bit of time to build up synergy. Speaking of synergy, I know 2 boys with a lot of it. Let's throw it back to the casters as we get into game number 2.
Hello and thank you, Synergistic Space yourselves.
I was going to talk over you to do the not having
synergy
bit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I didn't want to commit to that, and I felt like it would feel rude.
It's very not Chronicler.
I don't want to be rude.
Yeah.
I don't like that, as the Zeus and Bertel rivalry goes way back, but in yet another chapter of it, Zeus just wins, because Zeus generally just wins, and it's unfortunate for Bertel that he has to match up to a player of that caliber that they got up around the same time, that they developed around the same time, and while Bertel has been having an okay split, that was a very rough game. And as was said, I think on the desk, Zeus kind of make him look a little bit silly. And if Sandbox won't have a chance, gotta be very different in this game.
Yeah, let's see how it's going to go with Liv Sandbox on blue side. Pretty much everybody agrees that the blue side is stronger right now. There's a lot of stuff that it feels like you kind of have to ban on the red side, specifically Maokai Elise, as we are going to see that here. Not too much of a surprise, but the Sandbox do have some room to pull out some new bans if they want to.
Annie gonna get taken away again. Very strong flex pick, has become a popular ban on blue side due to the ability to put it either as support or as mid lane, depending on what suits you. And flex picks in pro play generally going to have an incredible high amount of value. Varus still taken away. And the Caitlyn ban seems to be obvious here, but Ashe is open as well. So Sandbox might get their hands on either of those picks here, although T1 can also ban away the Karma and then, you know, have faith that their Caitlyn lane will be good enough. But Ashe is seemingly unmatchable in terms of individual champion strength. Perhaps Maokai.
Oh boy.
But nope.
Here we go.
So
Ashe first pick, Caitlyn to Gumayusi.
Caitlyn Karma.
With Varus bans.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, who's trapping who here, Valdez?
Yeah, that's really the question. Because Ashe alone is incredible. I mean, but at the same time, he might be running straight into Caitlyn Jhin or, I don't know, Caitlyn Callista, Caitlyn anything, basically.
Yeah, this is the power that
Karma.
T1 specifically has. There is no need for them. Well, okay, never mind. I guess we know.
Hey.
I was going to say, there's no need for them
first choice
to lock it in. So we are still going to assume this is Guma playing Caitlyn, right?
Yes.
Okay, but that's not a given.
Well, yeah, that's not a given.
Because it will be my preference as well. But it's Keria, and his Caitlyn actually has been great. So we'll see when we see the rune setups and when we get into the game.
They're both great supports nowadays. It's so weird to say that.
They are.
Ezreal.
I would prefer Caitlyn being AD carry and Jhin being support. Jhin with his setup is more of a supportive pick anyway, and we know that T1 plays very well around snowballing the Caitlyn, which I would like.
Look at this.
Sedge, Ashe. So the Ezreal, not going to be too happy, is a pick that can snowball very well, but will definitely struggle into the lane dominance of Caitlyn and Jhin. But Sejuani and Ashe, even when Ashe was still like being let through, this combo generally meant bad things, and you're playing two relatively immobile AD carries into one of the best hard engage duos that we do have available. Oh!
I thought Owner was going to play something weird. Currently 4-0 is Lee Sin. And a lot of different players have picked this up so far. Well, I mean, for a potential total of 4 different players, which is, I guess, a lot. Let's get into the second stage of bans here. What are we going to be looking for the solo lanes? The Jax ban leads us towards potentially Zeus going back to the Gnar, which I think is, it's fine. If you get 11 out of 11, it's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, Zeus R4ing Gnar here could be answered by Yone on Sandbox's end, but if you ban away the Sylas, then you're kind of locked into a Kali, which can be very tough to play into a composition that, when it gets mid-prio, is going to be a big threat. As they don't even believe that this that this Lee is going to. I respect it. I love it. The Akali gonna be the ban. Instead, Akali has seen more success recently than Sylas. Sylas has struggled a little bit more. And maybe if they go Sylas, T1 just locks in Gragas again. I don't know. The Gragas actually was working out extremely well. You can cancel a lot of the threat that the Sylas has available. And the disengage is very good into
LeBlanc.
The melee carries. Oh, maybe this is not a owner ban. Maybe this is a faker melee ban. They're like, what if he's playing Gragas?
Oh, no.
So Alpha Gnar would make sense to me. Azir is the other big standout pick that I can see come through here for T1. That doesn't give a lot away about what direction your draft is going into. While
it's just Gragas mid is just a strong pick.
Is that just?
Yeah, it's just a good.
Yeah, but we don't even know.
It can be flex now because he played it in mid in game 1.
So this can go mid, this can go top. We can also have Lee top with Gragas jungle and like a non. T1, we're cooking too much. Like I can't keep track.
I mean, the food is pretty delicious.
No, it's amazing. But I can't.
I think it's okay if they keep cooking, as long as it turns out well,
So.
Gnar Sylas.
We have seen the Gnar be very successful into Gragas. Was actually one of the reasons why Gnar came back in the meta when Gragas was blinded a ton. But it also means that Zeus can now lock Irelia.
Yeah, Zeus is already talking, so I think the Gragas is definitely going mid.
Oh!
There's the Yasuo. Then maybe not. I mean, at this rate, maybe it's Faker playing Yasuo, Gragas is in the jungle, and Lee Sin's top. We're going to have to wait and see. I mean, Zeus, the Yasuo and Gnar should be a great matchup. What if Lee Sin or Faker plays Lee Sin?
Yeah. No, I was talking about this. I wouldn't mind it. Not going to be the case here. Obviously makes your ability to impact the rest of the map, and particularly Yasuo, a lot better, but... Oh, Birdle.
He might be playing Lee Sin.
I like it. Yeah.
Oh.
We're gonna...
Well...
Okay, so they know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing.
But it will be owner on the Lee. It's
makes sense.
It's Snowball City. That's what we're looking at here. As I also think it's Keria that ended up playing the Caitlyn based on the final position there.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm looking back. I'm pretty sure we're getting Keria Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Yuma Jhin. This is locked in, guys. And then Gragas mid, Lee jungle, and then Yasuo top. And then for Sandbox there's no surprises. It's what you'd expect. T1 are really on an arc here where it's like, yeah, we just pick whatever we feel like and we just play it wherever we feel like it. We just make it work.
Although, as you mentioned before, have they gone too far? Have they cooked too much? Because they've done this in the past and it's fallen flat on their faces.
The T1 game number 2 is a classic, Valdez.
It's a classic. It wouldn't be the first time it happens.
I wouldn't mind.
They also gave over Ash to Juani. I mean, they gave a lot of power to the side of Live Sandbox. So I think this is just going to come down to, obviously you got to get through this early stage in the top side of the map. But either way, guys, let's just see what happens. Let's jump on the riff for game 2. I just want to see what happens. Just want to let it happen, and
I just think it's neat.
I just think it's pretty cool.
It's just the amount of weird things happening. Now, Gragas Yasuo is a combo that is very old.
Oh, hello.
Hello. And that, as far as I'm aware, has not seen any, if I don't know, I know it's not a lot, I don't know if it's any success in like recent LCK times. Because it feels like it's like a D+ in a game number 2 last year when they won game 1, number 1, and now T1 would like, yeah, let's show them. Because we know Yasuo can be very good into Gnar. When piloted well enough to game number 1, we will have faith in Zeus to do just that. And the combo of the Gragas and the Yasuo is very obvious. You get both on Body Slam and on Cask a great opportunity to hit an ultimate. Owner also has his kick. And those are the major knockups that you are going to be looking towards to enable this, Yasuo. And then on bot side, as mentioned, it will be Gumayushi, and maybe it's neither.
Oh, here we go.
Going in.
Just using everything. Level 1. In we go. The heal on top of Keria. He can't get away. The flash on in. And Envy will collect first blood as Guma. He's trying to get the kill, and he will be able to take down Kyle, but yeah, now he doesn't have much health. Can Envy take him down from here is really the question. That's one missed Q. Guma is coming back left. Juking right.
He's on the way.
Oh, there's the Q. He's just trying to buy time. As Envy's going to hit level 2, and that's going to be the end of him. As the bottom lane of Live Sandbox gives 2 kills over to Envy's Ezreal.
And here is the problem that we have learned very early on this split. It's that Ashe level 1 is not okay. It's not balanced, Valdez. You can't win. Halo Blade's Ashe is too craziest.
Uh-oh.
Willer.
Trying to get on top of Faker. Not going to be able to do it, but they do force his flash.
Those are threatening, not going to end up going for it. And PTA Ezreal. Actually, Keystone coming up huge, the extra damage is enough to take down the bot lane. And now we have Envy, very fed early on. That is a Sheen.
Keria's ganking mid.
Sure.
He's ganking mid?
Maybe waiting for chains to be used? Not going to be the case.
Okay. Well, I guess he's not ganking mid. He's going to go back down bot. His top lane, I mean, just pushing it in. Some pretty big waves. He's going to take this time to check on Willer. Spots him right away.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Doesn't know that Owner's here. Blocks the charge! And Willer does not have flash anymore, and he does not have the Arctic Advance, so he's going to go down, and that was very nicely calculated by Owner to set that one up. Here comes... No.
No, Faker's here.
No.
That's not.
That's not going to happen. He's just going to barrel him.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there, because that can only happen if there's a complete misread on where Owner is on the map.
Yeah.
So maybe...
Guys, oh, okay, that's another slow coming on in. They did a bunch to Envy this time, though. He was landing those
Guma
Qs.
still has 4th shot. Ooh, I'm loving the
He made it sound like, you know, someone told on the teacher or whatever, like, ooh.
Yeah, nothing's going to happen. And with that kill, Zeus is again accelerated as the extra damage here on Keria actually proving to be very impactful. Flashing in to guarantee the Q hit. And then Guma gets this kill. This is where things get weird. Oh, we don't get... I actually would have loved the vision toggle there. Then Envy is able to hit level 2 of the E. And yeah, this... I don't get... Because the 1v1's not even good. Like, this is a... Oh, Guma.
Hold that thought. Owner is here, but guess who's also here? It's Closer, and he's level 5? Okay, they're really going to try to force this one. See if they get the knockup, as it will be tanked up by Closer, but they can't quite get the kill. Keria eventually goes down, but so does Closer. As in the back, Willer's just left to the Wolves, as that's also going to be the snipe, and they just totally wipe him down on the bottom side of the map.
Pivotal teleport there from Zeus, the hero that T1 was looking for in that dive. It was already a very ambitious dive. And then the teleport came in and it went from ambitious to a disaster. You can't teleport to enemy turrets, but you can teleport towards your own. And the initial setup on this is always going to be rough, no matter what, even with an extra member, as the CC chain isn't quite there. Owner really good, doing a really good job of body blocking, and yeah, the moment that Zeus arrives, you know that this is that this is not happening. It's you're down a member, and the
well, something was happening.
Well, you know it's not happening when you're Sandbox.
Yeah.
When you're T1, you're like, oh, it's definitely
happening.
As now we have double dirked on for Guma and Keria, and even with that bot lane 2v2 not quite working out as...
Wow. Wait, really?
So...
this is the last time we saw Yasuo and Gragas together.
I can swear that we saw it recently. Let's try again!
Okay, well, here we go again. You know, second time's the charm as they get in. There's no teleport this time, they say. And they will take down the Jhin. As we are just having an insane amount of action already.
I don't know if they're going to win this game, but I love me some Sandbox gaming, man. Just keep going!
Hey, that's Live Sandbox to you.
I don't care how you want to call them, Valdez. Any form of Live Sandbox. Old Sandbox I enjoyed, Live Sandbox, they are maintaining the spirit. The team have effectively had the same playstyle for like the last 4 years, and I appreciate their commitment to the bit.
Wait.
Oh my...
What?
God, yeah, that shouldn't be shocking, but it is.
I mean, I knew he had an insane win rate, which is part of the reason why I'm like, this, you know, owner should almost definitely be playing this. But 30 and 4. Like, come on, that's so stupid.
And even with that second dive working out and Envy being like monstrously fed, they're still very, very substantially behind in gold. This is only 1K, but we're very early on. We have an incredible amount of kills also being in this game. We're 7.5 minutes in. It's been 11 kills!
Keria just showing up, you know, hit the turret a couple times, now he's leaving.
He's
thought he was rotating up for the Rift Herald, but...
Urgent business to attention. And it's really funny seeing this gold lead, because after the previous game, you might assume that Birdle really made a big mistake and got solo killed again. Twice. No. It's not even his fault.
Well, maybe Zeus was able to get teleport advantage, but that wouldn't have saved them anyway.
No, Birdle had teleport.
Oh, well,
this time around.
in that case.
Well, I mean, can't do anything. Right?
Yeah.
Unleash teleport, not a thing. And this time there's no teleport, and the play is clean. Closer says thank you, Faker, for the ultimate. And we'll be able to set that up. The CC chain is immediately followed up with, and...
This is on spawn Rift Herald.
So...
36 seconds, 37.
The problem is with Zeus already fed, can Envy dodge every cask and every... Well, dodging kick is a little different because if he's not in position, then he just has to sidestep whoever does get kicked.
Already, you know, like Yasuo doesn't really need much to get going, and he's already going, so just got to see just how far he can go. There is a reason why this comp, I guess, the last time we saw it was over 1,000 days ago, was because oftentimes if you fall behind, it just falls flat on its face. Because, like, what is the Yasuo going to do? Just go in and die? Like, it's oftentimes what happens, as Zeus should know that someone's coming up here. He's trying to go the other way now. I'm not sure if he's going to get out of this one, though.
Well, he has a wave.
He does have a wave. Maybe he could try to just execute himself and, well, no, he's actually going back in. Okay, we're going north, looking for the turn. As no knockup allowed, going to miss it onto Birdall, and that's just going to be him wasting as much time as possible.
And it does buy a lot of space for the bottom half of the map. We don't have Unleashed teleports. Closer does have his available, but Faker is there, so don't know if he's actually going to be allowed to get it off. And T1 not looking to dive, just looking to ensure a crash and leave it at that.
Still, you know, Owner able to roll that early lead into Rift Herald and then some gold to the bottom side. That has been a little bit of struggle streak for T1. Envy 4-1, having a great start, up 20 CS as well. So he is definitely going to be one of the win conditions for them.
Yeah, and that's going to make life a lot harder, particularly with the upfront burst that Ezreal also has available. And this was a very important gank here, because if Zeus is able to like get off another back, and Bertel is like stuck underneath his turret, has to catch the wave, then has to back but drops blades, the matchup is already tough. It's already a counter matchup. Then on top of that, he got a double kill. So this is a very much needed moment of respite. Is Envy actually the one with the most damage being dealt? Makes sense, because he got an Essence Reaver at like what, 6 minutes. That'll do it. And
yeah,
Carrier does have his Umbral Glaive now done, and with Gumayushi also going for the lethality build is great when it comes to setup, but does mean you won't have Guild Force, and I think Guild Force into specifically Ashe Sejuani actually can be quite big.
Hey, they're flashing in for this one as it is Ezreal, and the arrow comes in. This is Ashe Sejuani. Guma is so dead as Envy's not able to last hit that. He's actually going in more onto Carrier here. Expecting some follow-up. He's going to take a turret shot and has to heal. He's really, riding that live Sandbox wave,
You gotta just keep going, Valdez. Really nice combo. I don't know if it was the ultimate, like, proc or owner.
Oh, and he's going to dodge that, but actually here comes Faker as now it's 2-on-1, but over comes Willer, and T1 was expecting that, so not committing fully to the play.
You got the Sums. Big win nonetheless. Here in mid, able to take that away from Closer, but yeah, it was either Aftershock or the second, or like the end of the ultimate that got the kill there. Would have been really nice if Envy picks that one up. Not going to be the case. Instead going over to Willer, who will be moderately tankier.
Oh, the flash in. Faker's looking for more. No Sums, as you mentioned, and it's just alley-ooped over to Owner. As Kyle is here. Or maybe looking for more. He's pretty squishy here on the Ashe, and down he will go. That's a double kill now to Owner, but they're going to have to trade Faker's life for that one as Willer comes on in and scoops that one.
Everyone get on the ride! We're fighting across the board, 16 kills. T1, mostly the team that gets out ahead. Faker does end up going down, but it does mean that there was positioning for T1 to then turn this into...
nice.
Oh, there we go. Turn it into a kill on the Dragon. Second Dragon kill. Hextech Rift.
Oh man.
Coming up.
It's perfect.
We're gonna keep fighting.
Envy
we're gonna keep
is
looking.
Taunting them, emoting in their face.
You gotta. You don't have flash.
He deserves
don't
to.
care.
The way this lane has gone. Really putting the hurt on, especially punishing plays like this. This is extremely aggressive. Especially with the Nash on the other side of the Rift.
Yeah,
like
the Sejuani ult that sneaks the kill. And then this play from Envy is like, it's fine up until the point where he takes the turret shot for no reason.
It was for the mental victory, Chronicler. You gotta learn.
나 Q 3초.
He's saying 3 seconds on Q.
뺄게.
I'm leaving.
He flashes out of the arrow, but that kills Faker as well. He's like, no. I need my poke points. Come on, I need to live. I need the dragon.
Well, we'll see if he...
Proud.
Almost got it.
The first series 6 days ago between these two teams was also pretty fun, but sometimes you look at games, you can feel the pressure. You can feel the teams like, okay, we got to get this win. We need to make sure that we play clean league, we don't make mistakes, and sometimes people just play the game and have a really good time. And this feels like the second game. Possible dive being set up here. Bertel is about to time out of the Mega Nart. Reinforcements are on the way.
Yeah, and it's Sejuani Ashe, so...
Never mind.
If they were going to go for a play, probably wasn't going to turn out very well.
Luke also going for the Umbral first. Love that.
So, I mean, okay, Bertel's actually going to step up to this. He's got some help. This is just a Caitlyn, so at the end of the day, just harass damage from Carrier, and it is quite a bit of damage.
Very sad state of affair for Bertel. He does still have the reinforcements, so still doesn't have to be too worried. And we might get a 4v4 here. Faker has TP. Bertel, or Closer rather, doesn't.
Bam, and they're trying to force something. They're flashing on top of an Ezreal who does not have flash himself, and I guess the shift was down. And so is Envy. Down he will go. Sedge Ashe goes on to Lee Sin, but he's alone, and now Ashe is gone too. As Zeus is just farming kills now. That is 2 more on the board for the Yasuo top.
Doesn't matter if Jin's behind. He is just there to support. Yeah.
What is going on here?
I think Closer is very dead.
Yeah.
He does not have the tools.
I guess he was trying to push while they were on the objective, but yeah, he's just going to go down, so that's another kill for Owner.
For Audel, that carry out of all people picked up the Herald is like, I have a job to do. and
it's the push turrets.
Actually, do you see the value there of the Jin in a non-ironic fashion? Usually when we say that, Jin doesn't.
It's okay. It's not Atlas on the desk today,
yeah,
so it's all right.
Because in that scenario, like Envy is caught in the middle and he needs to simultaneously dodge shots and get away from Zeus. Now, one of those would have been possible. Both, definitely not. As gets way too far forward, and then
they know he doesn't have flash, so
and then Zeus just flashes in, and at that point, once Yasuo is on top, like you're going to get the kill. Not a problem at all, even for a fed Ezreal. If you're caught on your own, there's nothing you can do. And then, as we see there, body slams enough. And I don't know about what happened here. Maybe a false sense of security because you do have Everfrost and you have a Gragas ultimate, but you're also playing into Gragas and Lee, and those are very mobile characters.
And Jin too.
Also Jin, yes.
The long-range roots as all right, Keria. He tries to flash the wall. He still dodges everything.
That's what matters.
Somehow. Very confusing, either way. Both teams, you can tell, like, they got a taste of blood. So now they're like, yes, more. I want more.
The problem for Sandbox is that previous to that skirmish, the game state was pretty okay.
Oh, he has IE.
Yeah. As I was leading into Valdez, spoiler alert, the game state right now, not so good.
What? Like, we were okay. You know, the bottom dives were a bit much, but they were going in on those, and they got the second one, and things were looking okay for the Sandbox.
Sometimes you just want to hand stiff your
opponent.
Valdez.
And then James just got 2 more kills, and now it's like, where are we?
it's done.
Now it's 5,000 gold. Like, what?
I don't see it, Valdez. I don't see the angles anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe the Ashe Sejuani combo.
They do have a ton. I mean, they are going to get areas. Just baiting, I guess, as here we go. It's just full mayhem in the middle of the map. Both teams looking for an Owner, not going to get the hit, but he gets the kick on in. Kyle is targeted for some reason. They take down the Ashe. That's a second one. Escuma's just at the shooting range. Birdo with a nice ult, but still flash in, and Owner goes back in. He definitely tasted the blood way too much from this Lee Sin player. But I guess it's okay in this game as the root comes down onto Envy. He's also probably dead. Fourth shot gets him after the flash as well. And we have 24 kills in 18 minutes. T1 going to take down mid-turret.
We're just having a little bit of fun, Valdez. Woo! And by the end of that fight, Zeus didn't pick up any kills. Shame on him. Guma got, I think, 3 more throughout all of that. That play from Keria doesn't feel great, but the wind wall is amazing.
Just a bait.
It's just a bait, sure. So and
absolutely,
they can just off the back of this, they win. They can just take the dragon now, but no. We're not taking the dragon because Guma gets the double there, is able to hit some great shots. Then Birdo, in a moment of attempted redemption, goes in. Owner ignores all his good instincts to just take the Q, and then dies. And then this drive-by from Will, like I thought it was actually going to salvage the play, but Guma does get his 4th shot up, which does end up getting him the triple. They get the dragon, and now the gold lead is still 5k, so I guess that didn't change too much.
Okay.
Guma with Proudest Claw. I'm so proud.
Wow.
Look at that.
Nice.
Nice. Proudest Claw is a great idea.
It gives you bonus lethality.
And that's very, very
on
good.
your other items.
Yeah. Which generally much better than ability haste.
Generally, yeah.
It's great.
Do more damage.
Now he's playing into Sejuani, so Wheeler will be happy with his choice. Everyone else, not so much.
Feels like it hasn't... The game, funnily enough, has been so bloody that this early on, the Sedge Ashe actually... It's like they're on cooldown for most of the time, actually, because the fights are forced so often.
Yeah, Kyle also is like, has died 5 times this game. I don't even feel like he's been making that many mistakes.
Oh,
he's
Closer. Yeah, he's dead. He got a cask off. Okay. Well, he's dead. And speaking of which, he has also died 5 times. Unfortunate for Closer.
You're the only one. This is Bruno's like, guys, I'm doing better. Come
Bruno
on.
hasn't died in
Come
this game.
on.
Oh, no. T1 just going to go ahead and take down the Baron here. As we are just going to throw everything.
Get him, Wheeler.
Including Willer.
Get him.
Underneath.
They won't let him get him, right?
No, they're just going to kill him, right? Not do the damage. The damage is coming, though, and it kind of gets flipped. But Owner still is going to get the smite down. And that is what it comes down to. The Mega Gnar not coming in. That's the knockup. I thought maybe Zeus would be going in on that. Kyle flashing in. Looking to try to get the slows down. As Lillard's like, wait, you actually hurt. I don't want to block this anymore. As, yeah, not too much armor. Well, I guess he's got a decent amount, actually. Didn't go for Warmox this time on the Sedge.
So
but it's still a Baron.
Yeah, it looked close, but it wasn't. They got a free Baron. Starts with the pick on Closer here. No business being this far up the lane without any semblance of control. Goes down immediately. Not the best look. Maybe getting a bit blinded by the mayhem. And there's no kick here on Owner. So Willer just goes in, has to try. And how low can we go? Oh, yeah, just an early smite from Willer. So goes down to like 250 and then Owner smites it.
I mean,
I'm not.
No, you're right. But like, just like
imagine
so close.
Yeah.
And
yeah, if like an extra Ezreal Q lands and they get that Baron.
I was just cheering for more action because I feel like now T1 are just gonna kind of roll over it, you know?
Yeah. Well,
if Willer got it, it's like, ooh, who knows what's gonna happen now?
You're definitely right.
Okay, Bertle's been dodging everything. That is going to be the Sedge Ash combo. Lots of damage through as the Gnar over the wall. They're turning it. Owner goes down. Faker in a lot of trouble as well. Doesn't matter how tanky he is, even with the Seraph. So that's a couple of kills into the pocket to lift Sandbox.
Bertle is this is the 5th time he's in his promos, okay? And yes, the first few times it was his fault that he didn't make it. He didn't have the best of games, but he's really trying now as he is able to get a great catch there. T1 getting overzealous, and hey, this is bounty gold, Valdez.
It is.
The pockets are being filled.
They're being lined up again. Live Sandbox on the comeback. 800 gold.
This game is delivering.
This is a great one.
I don't know if it's good.
Envy's still really fed. I mean, he's got 3 items.
There's the combo that we talked about before. Ash and Sejuani, very strong. And the disengage, not quite enough. Bertle does get momentarily stopped, but is still able to get his ultimate off crucially. And once you're actually on top of the composition of T1, things get a little better, provided that they don't 100-0 you first, which Zeus is approaching his BT and is already hard to kill and will be even more hard to kill. Once that comes through, also Envy didn't get the memo and did go for Duskblade. So he will be stealthy. Hope he can get a kill early on in the fight. Otherwise, Yasuo is definitely gonna be taking him down.
Yeah, it's okay.
But it's only 5k again.
He's going for the comeback.
That's the comfort zone, Valdez.
He's going for the comeback. Zeus is level 16, the highest in the game right now. It's 3rd level of the Yasuo last breath. Yeah, they're kind of on the chase, actually. Owner gonna get the kick in. They get the knockup! And Envy, he's trying to survive, but he does go down in the end. Tried to play it out really nicely, but the Yasuo combo just a bit too much. As that is potentially going to be this Drake here. Willer a little bit too far out. No, they're just going to turn it, take down another. As down goes the Gnar. And that will be Hextech Soul over to T1.
Bounty's still on. And they thought they had cornered Owner. Little did they know.
Closer.
It was all set up.
What is Faker doing? Oh, boy.
He missed the chain.
He's just having a great time. Like, this is peak League of Legends right here. And yeah, just, you know, having a bit of fun standing behind them, but they are just going to take the turret and back away. Don't want to overdo it.
Now, this is a tough question, Valdez. Do I vote for Owner or do I vote for Zeus?
I'm going to say Zeus.
Yeah, the early teleport kind of seals it for me.
The teleport, and he creates all the plays on the Rift Herald play. It's hard though. It's not a guarantee.
But this,
I would say
like look at that play though from Owner.
Yeah.
Like that's sick.
It was very.
It looks like he is cornered, but little do they know they are the ones that are being set up around, and then member up here, or 2 members up rather. So very easy follow up there on the kill.
잠깐만.
Wait.
야 이제.
Ezreal. Ez. Yeah, at first he's like, whoa, wait, like, and then he's like, wait, Ezreal.
형, 못 가지긴
And then they cut him off there. So now, Live Sandbox, I feel like there's still a way, funnily enough.
Your feelings might be right, Veldes.
There is still a way.
Wait, where are you going with this? That they come back?
For Live Sandbox, yeah, I actually...
Oh, I don't know. As long as everyone just stand behind Zeus.
It's pretty oppressive.
Because we didn't even discuss it, because the game was much more about every single skirmish that happened in this 26.5-minute period. But Yasuo into the Ashe actually kind of makes sense when you think about it. If there's no other like super high-value projectiles, which in this case I guess there's just Sedrilled, because you don't really care as much about Envy's ultimate.
Oh boy. Well, now there's not even an hour to worry about, but Keria is going to get burst down as that's the knockup onto the Ezreal. Can they burst him down this time? Envy goes to the stopwatch as Carnage is around him, and immediately he goes down afterwards. Closer is trying his best, but it is not good enough in this case. T1 just a little bit too far ahead in this game number 2. And by a little bit, I mean a lot at this point. As now they're just going to be diving into the base. Birdall gets Hextech sold by Keria, of all people. And he will eventually be taken out. That should be it. T1 take him down in the mid lane. And they have a lot of fun with this one. 34 kills in 27 minutes. Plus Hextech soul. And that should be the game. They're going to take down Willer here, it looks like, as they're trying. Baker, he's got his Zhonya's. Or at least the stopwatch, and unfortunately the support Ashe at this point not going to do enough. As they would love to get in there, the Lee Syndrome, and they take down the Nexus. Just a little bonus kill on top of all of that. T1, a bit of styling tonight, a very happy game number 2, but this time it's happy gaming that actually leads to a win for T1 in this case.
And after what was a much closer series between the 2 teams last time around, we do end up seeing T1 taking a decisive victory in this one over Sandbox. Sandbox going to drop 0-2, going to fall down the ladder as Zeus giving a loving tap to Birdall there. Players go a while back. Very obvious that in that first game, things went mostly according to plan. And in game number 2, we just threw the plan right at the window.
Yeah.
T1 can, as they have shown many a time throughout the split, rely on their hand stiff a decent amount when it comes to games as messy as this one.
All right. That wasn't a real salute, just a little one, just a cheeky one. Maybe you can tell them what this means. It's the Live Sandbox inside of the whatever this Chainsaw Man thing is.
Yeah. It's for summoning a demon.
Oh.
Yeah. But a good one that helps you.
Oh.
Again, watch Chainsaw Man. It's a great show. You really, really should.
I guess
everyone in the LCK is obsessed with it as well. As Owner got to play a game of Lee again. Lee, after the buff that he sold this patch, they're mostly for the scaling aspect of the pick, which generally has been one of its weaker points, but I'm pretty sure that pros just are looking for an excuse to play this champion again.
All the way from Canada, I believe. There was a lot of love there for a lot of the players. Care to decipher?
I don't. No idea. Not gonna. If I would, I would tell you, Veldes.
All right.
I'm not in the business of withholding information. It was Zeus and Owner that both massively stepped up here in the series. Even though Guma and Keria did fine, Envy and Kyle actually making them sweat a little bit in the early game, the 2v2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Starting off really well for this Sandbox bot lane.
I really loved how T1 really matched the energy and the pace that T1 brought to the Rift. Like, we both know that Live Sandbox, they play aggressively, they play proactively, they love to get aggressive, but They tried, and it didn't work this time, but I really want to give them props for, like, doing their best, you know, given the situation. And there were moments where it actually looked like they could make it happen, not only in this game with all of these dives, but also even in game 1 with all the Willer plays in the bottom lane.
And it is a 2-0. It's... I would hesitate to call it clean, but it was still throughout the entirety of the series, it was very clear that Sandbox were always on the back foot. In game number 1, it was much more laning and team diff. In game number 2, even though a lot of the skirmishes went relatively even, in the end, when we're going to look at the post-game stats, we have all 4 Drakes going to T1. We have a massive turret lead going to T1. And even though some of the fights looked close, T1 in the end were always the victor, just in a more aggressive manner.
해봐.
Well, he's like, oh, we can't get it on time, basically. Seems like somebody was looking for the penta angle.
안 끝났자.
It's over.
나궁 돌았어. 안 돌았어? 궁 돌았어? 안 돌았어.
W. 나 사타 가능한데.
나이스.
나이스 펜타.
Nice penta. I guess it was Owner who was looking for the penta as he got that last one. The mid Gragas, especially from ahead, you know, you throw a bunch of barrels and casts, you're gonna get high damage, especially in a game with this much action.
T1 also showing that Owner can still play Lee, which that's not a surprise.
Yeah, he's only 31-4 now.
In a meta where NAR picks generally don't get punished, T1 just casually like whipping out, hey, we got Gragas yesterday now. What are you gonna do? That makes drafting a lot more scary, Valdez. If you are one of the teams trying to contest, is very clearly #1 team.
Liv Sandbox not able to handle the rage this time around. T1 with the 2-0, but we're done here on the caster desk. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about that one.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. And yes, we are back to break down that extraordinarily action-packed game. There was just so many kills, so much stuff happened. It's not often that we get more than a kill a minute, and we just don't have enough highlights to really go through. And it all started in the draft, Tony.
Yeah, we need another highlight 264, but let's just start with the draft. It's kind of crazy again. Like, they bring it back to LCK. It's been 1,000 days. You know, Yasuo and Gragas' combo, and there's a Lee Sin too. So they set it up really, really well, and it's really good to see like how the T1 was doing, like around the top side. Like they were actually playing really accordingly around the airborne, and Yasuo just wait for the Yasuo to be around it. But the thing is, like Kate and Jean was kind of a little bit, you know, unsynced, but from the lane phase was not easy.
I think they wanted to play around top side super hard. Why we actually play around the garage. Try to keep top side. Things was very wrong.
I think Wolf's microphone is a little bit not working. Sometimes we just wait for like half a second and then, yeah. All right, man, it's hard to summarize exactly what Wolf just said, but I guess I can try. Basically, it was difficult to play around the bottom side of the map because Caitlyn Jin's going to struggle into the Ashe and Ezreal. Ashe first pick, of course, is very difficult to deal with. And let's get into highlight 1, where we can figure out exactly what went wrong. Wolf, can you say something? No, I didn't. I don't think it worked. I think Tony, you're gonna have to take it away.
Yeah,
from
sure. I will cook it. Like the thing is, like the T1 both you like they thought they could actually win. That's what I feel. But MV actually kind of outplayed the front flash, really aggressive play, and Ezreal the consistent damage. You can't handle that. That's why they actually lost. It's just 2v2. But the thing is, like after this play, like they were able to make the bot play, like diving bot, like those kind of thing extra. But the thing is, like, this play was actually really matter. Ezreal being ends up just getting ER at the level 6.
Yeah, and then it comes into this play as well immediately afterwards, where we have just shenanigans, to be perfectly honest.
TP play from the Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus really saving this one.
Absolutely. If there's not actually happened these things, I think T1 both you would have been like just, you know, Carrier actually just in the face cam, he was just smiling it. And that's how it was really good. And
test.
And the both of you like another dive, I believe Sandbox actually made it. But the thing is like, it's already kind of doomed after they make the Yasuo be able to just keep pressure and pressure.
And we are doing a little bit of adjustment. We're making sure that that Wolf can speak. I think you can now.
Yeah, I think we're good. We're back.
He's back!
All right.
Wolf, what did you think about those plays?
I mean, obviously, I think Huni summed it up really well. Bottom side, problematic for T1, but the top side was so out of control in favor of Zeus that it didn't ultimately matter. And T1 is the type of team that loves to draft like this, especially in game 2s, where they win game 1, where they bring the map into chaos, right? And I think the experience for T1, the lack of experience, and I think some of the mental broken on the side of Live Sandbox means they lose out on Envy. He dies several times after his massive lead. Bertle has a really rough game on the Gnar again. And T1 ultimately went out in trades where it's like 4 kills for 2. It's a close fight, but T1 wins. T1 wins again. T1 wins again. Suddenly they're up like 6 kills, 8 kills, 10 kills, and the game is over.
And Flame Horizon from the Zeus, so around like 25 minutes.
That's enemy team Yasuo. The first time we played it, it was our team Yasuo. Now, enemy team Yasuo really beating down on some fools. It was very impressive stuff. As we are going to jump into our final highlight here, we're going to do so extraordinarily quickly because there's just some chaos, I believe, in the mid lane. Here we are. Just ridiculous play, to be honest, on both sides.
By the way, starts off with a Rift Herald drop, and it's all just chaos, right? Like, Bertle here takes half of his health bar, the Rift Herald is involved, and then you see Owner on the flank angle here forces a flash, and then this Jhin ultimate is amazing from Gumayusi. He's actually covering all angles. It's basically impossible here for the Sandbox to turn this fight. And you can see Bertle is just desperately trying to get this double wall up into the wall, and it's too little too late. Gets punished by this Lee Sin, or almost punished there by the Lee Sin. But I just thought this is a highlight we picked to essentially showcase the chaos in this game and how it looks like, oh, maybe the Sandbox can turn the fight back. But no, it's T1 always trading up.
Yeah, I mean, these sequences that tells everything, like in the game, actually, in the sense that the game was chaotic. I agree, but the end, so whoever was a winning side, it was a T1, and that's how they won from the fight, from the chaotic, and they were just be able to keep the snowball.
They definitely kept that snowball rolling, and it was largely to do with a certain guy who was blind in the jungle, I believe. Let's bring up our POG, shall we? And see who collects it for this second game. It will be Owner. 700 points now. I think now even with Carrier as far as the progress.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. And I mean, the guy had plays all over the map. Bottom side, he wasn't able to salvage everything, but he tried his best, right? But it was his plays, I think, in the mid game that kept T1 ahead. Moments like this where you're just like, what can this guy not do on the Lee Sin? He chases so well, he punishes so well. That thing where he had his first-person view where he caught Ezreal, he sees it for like half a second. He's like, I'm going on Ezreal, calls out the Ezreal play. This play,
he's one.
Yeah, this is the one, man. It's just, the guy is insane.
I mean, I was just like, also like at the back, like I was just like, wow, the T1 players, just anyone can get POG. They're just able to make a play. Like there's no, like everyone have a sense that how can they actually start the fight, open the fight, and how to be pushing well. Like that's why the T1 just be a first team.
Yeah, no, they are ridiculously good. And as we can see, Owner will be even with Carrier as far as those POG votes are concerned. He is playing extremely well. And with Lee Sin getting nudged into the meta again, if you're a T1 fan, you're probably going to be pretty happy about it. I like a little bit of a slew of votes here.
Yeah.
A casual one for Faker in that mid lane
Faker
as well.
vote's a little bit weird. I mean, it had a decent game, but...
Yeah. I mean, for me, like, personally, I voted Zeus because he saved the game from the T-ping bottom, and the lane fails was great, and then be able to keep the lane prio. We did just keep able to be snowball into side lane, be up 100 CSs up. That's not normal.
No, it's not.
That's out of the mind.
And it's not the same as the last time he played it as well, so deserves some props for that one. But now it's time for the interview. Let's throw it over to Ji-Sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jesus for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by Zeus Owner from T1. Congratulations, you guys picked up your 10th win of the season, and you guys are the first team to do it this split. Like, I feel like the season started like not long ago, and I'm so happy that we were able to be the first one to get 10th win of the season.
전 경기에서 이제 2대1로 이겼기 때문에
In the previous Sandbox series, we actually got a 2-1 win, so I'm so happy with the 2-0 win this time around. Yeah, Zeus already mentioned that he really want to get the 2-0 win up against Live Sandbox in the second round robin, and it was, you know, less than a week for you guys to play this rematch. How did you prepare for this? I mean, starting like last series, we knew that Bordeaux actually could go for the flex Azir top. So we did, you know, pay attention to that, and we know Faker was put under a bit of a difficult matchup on the mid lane. I'm so happy that he was able to still push through the laning phase. Speaking of that pick, yeah, tell us about the draft in game number 1. So we were, you know, experimenting around at Gragas pick. We were cooking it up, and then Faker told us, you know, he's good with Gragas mid, so we were able to rotate that towards the mid lane. Then how did T1 players react to the Azir rotation to top? We actually played into it, you know, or we actually just saw it happen previously, but still we were kind of surprised, like they are really doing it, oh my god. And then we saw Exhaust teleport, you know, taken by Bordeaux, and then we could see you guys just pinging, spamming your ping on that Exhaust. So Bordeaux took Exhaust, which means, you know, he wanna have a peaceful laning phase, you know, no fight in the 1v1 status, but I just wanted to remind my teammates that he doesn't have flash. He took Exhaust instead, so we can, you know, set up for other plays around it. And then in game number 2, we had even more interesting pick on the side of T1. We had Yasuo with Gragas. You know, it's been more than 1,000 days since we last saw it in the LCK. When we played against Sandbox last time, I lost on Yasuo, so I was a little bit unhappy. So, you know, I just wanted to get my redemption, and if I lose one more time, I was gonna just like never pick Yasuo again, but I'm so happy that we were able to get Yasuo a win this time around. And also we had like Yasuo, Gragas all locked in, so we were like actually planning to go for some crazy swaps for other roles, but it didn't really happen in the end. Are we gonna see more Yasuo in the future? I'm pretty sure our opponents will pay attention to it a lot more. And Owner, as soon as you locked in Lee Sin, Live Sandbox actually banned Nidalee. Do you know what happened over there? I guess I also think that Lee Sin going lane is pretty good right now, and we were expecting some bans towards the jungle to force me to play Lee Sin in the jungle. And Ashe is currently sitting on a very high win rate right now, but you guys let it through. Why was that? We know our bottom duo are the best in the league, so we just leave it on them. So we're just letting them play Ashe, and we were gonna play into Ashe because we were pretty confident. And then Zeus, we had a lot of action on the bottom lane. Sometimes it didn't go into the favor of T1. But were you guys still confident that you guys will be able to make it up in the late game? Well, I don't want to save myself, but, you know, I TP'd, you know, and saved my team. You know, it could have been a very big loss for T1, but I was able to make a great cover with my TP play. Well, previously to that play, I got a kill into Sejuani, so I was the one that started that snowball. So it's all on me, not the TP play from Zeus. And Owner, your Lee Sin is 31-4, a crazy win rate in the LCK. Well, Lee Sin has become some of a meta pick right now, but it's not a popular one. What do you think about that? Yeah, right now he's not a meta pick, but still, if you find him the right spot to be locked in, it's a really decent pick. So it's very viable. Yasuo, Gragas, Yasuo, Lee Sin were just popping up all around the Rift today, and T1 T1, we saw a newly released advertisement from the sponsor, and now we're having the Omen Ace with T1 player photos on it. Do you like that?
제가 알고 있는 그 사진이면은
Is that the photo that I know? I don't want to see it, I'm pretty sure the fans don't like it either. It's a little bit intimidating, but I didn't know that we see the Ace banner with our face on it. It's a little bit shocking. Well, that's our, advertisement, so I'm happy, I'm content. We're excited to see more of T1 Omen banners on the roof throughout the LCK. And your next opponent will be KT Roaster. That is going to be our next Saturday showdown. So, it's a telecom war, and I have only used SK Telecom for 10 years, the best, carrier service of Korea. I'll just leave it on that. Me too. SK Telecom is the best telecom in Korea, and we'll teach them some lessons. And this will be the end of the interview from the T1 POGs, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the interview translation there, Ji-sun. An interesting question about the sponsorship. I also thought that the Omen Ace was a little bit weird, but that's for another day. Let's jump into the standings here and check out how things have shaped up since the T1 victory. They are still in first place, but Live Sandbox moving towards the east side of the bracket.
When our top 6 is this tight, especially from 3 to 6, like, one loss can actually drop you 3 places.
Yeah, I mean, today's a good example that imagine D+, Gia, KT, Genji, anyone could be just straight up go to the east. Like, you just like, it's so, one game is so important right now. It's like way more important than first. And round 2 is we're almost done with going to playoff.
Yeah.
They gotta win.
It's crazy that they moved all the way to 6th after that. It's actually kind of blowing my mind. As these are our matchups tomorrow. A little bit of an announcement, guys. Pleta will be playing instead of Dokdam. Dokdam has an arm injury, and so will not be playing. You might remember Pleta. He used to be called Becca, which was a player that was on DRX in the past
support
as well. So as support. Bao and Becca, of course. Bao was the AD carry. Becca was his support. Becca is now a AD carry, and Beryl also used to be an AD carry, and now will be his support. So who is playing in which position? We'll have to find out tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. For now, good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling. I'm falling.
Okay, it's time for Carrier's Kalista support.
나이스 나이스.
T1 will take the game in 45 minutes.
What an impressive game from KT.
Dominant Game 3 victory. We never doubted them.
Hello and welcome to Saturday Showdown.